We have breaking election news overnight. Good morning. I'm Chris Cuomo with the one and only Don Lemon. If you're just getting up now, it's 6 a.m. in the East on this Friday, November 6th, getting ready for breakfast. How about a plate of Biden took the lead in Georgia with a side dish of Pennsylvania may change hands and very soon. What do you think, Don Lemon?
And can you believe that? We just had an election commissioner on from Philadelphia who said we should get some new vote counts maybe within the hour, so it could happen right on our watch here. And I'm hearing it could be very significant when it comes to this race. So we will see a lot of votes still out there. They're still being counted, but a lot has changed overnight. And you know that's the truth because we've been here watching it.
Oh, yeah. A group of our fellow citizens that can only be described as Americans have been working through the night and delivering votes in batches of hundreds that made a difference in Georgia, changed the state of the race, and now Pennsylvania is on the verge of a big change as well. So let's bring you the latest numbers. This is your 6 a.m. key race alert. All right, let's start with Georgia. 16 electoral votes. Why does this state matter? If Donald Trump wants to be our president again, he must win Georgia if he wants to be president through the Electoral College. So, Joe Biden overnight took the lead, 1,096 votes. Statistical dead heat, certainly in recount territory, but there is enough vote left in the state, and we'll show you in a few moments where that could pad that lead and maybe keep Biden in control. We'll have to see. Also, Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. Very important. Why? If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, this race is over. It would be a dispositive move, one and done. Right now, though, the president up by 18,229 votes. 95 estimated vote is in. Deceptive statistic. Why? Because the remaining vote that is out is more than enough to change the state of play. We just had one of the local officials on that suggested we may be getting more information and soon. So we are very fortunate to have Kate Baldwin in Philadelphia, where we're expecting news. Good to see you, my friend. Nice to share a day in history with you.
Good morning, good night, whichever it is. It's time to wake up because today there's a lot of movement that will be happening this morning, friends. They are still counting here in Philadelphia, the largest county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The latest numbers here, the key numbers are there is about 53,000 votes that are still left to be counted. Now, we've been tracking increases. Overnight, there have been increases of something like in the realm of several thousand when they've been uploading new results of more ballots being counted. That's something obviously we are keeping a very close eye on. And as one of the city commissioners, one of the people in charge that knows the most was just speaking with you guys a short time ago, they do expect, as Commissioner Al Schmidt said, they're expecting some more information to be coming out. It would not, the way things are looking, it would not be surprised if they wrap up the count here in Philadelphia at some point today, if not even this morning. One person we spoke with, one person involved that we've spoken with quite a bit, said as of last night, they are calling it a full court press to get this done. But of course, there are a lot of factors that go into that. You have human beings in this space beside me, behind me, in this convention center, who are doing the arduous task and labor-intensive task of getting the ballot from out of the envelope to the scanner to get that number uploaded, to have the most accurate count uploaded to their website. That's Philadelphia. There's also Bucks County, which is another key area that we've been tracking all along. This is the most competitive of the suburban counties outside of Philadelphia. Everyone has had their eyes on this. I believe Hillary Clinton won the county in 2016 by 3,000 votes. It has been tight. The latest numbers there is that they are just shy of 11,000 ballots that they still have to count. A note from a Bucks County official yesterday was that as they've been tracking the mail-in ballots that are coming in, they have trended to be about 77% for Joe Biden as they have been counting them. Overall, the Commonwealth is looking at about 163,000 mail-in ballots to be counted, 6.2% of what was received. We are expecting to get numbers anytime now. We are tracking that throughout the morning. But again, things are moving here in Pennsylvania. They have been working hard, and they know that today is Friday. It is 3 days after the election. This is the final day when those mail-in ballots could be received per state law, and they're moving. Don, Chris.
Boy, let me tell you, Kate, you were in the right place, and thank you for that massive download of information. Appreciate it. Stand by. Now let's go to the Magic Wall with Phil Mattingly. Here's what's so exciting about what Kate is reporting, at least to me. Give me your thoughts. Not only is vote coming from an area in Pennsylvania, of that Philadelphia area, which is rich for the Democrats, but there's so much vote left that not only could it motivate Joe Biden to meet the president's lead, but to exceed it in a way that may put it out of reach.
Yeah, so let's actually dig in on that. Right now, as it currently stands, Donald Trump hanging on to an 18,229 vote lead. What are you talking about specifically here? You're talking about Philadelphia, where Kate was just speaking from, where we were told that there's about 50,000 votes outstanding. With an 18,000 vote lead, let's do the math using this margin. If Joe Biden wins those 50,000 mail-in ballots, which would be conservative based on what we've seen come in over the course of the last day or two, if he wins those 50,000 votes by 80%, he would end up netting in the city of Philadelphia, also Philadelphia County, same thing. He would end up netting 30,000 votes just in Philadelphia. If Joe Biden nets 30,000 votes, Joe Biden is in the lead in the state of Pennsylvania.
By over 10,000.
By over 10,000 votes. And that's not all. What else is left outstanding? Look at all the blue in southeast Pennsylvania. Obviously, you have Philadelphia. Then you move over to Delaware County. I'm told by a native of Delaware County I can call it Delco. I'm not from there, so I wasn't sure if I could use that term. Delco.
Well, you just did.
I just did.
I hope it's safe for you.
They're reporting 100%. We'll have to see what's going on. We knew there was about 8,000 votes there. Keep ticking up. You go through here. They're starting to show, interesting, they're starting to show 100% reporting there. What we know coming out of southeast Pennsylvania is there is more outstanding vote. That vote is mail-in ballots. It's coming from a place where Joe Biden has had comfortable margins. Kate was just talking about Bucks County. This was by far the closest county here. And yet, you look at that margin, doesn't seem astronomical. However, Bucks County over the course of the last 24 hours has moved heavily in Joe Biden's direction. Why? Because they are counting mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots are leaning heavily Democratic, even in Republican strongholds, especially in places in southeast Pennsylvania. The reality right now in the state of Pennsylvania, which I would note is the most crucial state outstanding right now. If Joe Biden wins this state, Joe Biden is president of the United States. There's no other way around it. That's 20 electoral votes. He's at 253. The reality in Pennsylvania is it is not a matter of if Joe Biden is going to overtake Donald Trump. It is a matter of when. The biggest question right now, two things. One, how much vote in that can Joe Biden take of that 160,000 that's left outstanding? And two, is there anything Donald Trump can do to stop what has been a pretty fast-moving train heading his direction over the course of the last 24 hours?
Well, we know what he's trying to do. I mean, he has been up all night, and the more the vote has moved, the more virulent and violent the president has gotten in his tweeting, such that Twitter has been flagging like every other thing that he says because it's so wildly off base. But clearly the urgency is not missing him. Harry Enton,
yes,
what
sir.
is your analysis of where we are and where we go and why?
Right. So Phil was saying that, and I have it up on the Secretary of State's website, Kate spoke about it as well, that there's a little bit north of 160,000 votes to be counted in the state of Pennsylvania, or the Commonwealth, so Jake Tapper doesn't get after me. And right now, what we essentially see is that Biden has been winning that absentee vote by around 50 points statewide. If you apply that, what you would essentially get is Biden on the margin would net around 80,000, maybe a little bit more than that votes. And given where Donald Trump's lead is currently in the state, just a little bit south of 20,000, it seems to me, if you apply the math and it follows through, that Biden would be leading at the end of this by somewhere in the neighborhood of about 60,000 votes statewide.
So at the end of the day, when all the vote is in Pennsylvania, it could be a 60,000 vote margin for Joe Biden.
It's a distinct possibility. Look, things would have to track as they've been tracking. But I think what Harry's talking about here, and I think Harry's being a little bit conservative probably in his estimate based on what we've seen, the batches come in over the course of the last 24 hours or so. Joe Biden hitting 72 or 73% in terms of margin with what comes in would be undershooting what he's been hitting over the course of the last 24 hours.
Are you guys including the ballots that maybe, if we're going to exaggerate probabilities just for the safe part of hypothesis, may be vulnerable to judicial intervention? Are you including the ballots that come in after election day until today?
My understanding, and Harry, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the segregated ballots are separate from
They're segregated, but being counted. I'm just wondering if in that number they're included.
That basically makes up a very, very, very small portion. Most of the Democrats got the message that if you want to ensure that your vote by mail or your absentee ballot be counted, they got them in very early. From the Secretary of State, she essentially said that many of the smaller counties were receiving 0 ballots after Election Day, and even some of the large ones, it was basically within the hundreds. So that is really inconsequential to the math that we're talking about here.
Now, of course, this restriction doesn't apply to military ballots. Right. Every state has their own rules, but that would be a different situation. The president wasn't careful about what he was saying about those ballots and seemed to be wanting to disenfranchise military. Nobody wants to do that. All right, so then we are waiting for the vote. And just to remind, wait, what about Nevada? What about Arizona? Absolutely. We haven't been getting the same quantity of information, but remember how big a piece in the puzzle these two states are. Where is the president's, this is a trick question, what path does the president have if he doesn't have Georgia?
Well, let's just talk about Georgia first. We've just been talking about Pennsylvania. Look at this. Overnight, if you're just waking up, Georgia turned blue about an hour ago. Joe Biden took a lead about an hour ago. About an hour ago, he took a 917-vote lead. Guess where it stands right now? He's added to it. And here's the reality. Now he's at 1,096 is the lead. And the biggest outstanding vote, all vote by mail, comes from a Democratic county, Gwinnett County. Somewhere over 4,500 ballots, we believe, are being counted and will be released at some point this morning, the tabulation of it. There are a couple Republican counties that are outstanding. But the reality is right now, that is a narrow lead. We'll have to see what happens. Eventually, there's going to be provisionals. There's going to be military ballots as well. But Joe Biden has a consequential lead with vote outstanding that is likely to lean Democrat in this state. And you said, why does Georgia matter? Why does Georgia matter? Obviously, we ran through why Pennsylvania is so important. Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania. It's ball game. That's lights out. Now, let's go through the map. Everything you see that is blue has been called for Joe Biden. Everything that you see that is red has been called for President Trump. For the sake of gaming this out, we will give President Trump Alaska. They'll take a little bit to count, expected to go Republican. North Carolina right now, Donald Trump has held a pretty solid lead, not a huge lead, 79,000 votes for a couple of days now, so we'll give that to him as well. We'll give him Maine 2, the single electoral vote right up here as well. What does that leave? It leaves Pennsylvania, it leaves Georgia, it leaves Arizona, it leaves Nevada.
Give him all of it except Georgia.
We'll give him Pennsylvania. We will give him Arizona. Right now, Joe Biden's leading in Arizona. It is narrowed. We'll see how that plays out when Maricopa reports in a couple hours. We'll give him Nevada. We'll see how that plays out as well. Clark is supposed to report this morning. Should go Democratic, but we'll see. Joe Biden wins Georgia. If Joe Biden wins Georgia, there is no pathway for President Trump to 200.
Land, and the country would get a tutorial in a very severe process. All right, let's do this. Let's go to break. When we come back, we'll take you through the state of play and what we're waiting for and when. Please have a good morning and stay with CNN. Good morning to you, and what a night you missed. Although I have to believe, so many of us are awake around the clock because we are dealing with the future of our country here, and things are changing in real time, all the time. And overnight, President Trump's path to becoming president again took a huge hit. Joe Biden made a move, and it is time for a key race alert. Georgia is now in the hands of Joe Biden. Will it stay there? We'll see. But overnight, he wound up taking a 1,096 vote lead, and there is more vote to come that could add to that. Remember, if Donald Trump does not win the state of Georgia, he cannot get 270 electoral votes. He cannot win this election in the Electoral College. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. The president's still in control there, 18,229 votes, but we have been told there is an offering from Philadelphia coming of counted ballots that could make a significant difference. Remember, Pennsylvania matters because if Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, he is the next president of these United States. So what is the reaction this morning to this development? Jessica Dean is in Wilmington this morning with the Biden campaign. Pennsylvania could make a very big deal. Next to Jessica is Ryan Nobles taking the temperature of Team Trump. So, Jessica, what do we hear?
Well, Chris, the Biden campaign says that they expect to win Pennsylvania by a sizable lead when this is all said and done. They've got their eye on those Philadelphia votes that will be coming in. And remember, Pennsylvania, very personal for Joe Biden. He is Scranton Joe. After all, he really leaned into that with his Scranton versus Park Avenue messaging that he pitched to working class voters, really specifically in Pennsylvania and the upper Midwest. And he started his campaign in Pennsylvania and he ended it, closed it out there as well. So Pennsylvania, incredibly personal to Joe Biden. Georgia, also making a lot of news this morning. The campaign always saw Georgia and continues to see it as a true toss-up, but they believe it leans toward Vice President Biden. And to that end, they sent Vice President Biden back into Georgia in the week leading up to the election, where he gave that closing argument in Warm Springs, Georgia, talking about unity, talking about healing. They sent in Kamala Harris, and there at the end on Monday, right before Election Day, they sent in their most high-profile surrogate, President Barack Obama, to really rally people there in Atlanta. So again, they see it as a true toss-up, but they do think that Biden has the slight edge in Georgia. Will that all come to be? We'll find out once all these votes are counted up. Chris?
Jessica, thank you very much. You know, sometimes the picture tells the story. If you look at the background behind Jessica and then behind Ryan Nobles, she has a beautiful sunset coming up. Ryan Noble's not that far away, but a much darker dawn where you are. And may he rest in peace. Senator John McCain used to have a joke where he used to say, you know, when they say it's not darkest before dawn, he goes, yes, it is. It's pitch black. And overnight, some very dark news for the Trump campaign. What are we hearing?
You're right, Chris. The situation in Georgia has really changed the shape of this race for the Trump campaign. And let's be clear, the Trump campaign spent a lot of time and effort in the state of Georgia expecting that to stay in the Republican column. And it will come as a shock to many Republicans that Joe Biden has taken the lead there, because the Trump campaign presented such a stance of confidence about their chances in Georgia. In fact, listen to what campaign manager Bill Stepien told me back in July, just after he'd been named campaign manager, about what was happening in Georgia. Take a listen.
Again, I invite the Democrats to spend a lot of money in the expensive media market of Atlanta, and keep thinking it's for real, because we had the same conversation in 2016.
So back in July, Stepien almost mocking Democrats for their investments in the state of Georgia, pointing to what happened in 2018, where Democrats narrowly lost the race for governor there, and then back in 2016, when President Trump was able to win there. That mocking looks very different now in the light of what the results are and what the results are coming in. We should point out, though, Chris, even though Republicans acted like there was no chance they could lose in Georgia, they spent a lot of time and money there, including what they describe as their most precious resource. President Trump himself made multiple trips to the state of Georgia. He went there both in official capacity and as a candidate. In fact, he made 2 trips, 2 rallies there to Macon and Rome, Georgia, in the closing days of the campaign. Chris, at this point, it looks like it may not have been enough.
Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. Jessica Dean, thank you as well. Well, look, they haven't lost anything yet, okay? Let's bring in Michael Smerconish, David Gregory, and Laura Barone Lopez. Laura, in terms of the state of play, the headline is obvious. Joe Biden, for the moment, is in the lead in Georgia. So where does that take us for the campaigns today?
Right. I mean, as you were saying earlier, Chris, with Phil, that if Biden keeps the lead in Georgia, that appears to be the ball game. I mean, what Trump's path beyond that, if he doesn't win Georgia, is questionable. Of course, the president, as he forecasted last night with his unfounded claims, appears to, be saying that he's not going to go quietly into the night. His team has threatened suits. We see that a number of his supporters are also intimidating election workers in Arizona to a point that it's become dangerous for reporters to even stand outside of places in Maricopa County. And so, what happens in a state like Georgia is if it's within 0.5%, if it's 0.5% that the margin is, then Trump could request a recount. So keeping an eye on that margin, as well as margins in Pennsylvania, are going to determine whether or not we see recounts or whether or not the Trump campaign actually requests those.
Good points all. The problem with Georgia, Michael Smerconish, as a narrative is the idea of having anything taken from you. How? The governor's your friend. The Secretary of State's a Republican. The entire infrastructure is. They put this into place. They haven't said anything about any irregularities, let alone some type of gross fraud. So not a great story. The bigger problem, to distract from that, all you have is Pennsylvania, and that is one and done for Biden if he holds on. You know the state very, very well. You call it home. Well, how do you see it?
So Pennsylvania reminds me of one of those old SAT questions where you're going from point A to point B and you're traveling X miles per hour. Now, when are you going to get to point B? Chris, you probably got those questions correct. I always got them incorrect.
The answer is
but
always
in this scenario, Joe Biden is the faster car headed from A to B, and the only question is, when is he going to arrive? Bob Brady is a former member of Congress from Philadelphia. He remains the head of the Philadelphia Democratic City Committee. He sent out a press release at 1 a.m. and said Philadelphia's outstanding vote alone is going to close the gap that currently separates the candidates. You had Al Schmidt on within the last 30 minutes doing his job as a city commissioner, very by the book, saying, here are the numbers that are outstanding, here's when we think they're going to drop. He can't provide you a projection of what it's going to mean, but Bob Brady's assessment is exactly that which you got from Phil Mattingly. It is a question of when, not a question of if, Joe Biden's going to win Pennsylvania.
So, David Gregory, now it leaves us with this very scary question, which is, what is the president going to do to stop this from happening? We can't believe he's not going to do anything. And I guess the legitimate route is legal challenge. You know, Michael's a counselor also, but David, you know the area of the law very well. Not a lot of avenues based on absolutely no claims of problems except the ones that he had no proof for. So what do we have to think about in terms of what happens next?
Well, I think a couple of things. First of all, there's path A and path B to Biden's victory. And because there's two paths that he can take, it tends to take some of the steam out of the idea that it's all down to Pennsylvania, for example. That's important for Biden because it's important even for those around Trump. I mean, I don't expect anything of the president other than what we saw. Lies, accusations, inconsistencies. He's not complaining about the lead for Biden shrinking in Arizona, but he complains about what's going on in Pennsylvania. It doesn't make any sense, of course, and there's no evidence for it. What's the worst thing that they had to negotiate getting closer viewing for monitors in Philadelphia? Come on. There's no real evidence there. It doesn't make sense. And there's no real backup by Republicans, except the kind of, truthers who are around the president, like his children, and Rudy Giuliani. So these are not serious people who are leading this charge. And so I think that's what's important. Biden is headed to victory in a couple of different ways. It doesn't mean there was a Democratic wave. It doesn't mean that this wasn't a tight election. But for Republicans in Washington, it's very clear where this is headed, and they're not backing Trump up. And that'll have an impact. Again, I don't expect him to somehow decide to be a statesman, meaning the president, but I think there'll be more pressure to say this isn't going to be a worthwhile avenue to try to fight this.
We will see. David Gregory, Mr. Smerconish, Ms. Barone-Lopez, thank you very much to each and all. Michael, great to see you. Laura, thank you. Now, I'll tell you something that's very interesting here as we go into break. We are waiting for Pennsylvania to deliver votes from the all-important Philadelphia that has been hitting so hard for Democrats. I know so many are watching, and we're watching because it matters. This is not about the them of politicians. It's about the us of our democracy. We'll be right back.
A lot changed overnight, and it happened in Pennsylvania. Still, the president still ahead slightly there by about 18,000 votes. Big news coming out of Georgia, though, where Joe Biden pulled ahead overnight, in case you're just waking up. Let's talk more about Pennsylvania, though. And the former Pennsylvania Governor Tom Ridge joins us, also the first Secretary of Homeland Security. Good morning, Secretary.
Don, Chris, good morning. It's been a long night for you folks, so I'm happy to join you.
Well, I'm glad that you are watching us, and I'm glad that you're joining us. I'm not sure if you heard the commissioner on CNN not long ago. Sorry about that. Not long ago, saying that that he was expecting some vote counts coming out of the Philadelphia area. Not sure how many, maybe in the tens of thousands. Where do you think this race is right now in Pennsylvania?
Well, listen, first of all, I got to tell you, my stomach's been churning since the president's remarks last night. Churning with both disgust and anger. And for me, it's not a political moment. It's about respecting the most sacred and fundamental institution in this democracy, and that's the electoral process. It's about respecting the millions of people who went to vote in person or absentee in the midst of the pandemic. It's killed 235,000 people. It's about respecting the Republicans and the Democrats who are going to the polls and those who are local elected officials that are working tirelessly to effectively deliver the vote. And for the President of the United States to say that there's fraud attendant to these absentee ballots is a baseless, bogus, unsubstantiated claim. And it's disrespecting everyone associated with this process. So I'm troubled by it. I'm like everybody else. Look, I got a favorite. Vice President Biden was the first Democratic presidential candidate for whom I've ever cast a vote. I say that proudly. I'm still a lifelong Republican. But the bottom line is I'm prepared to accept the vote once all votes are counted. So let's let the process proceed. Mr. President, you don't call the election. I say respectfully, CNN and the networks don't call the election. Americans call the election, and then the states, not the federal government, certify it. So let's let the game continue.
I'm so glad that you said that. A lot of people were concerned and troubled by those remarks, as we all should be. The president undermining really a free and fair election in this country. Since you went there, and I just wanted to be clear, there haven't been any voting issues that you're aware of in Pennsylvania.
None whatsoever. You know, from time to time, whether it's Pennsylvania or anywhere else, Don, there's some maybe it's an imperfect system. I remember, I think it was the Heritage Foundation, a very conservative, well-regarded think tank, took a look back at 20 years and saw like 200 cases of ballot fraud being identified and prosecuted. But these claims have been bogus. I mean, by and large, if you take a look at what's going on in Philadelphia, which seems to be a pivotal point or focus of the president's attention or ire, you've got poll workers there, poll watchers there, Republicans and Democrats. You got cameras all over the place. This may be the most transparent election because of the president's assertion months ago when he, and probably it might even been part of the strategy, they formulated an opinion, they started articulating it months ago that said, if there's a delay post-November 3rd, it means there'll be fraud. Well, Mr. President, there's a delay post-November 3rd, not because there's a fraud, but because there's a pandemic. Yeah. And give credit to governors, both Republicans and Democrats, who work tirelessly within their states to provide safe and secure in-person balloting opportunities and absentee ballot opportunities. Let the absentee ballots be counted. Live with the results. Let America voices speak. They're the only ones that count anyhow, Mr. President.
Well, listen, I'm so glad you spoke about that. And also, just so our viewers know, you're not just saying this now. You tweeted out earlier, you said the president disrespected every single American who figured out a way to safely vote amid a pandemic that has taken 235,000 lives. Absolutely shameful. I'm glad you're speaking out. I'm sure America's glad you're speaking out. I just have to ask you, though, one quick question. As a Republican, when you hear these attacks on our democracy, are these the new opening arguments for the new Republican Party?
Well, it remains to be seen. I know there's a lot of unrest and uneasiness within the party. I think they're going to have this post-election. They're going to do some real soul searching and see whether or not the past 4 years, the fundamentals of the historic party, the Ronald Reagan Republican Party, have been projected publicly, and whether or not we've demonstrated over the past 4 years a sense of empathy and humanity and outreach to all Americans, not just the supporters of Donald Trump, that make us worthy of leadership in the future. Time will tell. We've got some introspection to do, Governor, and hopefully we more stronger and more robust party in the future.
Governor, Secretary, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. You got a lot of people in the studio nodding their heads in agreement with you. Governor and Secretary Tom Ridge, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Be well. We're watching Pennsylvania very, very closely, and we expect major news out of Pennsylvania very soon. It could happen in minutes. And in Georgia, Biden is stunning right now. He's stunning the Trump camp this morning because he is ahead. Don't go anywhere.
Joe Biden took the lead in Georgia from President Trump. How and can he hold it? Pennsylvania is going to give us votes. Why does it seem like it will change hands as well? And what does this mean for who gets to 270 and when? All good questions. Thank God for you, because I can't answer any of them. Let's start with Georgia. How did it change hands?
Yeah, look, we've been digging in on the county level for the last couple of hours, but the big picture here is what's so important. Say Joe Biden ends up winning the state of Georgia. What does that mean going forward? Well, we know that President Trump is leading in the state of North Carolina right now. We know that he might win Alaska. He's probably going to end up winning Alaska. So we'll go ahead and give those to him just for the sake of playing this out. Now, we expect Joe Biden to overtake President Trump's lead in Pennsylvania soon. But what if somehow President Trump finds the votes to hang on to Pennsylvania? What if he wins Arizona? Right now, he's trailing in Arizona. What if he comes back? He's been narrowing the margin. What if he wins Nevada, trailing by about 11,000 votes in Nevada? We'll see what happens there, but for the sake of argument. And he goes ahead and wins Maine's second congressional district. Look, that's not enough.
You're in Constitution zone of that whole process about what happens here. And it all starts with Georgia. Right. And the problem with Georgia for President Trump, not just because it is this linchpin, but it's a horrible narrative point for him, because this toxic soup that he was ladling out for everybody last night is defeated by the reality in Georgia. So it's cheating. So it's fraud. It's not just that you don't have the votes. Republican governor, Republican Secretary of State, Republican infrastructure, no claims of fraud, no claims of irregularities except the ones that were made up by our president. So not a great story for him on top of not a great reality. Now, Pennsylvania, why do we focus on it as one and done for Biden?
Well, just take a look. Say President Trump comes back and wins Georgia. So do it. Wins Georgia. I don't know why it's not moving right now. The reality.
Make it do your will.
I know. It's finally freaking out on me after all this time. Here's the bottom line. If Joe Biden wins the state of Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's at 253 electoral votes right now. That is all Joe Biden needs. The map is acting up on us right now. It's given up on us after about 30 hours.
Start to do the right thing.
Here's the reality. Here's the numbers. Joe Biden is at 253 electoral votes. Pennsylvania is 20 electoral votes. In short order, we expect, based on what's outstanding and how the vote has been coming in, that Joe Biden will overtake President Trump in the state of Pennsylvania. If that holds based on what's outstanding, that is 273 electoral votes. You can give President Trump everything outstanding on the map, whether it's Alaska or Nevada or Arizona, Maine 2, North Carolina, and Georgia. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over. That's the ball game. Here's the one wild card that I want to throw out there. That is, right now, Vice President Biden is leading in Georgia. He's leading in Arizona. He is leading in Nevada. He will likely soon be leading in Pennsylvania. Why does all that matter? That's 306 electoral votes. If he's able to hold on to all of those right now. We don't know that that's going to be the case. Still counting votes, still waiting to see what's going on. We talked about this a little bit earlier, and I think it's an important point. Given what the Trump campaign has talked about in terms of litigation, in terms of what they're looking into, in terms of potential recount, especially in a state like Georgia, 306 electoral votes. Look, 270 in any way, shape, or form you get it, makes you president of the United States. 306 takes out a lot of the options in terms of what you can litigate, what you try and go after, any types of concerns, fraudulent or not, that you try and lay out there. So I think the Biden campaign wants 270 any way that they can get them, but 306 would probably be a little bit more comfortable given everything we've seen over the course of the last couple of days.
There's a good chance that this will get ugly early. And I think it's important that people are aware of that. The president is looking at this through the lens of addition through subtraction. How can he get rid of votes? Remember, this isn't about him. It's about our democracy. Let's take a quick break. We'll figure out what Phil did to the wall, and we'll be right back.
We are back now. Look at that live shot. That's a live shot in Wilmington, Delaware. That's where the acceptance speech was supposed to happen on Tuesday night, possibly, but it's been this way for 3 days. There's cars How long have these cars been out there? They just park? Who knows? Back now with the group here, Andrew Yang, S.E. Cupp, and John Avalon. So here, listen, think about all the things that happened overnight, right? I mean, I think this has been, since election night, probably the night that's had, or morning that's had the most twists and turns, don't you think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly if you're looking at Georgia, and we're watching Pennsylvania very closely, it's been a couple of days of stasis on like a razor's edge. But I think it's really important to point out this is all happening the way Trump demanded it happen, right? He told his voters to go out and vote in person on Election Day. They did. He wanted his votes counted right away, not days later. They have been. The fact that the process he demanded isn't like rigging it for him isn't a conspiracy. It's just like a bad self-own.
He did it to himself, right? Yeah, it's a bad self-own. And also, again, telling people, wait till the day. Well, he may have gotten more votes had he told more people to get it in early.
And they wouldn't be coming in disproportionately, Joe Biden, at this point. It's in the context of a pandemic that was mismanaged, absentee up, demonizing mail-in ballots, and this is what you've wrought. And there's also some poetic irony in that it's John Lewis's district in Georgia and the Atlanta metro area coming through. It's John McCain and Cindy McCain campaigning for Biden in Arizona. It's Joe Biden's home state of Pennsylvania, hard fought, and everybody better break out the Ray Charles, because we're going to have Georgia on the mind, not just today as these votes come in, but in the special election coming up.
We were doing lots of analysis last time we were here yesterday morning about what Democrats needed to do. Tom Ridge, you saw the former governor there of Pennsylvania, and the first Homeland Security Secretary saying Republicans have to do some soul searching as well, especially he was very strong saying what the president is saying and doing about these fraudulent election and so on, that it's being stolen. It was terrible. He should not be doing it. But Republicans really need to have a come to Jesus about where their party's going as well, regardless of who's in the White House.
They do, but we should get used to saying President-elect Joe Biden, because the math says that today is going to be a day to celebrate for millions. Joe, you did it. Thank you, Joe. Yes, we're back, America. Let's call it.
No, we gotta do the math. We gotta do the math, Andrew.
Wait a minute. From the guy who has the math?
Yeah.
The
math is heading in a very clear direction. The math guy says that we should get used to President-elect Joe Biden. The Trump era is receding, and there's going to be a celebration today. Millions of us are going to be celebrating.
And it could be, let's show the stage in Wilmington, Delaware. If it indeed goes away, that Andrew Yang says or believes that is going, he's all excited about it. By the way, we're going to take away his coffee or Red Bull or whatever he's drinking over there, because he's a little excited. This is where they'll be giving the acceptance speech. But do you think the occupant of the White House is going to be giving a condolence speech, if it not a concession speech, if it indeed goes the way that Andrew says? It's not over yet.
Not anytime soon. But can I just address something that Tom Ridge said? I thought what he said was really important as a Republican of a certain era.
Yeah.
When we talk about like a fog of war and history, reimagining the way things look years later, you know, I think the Iraq War looks worse than it did when almost every Democrat voted for it, for example. There will be no fog of war to lift after this. What the president said last night will not look different or better in 5-10 years. What he did was try to break democracy. It looks bad now,
and that's going to
go look bad later.
I got to get us out of here. I got to get to the breaks. I got to get to the top of the hour. Chris, it has been an amazing time to spend with you, so I'll see you soon. Jake Tapper, Dana Bash, John King, the entire gang, they're going to pick up for us at the Election Center in Washington, D.C., live right after this. I'll see you, buddy.
Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Will Flitzer as we yet again begin another day covering the presidential election. Right now, we're watching a very important race between former Vice President Biden and President Trump in a must-win battleground state for the presidency. We're talking about Pennsylvania. Biden closing in on Trump in Pennsylvania. A win there would put him over the top in electoral votes, and that could potentially happen very, very soon. We're standing by for more votes from Pennsylvania at any moment now. Biden also gaining momentum in Georgia, taking a slim lead over Trump in that traditionally red state. At this hour, Biden is looking to add to his 253 electoral votes, aiming for the winning number of 270. President Trump, with 213 electoral votes, is seeing his options slipping away right now. Let's get a key race alert. All right, let's start in Georgia right now. 16 electoral votes, 99% of the estimated vote is now in, and Biden has a lead. A small lead, 1,096 votes over Trump. Look at this, 49.4%, 49.4%. There are still votes outstanding in Georgia. We're watching Georgia very closely. In Pennsylvania right now, 95% of the estimated vote is in. About 5% remains outstanding. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Trump has a lead, a narrow lead. It really has shrunk, 18,229. 49.5% for Trump, 49.2% for Biden. It's very, very close in Pennsylvania, John. These two states, Pennsylvania and Georgia, that could make the difference in who's the next president of the United States.
And already the overnight trends have made a big difference on the map, Wolf. If anyone tried to get a little bit of sleep, I don't know why you would try to do that this week. Right there, Georgia was red. At midnight, it is blue at sunrise this morning here on the East Coast. And that tells you the changing dynamics of this race. Pennsylvania remains red. We'll take a closer look at the numbers now. By all indications, within perhaps even minutes, but certainly within an hour or two, Pennsylvania expected to flip it well. Let's look at what we are talking about here. Number one, let's start with Georgia, which is the big change of the night. Vice President Joe Biden, once down as they counted the election day votes first by more than 300,000 votes, now has a lead of 1,096. In Georgia, there are still 10,000, approximately, outstanding ballots to be counted. The president now must win about 56%, more than 55% of those ballots to eclipse that lead, about 10,000. But we also know, and we watched this play out yesterday if you were with us, in methodical fashion. Those ballots are coming in. They're mail-in ballots. They are disproportionately, predominantly Democratic ballots. That's why Joe Biden caught the president, passed the president, and every indication is he will continue to build what is a very modest but still a very significant lead. As you pull back out to the map here and you look at Georgia, we'll do the other math in a minute, but if Georgia stays blue, the president of the United States cannot get to 270 electoral votes. The best he could do was 269. We'll get through that. That's unlikely as well. But the president, if that stays blue, cannot get to 270 electoral votes. He would absolutely not even be able to get close, not close enough, if Pennsylvania flips. And look right there. Again, the president right now has a lead of 18,229 votes in Pennsylvania, about 163,000 votes still to be counted, most of them in Democratic strongholds, about 50,000 of them right here in the city of Philadelphia, where you can see at home Joe Biden is winning more than 80% of the vote, and as these mail-in ballots are counted, he's winning an even higher percentage because, remember, Democrats voted disproportionately by mail, Republicans voted disproportionately on Election Day. You pull this back out, that lead, once above 600,000 votes. The president is crying foul, he's crying cheating. This is math. The Election Day votes were counted first. See all these red areas in the state? The president did a fantastic job of turning out his vote. They were counted. He built a big lead. The mail-in ballots, state choice, being counted last. They didn't want to be overwhelmed on Election Day, so they dealt with that first. Now they're counting the mail-in ballots. And again, Wolf, just like in Georgia, this has just been methodical and steady, and we've just watched the president's lead shrink. And again, every expectation here is that when these come in, some of these other counties around here, there are also nearly 40,000, about 36,000 ballots to be counted out here. Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, you can see Joe Biden winning nearly 60% of the vote of the votes that have been counted in Allegheny County so far. And again, I don't want to be a broken record, but I just want to make sure people understand, in the mail-in ballots, as they count them, it's disproportionately higher than that even. It's 70%, often approaching 80%. So when you pull the map out now, you see Joe Biden leading in Georgia, Joe Biden coming closer and closer in Pennsylvania. We expect that one to change. And Joe Biden still leading out in Nevada and Arizona. We're waiting for the two states out here in the Southwest. We're waiting for them to keep counting, but Joe Biden has leads as well. We should note, to be fair, the president has closed this lead somewhat. Joe Biden's lead at 47,000. The trend in Georgia and Pennsylvania has been, as they count the late ballots, Joe Biden has been eclipsing the president, closing in Pennsylvania, passing him in Georgia. We need to watch Arizona. The president has narrowed that lead, and we should keep an eye on it. But just again, if you left last night thinking, where are we? Nothing changed here yesterday in terms of we had no states to project yesterday. So we remain at 253 for Joe Biden, 213 for the President of the United States. 270 gets you to the finish line. Let's underscore the significance of where we are. If that one stays blue, Joe Biden gets to 269. Joe Biden is leading here and leading here. If he holds those leads, he is over the top. We'll watch. If Joe Biden wins that, it is not only game over, it is game over with an exclamation point. This was the biggest prize when the president cracked the blue wall 4 years ago. Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Wisconsin and Michigan are in Joe Biden's hands right now in 2020, and Pennsylvania, again, within a matter of minutes, could well go blue. The president is saying he's going to sue. He is alleging fraud. He has every right to make his case in court. We have seen zero evidence as yet on the public record that any of those allegations are true.
Let's check in what's going on in Pennsylvania. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. If Biden were to win Pennsylvania, those 20, he would be elected president, even if he didn't win any other state. Kate Baldwin is joining us from Philadelphia right now. So, Kate, what are you seeing on the ground? What are you hearing?
Well, the sun's coming up, Wolf, and we are told from sources inside, the folks in charge, that it has been a full court press to get this done here in Philadelphia. The latest from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is there are 163,000 outstanding ballots. 50,000 of those that are left to be counted are here in Philadelphia, being processed still in the convention center behind me by some 100+ workers who are working in 8-hour shifts to get it done. The updates have overnight have been coming in, if I can call them, chunks of several thousand. And one of the city commissioners in charge has said that they expect an update to be loaded up in the next couple minutes. And we are definitely waiting for that. Also, I do have an update on some of the other ballots coming in that could become key after, as things will be wrapping up in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. They have now, they believe, between 15,000 and 20,000 provisional ballots here in Philadelphia. Those segregated ballots that arrived after Election Day here in Philadelphia, it's been a few hundred over the past couple days. They do not describe it as a significant number. They are shrink-wrapped, I've found out, Wolf, shrink-wrapped, set aside, time-stamped, date-stamped when they were received in order to protect their security. Those segregated ballots have not been counted yet, but we should be expecting an update on the numbers in Philadelphia, the numbers of mail-in ballots counted, which will tell us how many are outstanding, which can tell us a lot about where this race stands and is headed this morning, Wolf.
Very quickly, Kate, if there are 50,000 outstanding ballots in Philadelphia where you are, will they be released all 50,000 at the same time, or will it be piecemeal?
I'm told not to expect in this next update, to not expect the entire 50,000 to be uploaded in this coming update. The way it has gone overnight is an area of 5,000 votes being counted in one update, and something around that regard. So it would not surprise me if it's something in the area of several thousand to be uploaded, but I was definitely told not to expect that the entire universe of outstanding mail-in ballots here in Philadelphia, 50,000, not to expect that to be the next update.
All right, Kate, stand by. You know, John, if that 50,000 number is accurate, and we believe it is accurate, if the whole thing were to be released at some point in the next hour or 2 hours or whenever, what would that do to the lead in Pennsylvania right now?
All right, so let's start on Philadelphia, and you see Joe Biden is getting 80%, more than 80% of the vote consistently. And again, as they count the mail-in ballots, that percentage has actually been higher most of the time when we get those allocations of the mail-in ballots as they count them. So if you think about it, he's getting 80% of the vote. The president has an 18,000 vote lead. If you put 50,000 ballots into the system and Joe Biden is getting 80,000 of them, well, then Joe Biden would be leading in Pennsylvania just on the Philadelphia vote alone. 50,000 votes there, Kate said. That still leaves about 113,000 other votes coming in. And we just watched this play out yesterday. We're going to watch these votes. We're going to count these votes. There are transparent eyes, Democrats, Republicans, reporters in all of these rooms. So if something changes in the president's favor, we will show it to you as quickly as it happens. But methodically throughout the day, as the mail-in ballots have come in, they're coming in, we just said Philadelphia. More came in overnight in Bucks County. You see what's happening. And again, in the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is getting higher percentage than that in the mail-in ballots. That's the total vote, including the president's vote. But we've seen growth there. We've seen growth here in Montgomery County. We've seen growth for Joe Biden as they've counted votes in Chester County. And we've seen votes for Joe Biden as they've counted votes in Delaware County. The suburban caller around Philadelphia is vote rich. It's critical to the Democrats as they count the mail-in ballots. We've watched that happen. But an important point, yesterday we were watching votes come in here in Lehigh County. They're up to 93% right now. This was red when we began the day yesterday. President Trump was ahead in Lehigh County, which is Allentown here. He was ahead when we started the day yesterday as they counted the mail-in ballots. Joe Biden eclipsed him, so there are more ballots here. You see they're at 93%. So, again, your eyes tell you, and yesterday tells us that is likely to increase Joe Biden's vote count by enough to pass that. We'll watch and see if it continues to play out. Another place up here, we go from the southeast corner to the northwest corner of Pennsylvania, Erie County. This started the day yesterday, late into the night yesterday. This was still red, and you see it's still very close, 49.6 to 48.7. But again, they still have some ballots outstanding to count here. Every update that came from Erie County yesterday was lopsided. Disproportionately, Joe Biden, Democrats voted by mail. The president got his vote on Election Day. He's getting a small percentage of these mail-in ballots, which is what he wanted. Remember, the president campaigned several rallies in Pennsylvania, told his people to swarm to the polls on Election Day, and they did. The president's overall vote totals in Pennsylvania, look at that now, 3.28 million, 2.9 million. This is not a question of the president's vote not turning out. The president turned out a lot of voters. Those ballots were counted on Election Day. Joe Biden turned out a lot of voters. Those ballots are still being counted. And again, within moments when we get Philadelphia. But remember, it's not just Philadelphia. We have votes from Lehigh Valley to come in, and we have votes out here in the western part of the state, 36,000 more out here. They've been coming in lopsided for Joe Biden. Simple math tells you the president's 18,000 vote lead is almost certain to be eclipsed in the hours ahead, perhaps even the minutes ahead as these votes come in. And again, to the significance of it, absolutely no way. The president cannot win re-election unless he carries both of these states. Georgia has turned blue. Pennsylvania is on a path to turn blue. That would put Joe Biden in command of this race. The president reserves the right for legal challenges, recounts, and the like. But today is likely to be a most decisive day in this race.
Indeed, it is. Alexandra Field is joining us from Pittsburgh right now. Allegheny County, Alexandra, where you are, another key county over there. What are you seeing? What are you hearing over there?
Indeed, Wolf, a lot of the uncounted vote in Pennsylvania is right here in Allegheny County. In fact, it's in the warehouse just behind me. The county is going to get to work today counting some 35,000 at least outstanding ballots. These are mail-in ballots right here in Allegheny County, a blue spot in the western part of the state. What we know about these ballots are that at least 6,800 of them were ballots that didn't initially go through the machines since Election Day when the county began counting votes. That's because they could include some errors. They could be damaged. They have to be reviewed by hand. Shortly, a return board will be sworn in. Their job in that factory today will be to manually inspect each of those 6,800 ballots. But the big share of the ballots that are still outstanding, some 29,000, well, the county won't get to work counting those ballots until about 5 o'clock this afternoon. Those are ballots that were set aside. They were originally sent out incorrectly. There was an incorrect ballot that was sent out to some 29,000 people in Allegheny County. The county quickly reissued the ballots, but they agreed by court order to set those ballots aside to wait until 5 o'clock today, Friday, to begin counting them. So we could get counts of as many as 35,000 ballots when you put those together. The county says they have also received several hundred ballots that were postmarked by Election Day that are able to arrive until today. They haven't counted those yet, so that could add to the total number here. And there are estimates that they could have as many as 15,000 provisional ballots still outstanding that they would need to count as well. So certainly a large share of votes that are still to come from Allegheny County. These are votes that are expected to disproportionately, of course, favor Biden because of all those demographic trends that John King has walked you through. Again, the blue spot here in a red part of the state. Wolf?
Very important information, Alexandra. Thanks very much. So 35,000 outstanding votes in Allegheny County. John, 50,000 outstanding votes in Philadelphia. That's 85,000 votes in those two areas right there, and they're disproportionately in favor of Biden.
They've been coming in 80% for Joe Biden. And again, we will watch to see if that trend changes. We will certainly tell you if the president is doing anything, the president's vote count is doing anything that suggests the momentum of the race has changed, but it's just been steady and consistent. You see 18,000 right there. That's the lead right now. As you noted, 36,000 ballots out here, some of them to be counted soon, some of them likely by the end of the day. 50,000 ballots here in Philadelphia. More ballots in the suburban core around it. Also, some ballots up here in the Lehigh Valley, Allentown, Pennsylvania. I'm clicking through this. You can follow the numbers or you can follow your eyes. Everything I'm touching is blue and growing increasingly blue, Democratic, as they count the ballots. So ballots here, ballots here, ballots here, and ballots here. Right? And so you see in these blue areas, that's where we know the overwhelming majority of these 163,000 votes yet to be counted are. But I just also want to make this point and reinforce it. We were counting ballots yesterday in places like this, Luzerne County. They're up to the finish now. Even in places the president is winning, here it's 57%. There are other counties where the president is winning with 70%, Trump country in Pennsylvania, and there's a lot of it. But when they're counting the mail-in ballots, even in these communities, you see Joe Biden's getting 42% of the vote. But in the ballots counted late, meaning the mail-in ballots, he's getting much higher than that. So even in the red counties, that in the end will be overwhelmingly for President Trump, in this late vote count, the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is racking up. When you get 500 votes from a place like this now, it's disproportionately Biden because Democrats voted by mail. The president's vote has largely been counted because that was the way he wanted it. He rallied. He said, don't vote by mail. I don't trust it. His people came out, to his credit. Again, that's a big vote. It's in excess of his vote 4 years ago. But Democrats also voted in huge numbers. And as we count those votes, again, an 18,000 vote lead, 163 out. We all watched how this played out yesterday. The lead for the president here, once above 600,000. As they've counted the mail-in ballots, it shrunk. And when we get those from Philadelphia, certainly, it is likely to disappear, and Joe Biden will take the lead, and then we'll watch it play out throughout the day. And to reinforce the big picture, as we go through 36,000 here, 50 here, thousands more spread across the state, you can do that math at home. The big picture is 20 electoral votes the president cannot. Joe Biden can win without Pennsylvania. President Trump cannot.
I'm curious, and we can do this, 95% of the vote in Pennsylvania is in. Where's Biden overperforming right now compared to Hillary Clinton 4 years ago?
This is actually fascinating when you look at that. It's a great question because if you look at this state, not a lot changed from 4 years ago. People just turned out more votes. So where is Joe Biden outperforming Hillary Clinton? You watch this play out. There are 67 counties in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 67. 1, 2. In tiny counties, carried overwhelmingly by President Trump. You see Montour County here, Joe Biden getting 38% of the vote. You go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 33% of the vote. So in a couple of these tiny counties, this was not an election where a whole lot actually changed. This was more people came out to vote, and Democrats came out in the Democratic areas. You look here, Cumberland County. This is important to the president, right? 54% to 43% for Joe Biden. It's about 2% of the population, 16th largest of the 67 counties. So you come back here to 2016, Hillary Clinton gets 38. So there are a couple of places, but only two. Just remember, as you pull this out, you see 1, 2, right? Now I'm going to take this off, and you come here. Look at all this red. The president is very popular in Pennsylvania, especially in rural Pennsylvania. Joe Biden moved the needle a little bit in just 2 of those counties. This was not I took a lot of your votes away. Joe Biden did not take a ton of Trump votes away from Donald Trump, nor did Donald Trump. You could say, where did Donald Trump overperform? Well, so let's see where he overperformed by more than 5%. Again, almost nowhere, and only in his communities, right? Small communities. This was not an election where Biden made deep inroads into the Trump vote or Trump made deep inroads into the Biden/Clinton vote. This was an election where both candidates turned out more people. Right now, Donald Trump is narrowly ahead as we come back to the math here. But we know that we're still counting votes, 163,000, and Joe Biden is likely to pass him within minutes.
Where did Trump underperform?
Sure. Let's take a look at that as we come through as well. Where did the president underperform by 5 points or more? And you see this is going to slide away, and the answer is going to be nowhere as it slides away. So again, trying to reinforce this point. You know, Joe Biden said, I'm going to make deep inroads. This is his birth state, right? Joe Biden, Delaware now, born in Scranton, Pennsylvania. He said, I'm the guy who can make deep inroads with those white, rural, blue-collar voters who switched to President Trump. And in places like Scranton and Allentown, he said he could do that. There's actually no evidence that Joe Biden switched a lot of votes, switched a lot of Trump voters. Actually, there's evidence the president turned out more voters. So when you look at this, it's just actually striking. This in Pennsylvania. There are other places we can look and see things that did pivot. But here in Pennsylvania, you know, that's Trump. Did he underperform? You bring up Biden here and you turn this off. Did he underperform anywhere for Hillary Clinton? Again, no. This was a big turnout election in battleground Pennsylvania, which we knew could be the decisive state in this election. Both campaigns poured tons of resources in it. Both campaigns spent the final hours of the campaign focusing on this state. They both turned out more voters. When you come out of this and look, and you go back here, 3.2 million for Joe Biden right now, 3.2 million, round that up, 3.3. That's going to soon be 3.3. And if you go back in time here, 2.9, 2.9.
A lot more people showed up this time.
The high intensity on both sides. Both sides. Give the president credit. He went in and did his rallies. He turned out his people. Give the Democrats credit. Joe Biden spent a lot of time here. They spent a lot of resources here. They stressed the importance of these 20 electoral votes. It's one of the most competitive states in the United States. You can add Florida to that. You can add North Carolina to that. We're about to add Georgia to that. But in this huge state where the president believes and proves he has a very deep and considerable base, right now, he's ahead by a little bit. Let's come back to the right year so people are seeing the right numbers here. He's ahead by 18,000. But we have just seen over the last 24 hours, as they count the mail-in ballots, that Joe Biden has been catching up steadily, consistently. And when we get these next batches of votes from Pennsylvania, from Pittsburgh, more from Allentown and the Lehigh Valley, it is just inevitable that Joe Biden is going to pass that number. And the question then becomes, by how much, as the president and his team make all these allegations. And again, just one quick point as we begin a new day here, what could be a decisive day. We have made a point of saying what the president said at the podium yesterday was reprehensible. There's no public evidence. There's no evidence on the public record of any widespread fraud. So as we've respected the count, the challenge now for the country is going to be to respect the president's right to challenge it, but to demand that he actually provide evidence, not just allegations.
And what's so impressive, in the middle of a coronavirus pandemic, so many more people were voting this time as compared to 4 years ago, in part because of the mail-in balloting that was available to them. All right, let's take a look at Georgia right now. And how many more votes do we anticipate? 99% of the estimated vote is in. Well, you know what? Let me check with Nick Valencia. He's on the ground for us in Georgia right now. Clayton County, what are you seeing, Nick?
Wolf, what happened here overnight may have changed the course of this election. Clayton County had 4,355 mail-in votes to get through, and they said they were going to stay here until the job was done, and that's exactly what they did. 20 straight hours of counting, but at 5 in the morning, just shortly after 5 in the morning, the last ballots were loaded into the machines here, and Joe Biden had a 917-vote lead. That has since increased to 1,096 votes as those tabulations are slowly trickling in. We should mention, though, that these are unofficial tallies because the Secretary of State, they went home for the night and said that they would not be officially updating those numbers until later this morning. As it stands right now, Georgia still has, at least by our tabulations, 10,000 mail-in votes to get through. That includes 4,800 in neighboring Gwinnett County. We have a crew on their way there to see the counting. They have 4,800 absentee mail-in ballots to get through. About a total of 7 counties altogether as of midnight still had absentee ballots to get through. But as you know, if this pattern continues, Wolf, if this trend continues, Joe Biden will hold on to this lead and become the first Democratic presidential nominee to win the state in nearly 30 years. We're expecting those tabulations in Gwinnett at around 8 o'clock. We also have a press conference that we're waiting on, that we're expected to have at about 10:30 from the Secretary of State. Wolf.
All right, Nick, stand by. We'll get back to you. You know, we're talking about Georgia, a traditionally red state, and Biden is ahead now by 1,096. Gwinnett County, let's take a look at Gwinnett County for a second. 4,800 votes, mail-in votes. They're anticipating coming in fairly soon.
Right, and again, Nick is south of Atlanta in Clayton County. This is to the northeast of Atlanta, Gwinnett County. I'll just come back up for a second just so people can see it if you weren't with us yesterday through this count. Fulton County is in the middle with Atlanta. The suburban caller, just like Philadelphia and the suburbs that surround Philadelphia, are the engine of Democratic votes in Pennsylvania. This is the engine of Democratic votes in Georgia. And again, in a high-intensity election, the Democrats are turning out their vote. This has been a giant challenge. President Obama went there at the end. Joe Biden went to Warm Springs, Georgia at the end. This they knew would be a battleground state. And right now, it's, again, 4,400 votes to come in from here. Your eyes can tell you right there, Joe Biden is getting nearly 60% of the vote, the total vote. That includes the Election Day vote, and the president's 40%. We know we went through this yesterday. Nick was just in Clayton County. Atlanta is here in Fulton County, in Gwinnett County, in DeKalb County, in Cobb County. When they count these mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is outpacing his overall total because the mail-in ballots are overwhelmingly Democratic. So 4,800 still to come from here. You can bet it's going to be at least 58%. And if it holds true to what we saw yesterday, they come in around 80% for Joe Biden because these are Democrats who voted by mail. That was the issue. So you pull that back out. Joe Biden has a lead of 1,096 right now. The key challenge here, he flipped this state overnight. I just want to bring it out on the map so you see it. Georgia, blue. Not since Bill Clinton. Not since the Bill Clinton days has Georgia been blue. So if that stays blue, the issue then becomes, what is that final number? And again, we have insisted we should respect the count and count every vote. This will be hard for Democrats because of what the president says, and very little of it is true of what he says in public about this process. Watch where the final number is. You know, there are recanvassing. That just means they go back and check the machines. There are occasionally human errors. You're writing, if anywhere you're writing this down by hand, you're supposed to write 1962. You write, 1692. You flip the numbers one way or the other. They go back. This happens in every election. And occasionally, yes, there's human error and 12 votes move here or maybe 50 votes move here. We have to respect that process. When states are this close, they'll go back through it. But as we respect the process, we just have to understand the trajectory. Joe Biden has overtaken the President of the United States in what has long been ruby red Georgia. You come back out here and look at the map, 16 electoral votes here. Joe Biden's still leading in Arizona and Nevada, and we expect any moment now Pennsylvania as more votes come in. If that one changes, again, the president just cannot win. He cannot win without these two. He cannot get to 270 without those two. If Joe Biden can get those two and hold those two, he's on his way to 306 electoral votes. 270, of course, is the finish line.
Some 5 million people in Georgia already their votes, we know what their votes are. We're standing by for votes for crucial Pennsylvania with ballot counting happening right now in Philadelphia. Will Joe Biden take the lead in Pennsylvania? We're back in a moment.
Hello, world, and welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage of election night. We're on day 4, and you're looking right now at live pictures from the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Convention Center, where the tabulation of ballots continues. There remain more than 100,000 ballots outstanding, and here are the margins right now in Georgia. Joe Biden overnight took a lead. He's now ahead by just over 1,000 votes in Georgia. In Nevada, that vote remains at 11,438, that margin for Biden. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump remains in the lead, although that lead has been winnowed down to 18,000 with more than 100,000 ballots outstanding. And then in Arizona, 47,052 votes are the margin right now for Joe Biden. Let's check in with our campaign reporters to see what the status is of the Biden and Trump campaigns. Let's start with Jeff Zeleny. He's in Wilmington, Delaware, for us right now with the Biden campaign. Jeff, tell us the latest. What is the strategy for the Biden team today?
Well, Jake, good morning. The Biden campaign, of course, is waking up to watching these results just the same as everyone else is, but they are doing something different. They took note of the president's dire tone last evening in the White House, I'm told, and they are beginning to mount a different type of campaign here at the end of this race, and that is to reach out to old friends from the Senate, old allies from a lifetime in public service, and to get them, once this race is called, to speak to the legitimacy of this election. This is something that Joe Biden likely could have never imagined after first running for president more than 30 years ago, that he would indeed have to try and validate his own election win. But that is what I'm told is going to happen. So we will see if this race is called today or when it is. We will see a variety of old friends. They are looking for Republicans as well to speak to the legitimacy of the vote in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in other states, as well as the overall sanctity of this process. So even as they are preparing for what's ahead, a transition, if that should happen, they're also trying to prepare to make the argument here that this was a fair process. They are very well aware of what's happening back at the White House, Jake.
That's right. We're hearing a lot of false allegations with no evidence behind them from Republican leaders going on the president's favorite channel, talking about things with a whole bunch of lies and misrepresentations. Joe Biden there taking the lead to try to beat that back. Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. Let's check in with Caitlin Collins right now at the White House. Caitlin, what is the president's team thinking today? They wake up, if they went to sleep at all, and Georgia is now in, Biden has lead there, and the president's lead in Pennsylvania has been winnowing down quite a bit.
Well, and Jake, what really gives you an indication of how the president and his team are viewing what could be the final hours of this race, since Biden has now taken this lead. I'm told that overnight the Trump campaign attorneys were working at their headquarters in Arlington in an attempt to justify the president's so far baseless claims that this election is being stolen from him. And in this attempt to do that, I'm told that they've set up a room dedicated to a hotline they created to take calls about voter fraud. Though, of course, there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud, despite the insistence that you are hearing from the president and what you are hearing from his Republican allies who are now spouting his talking points. And Jake, this is something that we've seen so often in the Trump administration, in the Trump years of this White House, where the president makes a claim and then his aides have to work overtime after the fact to try to justify it. And that appears to be what the president's campaign attorneys are doing right now, trying to find any kind of allegation of voter fraud so they feel like they have a leg to stand on here. But so far, of course, they have not found that, and they are trying to do that overnight. That's why they set up this hotline, I'm told. But that really gives you a look into the window of how the Trump campaign is viewing this and how they're seeing the state of this race, and not saying, hey, let's wait to see if we're going to get this lead in Arizona. Let's wait and see what the military ballots in Georgia say. It's clearly evidence that they believe this campaign is slipping out of their hands, and they are trying to make any kind of claim that they can to try to hang on to it while they still can, even though we should know no evidence of widespread voter fraud in this race, Jake.
None at all, despite all the false accusations being repeated on the president's favorite cable news channel. Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. And let's talk about this. We should just underline this again. The nonsense that we're hearing from House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Lindsey Graham, there's no evidence behind it. And beyond that, if you remove Donald Trump from the equation, Republicans had a great election night, a great one.
Yep.
They picked up seats in the House. They held on to the Senate. Not a single House Republican, not a single one, was defeated. Republicans kept all of their state legislatures. Democrats didn't flip any of them in the entire country. So this vast conspiracy that they are alleging with no evidence would suggest that Democrats and the media and big tech and everybody did this, but we all wanted Republicans to keep control of everything else.
Right.
It was just about Donald Trump. It makes zero sense, beyond there being no evidence. It makes zero sense, and it just underlines how empty the whole argument is.
And a lot of that Republican strength was in states where the president is battling, in states that are presidential battlegrounds, not just places where Republicans did well on the congressional level. And, you know, Caitlin alluded to this, but this is such a typical classic Trump pattern, which is that he makes a claim and then searches for the evidence. There is no evidence. And you know what? That has worked for him in business, in politics, but it's really hard to get that done in a court of law because they demand evidence.
And keep in mind, the campaign actually had poll watchers in all of these states. They tried aggressively to recruit thousands and thousands of Trump supporters to go look for this evidence as people were voting. So the idea that they're now going back and saying, well, if you saw something, let us know, tells me that in the process of actually voting, they weren't able to find this evidence. They're trying to gin it up right now. And that's not a strong position to be in for a number of reasons. Beyond just how it doesn't make any logical sense that we would believe that Democrats somehow managed to, you know, give Mitch McConnell more time as Senate Majority Leader, and you know, they did that, but they also rigged the election. They rigged the election against Donald Trump, but they kept Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell. Not only does that not make any sense, but I think this is going to be a problem for them when they get into the courts. The Trump campaign just this morning announced a legal team in 4 states. 4 states. They have to launch a massive legal undertaking to invalidate, frankly, a lot of votes in 4 states, and that is a really uphill climb for them.
And let's keep in mind, Arizona, Republican governor, Georgia, Republican governor, Nevada, Republican Secretary of State, and
Georgia, the Republican Secretary of State in Georgia, where Joe Biden is now leading.
Right. So, I mean, there's no evidence of it. But I think we need to even take a step back here. Donald Trump burst onto the political scene by lying and pushing forward a conspiracy theory that Barack Obama, the nation's first African-American president, was born in Africa. That was the suggestion, that he wasn't an American citizen. Not true, a complete lie. The last we heard from the president on that before he started running for president was he was going to send an investigator to Hawaii to get the evidence. As far as I know, that investigator is still looking for the evidence. This is a person who puts forward lies, claims that they're true. We can go one after the other. Ted Cruz Donald Trump suggested that his dad had something to do with the Kennedy assassination, one after the other after the other. Now he's doing it about the election. There's no evidence for that, just like there was no evidence regarding Ted Cruz or Barack Obama.
Now, that very senator from Texas you just mentioned is out there doing the president's bidding. And this is just a reminder that no matter what happens at the end of the vote counting, Donald Trump still has a stranglehold on the Republican Party. Not only was there not an intervention, you had a number of enablers going out on the president's favorite network, cable network. Well, maybe it's not the favorite anymore now that they called Arizona, and claiming that what the president's false allegations are true.
And let's also just take a moment here to acknowledge the fact that Joe Biden is on the cusp of becoming the 46th president of the United States. He's not there yet. We're still waiting for a projection of Pennsylvania. We're still waiting for a projection of Georgia and Arizona and Nevada. He's not there yet, but he's in a much better position than Donald Trump is, and that's likely going to happen today.
Yeah, and if you're Joe Biden right now, you're looking over this landscape of a country that is not only deeply divided, but where you have a sitting president who is doing what he told us he would do, not accepting the results of the election. And thinking about how to lead in that kind of environment is really, I know, based on what I'm hearing from Democrats, top of mind for Joe Biden, because this is an important time. We're going to get some more information this morning about where things land, but then the country is not going to be all there. The president is steeping his supporters in, as you pointed out, profound falsehoods. And that's not going to just go away just because Joe Biden gives a speech. I don't know what the answer is to that problem, but it's a real one.
It is. You know, one could argue that of any of the Democrats who ran for president for the Democratic nomination, Joe Biden is the most prepared to deal with this just because of his very long experience of working with Republicans, which got him in trouble during the primary when he was running.
Absolutely.
But it's not just rhetoric that he reaches across the aisle. He's done it. We've all watched it in the Senate and then in the White House when he was Obama's vice president. And so the question is going to be, assuming that this moment happens in any of these 4 states on the screen right now, particularly Pennsylvania is the one we're watching the closest, how he's going to immediately go about that, and then also keep the balance within his own party, because there are a lot of progressives who are not going to be happy if he reaches out too far across the line.
It's a challenge for Joe Biden. It's also a challenge for Republicans who need to really come to grips with the fact that they need to decide which matters to them, the affection of Donald Trump or the United States of America, because it's decision time now. You can't do both. If there is evidence of malfeasance, the Trump campaign should come forward with it. Otherwise, they should stop the heated rhetoric. Somebody's going to get hurt. And in the meantime, it's time for Republicans to grow spines and talk to the president about what is best for the nation. Thousands of votes are being counted right now in Philadelphia as Joe Biden closes in on President Trump's lead in Pennsylvania. We're standing by for new numbers expected soon as our special coverage continues. Stay with us.
And I want to show you live pictures of the votes being counted in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania at 7:44 a.m. on the East Coast. 163,501 votes still to be counted in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Trump right now up at 18,049 votes, though that lead has been shrinking steadily now for the last 24 hours or so. We should have an answer, or at least a greater indication from Pennsylvania shortly. Back here with our panel. Difficult day for both President Trump's campaign and for the Biden campaign. Let's talk about for the Biden campaign. It's very likely they will today have a pretty firm understanding of where the votes lead. How do they go about talking about the vote count, where at the same time acknowledging this court battle that's about to take place?
Look, I don't think they should. They can acknowledge that a court battle is going to take place. I don't think they should necessarily dignify the court battle. They should acknowledge that that's the right of the president to do
whatever he sees fit, and the courts are open to him like any other American. But when they get the votes, they should, when they get the Electoral College votes, they should, I think they should acknowledge that. I thought the reporting that Jeff Zeleny did was interesting, that Biden is going to reach out to old friends and allies, presumably on both sides of the aisle, and talk about ensuring a peaceful transition. And I think that's very smart. It's smart on the substance of it. It's also smart that Jeff knew about that and that he's reporting on it, because they're sending a message, which is this is a new day. We're putting this country back together. We're going to move past this regardless of what the president does. And it's time to turn the page.
And for the Trump campaign, there's reporting that attorneys for the president have been working the night at headquarters in Arlington. They have a room dedicated to a hotline taking tips about alleged voter fraud.
But it sounds to me when they're doing that they are sort of soliciting stuff. That already they've told the country this is an illegitimate election and we've got problems. The president's been tweeting about it all morning, saying, he easily won this election. They're not allowing observers in, which is not true. And it seems to me that it's, they put the cart before the horse, because this is what Donald Trump has done throughout his entire presidency. He goes out there and makes these charges, and then he sends people scattering all over to try and prove that what he has said is actually accurate. And that's not the way to do it. As Chris Christie said this morning, you have to have the evidence first. You don't make the charge and then go out and say to people, come prove it for me, because we've already said this. That is what is occurring.
I woke up this morning to an email from the Trump-Pence committee. I'm on their mailing list.
Who isn't? Yeah.
And it says, David, the Democrats are trying to steal, in caps, the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. So, they're not standing down. They're raising money off this. They're going down this path.
Senator?
No, they're not standing down, and they are they're convinced, because you say there's no evidence. So the answer to that is, and I'm sure the president has seen it, because people have sent me lots and lots of information about, here, look at this video, look at this testimonial. I mean, there's all sorts of things out there across the internet. I mean, we've all seen them. And so what they're saying is, look at all this out here. Look at what's going on.
Look at these individual examples.
Look at all of these individual examples.
But is this does that mean there's this widespread conspiracy to delegitimize Donald Trump's victory here?
So this gets back to the issue that Van and I were talking about, six or 7 hours ago. Which is, you say, why are they picking on the city of Philadelphia? Why are they picking on the city of Detroit? And I think, and the answer is sort of, what was it? Jesse James says, why do you rob banks? Well, because that's where the money is. And we talked about how it's really hard to do fraud in America. And one of the biggest reasons it's hard to do fraud in America is because they're all locally run elections. Every little community runs their own election. And so if you want to find a scale of fraud, you got to go where there's lots of people, where one group is running the election. And so that's why look, I lived in Pennsylvania for a long, long time. And we always said, in Philadelphia, they're doing. Now, again, we could never prove anything, right?
That's right.
It's never been proven. But the reason you point to there is because it's really the only place where there's a scale to impact the election.
But Rick, these videos you get, they can be manipulated. Welcome to America. Welcome to the internet.
I understand that. But I can tell you, I'm hearing from lots of people saying, look, there's so much out there. Look at what's going on. And that's why it's important, in my opinion. Look,
many people are saying,
I understand that. That's why it's important to pause, check this out, walk through it, examine. I mean, I can't tell you the number of things I've gotten, and I've checked it out, and I said, you know what, that's not true.
But that's not what the president's doing.
I understand.
He is saying it's a done deal, it's illegal, that there's a conspiracy out there against me, even though all these Republicans, by the way, did very well, as you pointed out last night and continue to point out, rightly so. Yeah. But even though all these Republicans did really well, it's a conspiracy against me. So that means that what?
Well,
I can't even understand that.
It means that we were really bad at conspiracies. We managed to but I think that what the senator is talking about is important. We're in a crisis of trust now. On our side, we feel like there's voter suppression, that you guys don't want us to vote, that this is all just sort of like ginned up. On your side, you feel like there's evidence out there, whether some of the stuff gets disproven very quickly, but it's out there. This is a moment, I think, for the country. We've got to take a pause and listen. Here's, from my point of view, we're going to have a lot of Democrats who are watching it today. Their Facebook feed is going to be full of this stuff. I want to empower all Americans to push back on the worst of it. The reason that this stuff, the count is slow, is because of anti-fraud measures and because, frankly, the president wanted this thing structured a certain way. Some places you have, there's more people voting than were on the rolls. That's cause of same-day voter registration. People are following the law. So I think we've got to be able to push back on the worst of this stuff. And when there are some isolated things, and I'm not saying that 100 million people voted and nobody did anything wrong. Where there are isolated things, we should support the president going and challenging those. I think it's the broad brush that is completely irresponsible.
And you point out something that's very, very important, which is this lack of trust. And there, we are living in divided America, and there's different silos. And we don't interact with each other, and so we don't trust each other. Yeah. I mean, I can tell you, I've heard this so many times. People say they will do whatever it takes to win.
That's how we feel.
Because they believe they're right, and they are going to, and they think anything justifies them winning. And now I hear you say that about us. Right. We say it about you, and so there is just this automatic. They have to be cheating because they'll do anything.
Are a good place.
But here's. I'm reading this email. I want to make sure that I didn't misread it. It doesn't say the Democrats are trying to steal this election, and as soon as we find evidence, we'll let you know. They said the Democrats are trying to steal the election. So if people are not trusting, maybe it's because they're being told that. The president...
Both sides. When the president,
wait, Rick. The president has spent 4 years retweeting the wildest conspiracy theories, and when you ask him about, and people believe it, they read it, he's got a huge following, and then you ask him about it, and he says, well, I don't know, that somebody said, I'm just passing it along. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't be casual about these things and then say, well, we don't have enough trust. That does not foment trust.
So
what he's doing right now isn't fomenting trust.
That's right. And the courts are, you want to take these things to the courts. Yep. I think that is
and they're doing that, legitimate. And I think it's appropriate they do that.
But so you have this one track where legitimately they may take some things to the court, which I think they should. Then you have this other track, which David's talking about, which is the President of the United States saying, this is, I easily won this election. And observers are not allowed in, claiming widespread fraud. And, has delegitimized his win, or is this A, just the way votes are counted, and B, just what the narrative Donald Trump wants to make sure people don't think Biden won?
I mean, the positive thing is that a lot of the allegations, the videos that are floating out there online, all of that stuff is pretty easily investigatable. Yeah. I mean, if there's a video of a lady taken from above doing something on a panel,
put her in jail.
It's pretty clear who that lady is to everybody who works there. I'm sure there's cameras in the room. So all of this stuff, I think it's very easy for everybody, and I'm guilty of this as well, getting carried away with the outrage of things the president says, or or concerns about the other side. Doesn't it just seem like this is the time you would wish everybody, the president,
Anderson,
Biden, everybody, think things down?
I agree 100%. The reason this is hard, and listen, I think this kind of battle back and forth between me and Senator Santorum has been very deeply educational for me. There is a big split in this country.
Yeah, I got to get to you, but go.
Listen, it's on everything. Is it are rioters the problem, or is the militia the problem? I have a whole list now that at some point I want to go through so people can understand, why is your cousin acting this way? Why is your ex-boyfriend acting this way? There's a deep split here we got to get to at some point.
All right. Philadelphia now has the potential to put Joe Biden ahead in Pennsylvania. Votes are being counted right now. Votes which have already been cast, legally cast. They are counting the votes. We anticipate new numbers very soon, numbers that could change the game. Stay with us as our special coverage continues.
We're back here in the CNN Election Center awaiting results that could potentially be decisive in the cliffhanger presidential race. I'm Will Flitzer. Former Vice President Joe Biden is now very, very close. There's a contest with President Trump underway in Pennsylvania, and Biden could overtake him at any moment when we get new results. We're watching the vote counting in Philadelphia as we wait for those new totals to be revealed. A win in Pennsylvania would be enough, certainly enough to make Biden president-elect of the United States. He also has momentum from his new lead in Georgia, inching ahead of the president. We're standing by for new votes from that state as well. Right now, look at this, Biden has 253 electoral votes on the brink of the 270 he needs to win. That number could soon go up. While President Trump's options for adding to his current count of 213 are running out. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start off in Pennsylvania, where 95% of the estimated vote is now in. Plenty of votes outstanding, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Trump still has a lead of 18,049, 49.5% to 49.2%, but that lead could collapse fairly soon. In Georgia right now, Biden has taken the lead. It's a small lead, but he is ahead by 1,096 votes, 49.4% to 49.4%. 99% of the estimated vote in Georgia is in. In Arizona, 90% of the estimated vote is in. Biden maintains his lead of about 47,000 votes, 50.1% to 48.5%. And in Nevada, 89% of the estimated vote is in. Biden there also continues to maintain a lead of about 11,400 votes, 49.4% to 48.5%. Let's go over to Pamela Brown at the CNN voting desk. You're looking, Pamela, very closely at where the outstanding votes remain.
Yeah, that's right. And we are expecting results, Wolf, this morning that could help Joe Biden clinch this election. Let's look at what we have in Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Look at this, 163,000 mail-in ballots left. And any moment now, we are expecting Philadelphia to report the latest results. They had workers there overnight. There was a shift change, but we are expecting those results soon. Right now in Philadelphia, they have 50,000 outstanding ballots. The update is expected again any moment now. And then you look at Georgia, 10,000 ballots left to count. We saw Joe Biden take the lead in Georgia overnight. And then in Arizona, Maricopa County, the populous county there in Arizona, Democratic stronghold, 204,000 early ballots left there in Maricopa. The next update there should be coming at 11 a.m. Finally, in Nevada, Clark County, 51,000 ballots left. Again, Clark County, the home of Las Vegas, populous county there in Nevada, Democratic stronghold. Next update there at 1 p.m. We're watching this all very closely. We'll bring you the latest updates, Wolf, as soon as we get them.
Thanks very much, Pamela. We'll get back to you. You know, John King, we're looking at this contest, and you take a look at the popular vote nationwide, 91% of the vote is in. And Biden is beating Trump by more than 4 million votes.
And that, Wolf, likely to grow. Remember, we're still counting a lot of votes on the West Coast. We're counting votes coast to coast, actually, but a lot of votes still out in California. We don't pay much attention to it because it's reliably Democratic. But look, they're just at 77% of the count there. Joe Biden getting more than 8 million votes in California. So that one is going to grow, and that will be part of the legacy of this election. The first challenge, though, get one candidate to 270 electoral votes, and that's why the hours and perhaps even the minutes ahead could be decisive. Again, Pam just laid it out. You see Pennsylvania is still red on our map, but Georgia is blue. If you left us after midnight last night, that's the biggest change right there. Georgia has changed to blue. President Trump was leading. Joe Biden leads it now. Donald Trump cannot win re-election, cannot get to 270 unless he wins both of these states, which is why the weight on Pennsylvania is so critical. So let's start there. Let me turn this off and bring this out. You watch this here. At one point, Tuesday night into Wednesday, the president's lead was some 600,000 votes plus in Pennsylvania. It is now 18,049. As Pam noted, about 150,000 votes still outstanding, and we believe about 50,000 of them come right from here. Sorry, excuse me, touch there. In Philadelphia, the largest city in Pennsylvania, a Democratic stronghold. You see Joe Biden getting about 81% of the vote. As they count these mail-in ballots repeatedly throughout the day yesterday, his percentage is even higher because Democrats voted mostly by mail in this election. Republicans turned out on Election Day. So just right here, 50,000 plus votes to go. You see the lead of 18,000 right there. Simple math tells you Joe Biden can overcome that lead just in Philadelphia, but there are more votes out there. The suburban caller around Philadelphia, I'll move the map up a little bit. This is where Democrats build their lead. You see all that red, smaller rural counties. The president is very strong. The president has a higher vote total in Pennsylvania right now than he did 4 years ago when he flipped this state. But Democrats are voting too, and they're still counting the ballots. And Joe Biden, I said, is within striking distance. And Wolf, we're going to focus down here, Philadelphia and the suburbs. But again, if you move up here, Lehigh County, what's the big difference here? 4 years ago, you see 50 to 45. You come up here now, Joe Biden at 52, right? A little bit up here, and this was red most of the day yesterday. The Election Day vote had the president ahead. As they count these mail-in ballots, especially in these Democratic counties, the math is changing. This is southeast Pennsylvania. Let's go out to northwest Pennsylvania, the other corner of the state, Erie County, blue-collar town, not far from where Wolf Blitzer grew up in Buffalo, New York. Blue-collar place here, traditionally Democratic. 4 years ago, President Trump carried Erie County just barely, 49 to 47. This has been a battleground within the battleground, if you will. Red most of the day yesterday because President Trump won by big margins the Election Day vote. Democrats voted by mail. That's what they're counting last in this state. And you see, this flipped to blue last night, and there are still more votes. They're up to 95% right now. The point I'm making is where you see the deep blue on this map, Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, another place, 94%, some 36,000 ballots to be counted here. The ones that came in yesterday were coming in at 80% or more for Joe Biden. So you see that 60%, just shy of that, is what he's winning in the total vote. And remember, Election Day vote, early vote, mail-in vote. That's everything counted so far, but what is left to be counted is just the mail-in vote. And in those mail-in votes, Joe Biden consistently getting high 70s, sometimes over 80%. So the math tells you that Joe Biden, when they report more votes out of Philadelphia and these other communities across Pennsylvania, is going to pass that. The challenge in the end is by how much, because the president is making, at the moment, baseless. We have no public documentation of any of what the president is alleging, but without a doubt, you bring this out, 20 electoral votes, the biggest prize still on the board. That would put Joe Biden over the finish line. That would be an exclamation point if you keep that. And it's important to note, Joe Biden can win without either of these two states. He's in the lead in Georgia. We expect him to pass the president in Pennsylvania any minute now. He's also still leading in Arizona and Nevada. If he just holds those two states where they're still counting, he's the next president of the United States. This would be an exclamation point. That would be a statement because it was so important to the president 4 years ago. This is likely to be the decisive day, Wolf, as we count these votes.
It would be so important in recreating that blue wall with Michigan and Wisconsin already going for Biden if he got Pennsylvania as well. That would be the tradition.
Right, absolutely. So let's look at it that way. Let's go back to 2016. These three states right here, no offense to the other states that supported the president, but this was the big flip, right? Since 1992, the Democrats had carried Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, 20, 16, 10. When you're trying to get to 270, those are nice big building blocks, right? 20, 16, and 10. That was 4 years ago. Here is where we are now. Let me turn this off for you and come up here. This is where we are now. 1, Wisconsin, Biden. 2, Michigan, Biden. Pennsylvania, again, within minutes, keep your eye on this map, is likely to flip. Why is that important? You come over here. This is how Joe Biden is winning overwhelmingly. He has more votes right now than any candidate to ever run for president in the United States of America. That's not how, that's a great moral victory, and it's a statement for the Democrats, but that's not how we pick presidents. We pick presidents state by state. You need to get to 270 electoral votes. Joe Biden at 253. I just want to make this point because, again, he is leading here and he's leading here. That gets him to the finish line if he holds those leads. This would be a statement. Why would it be a statement? The point you just made. President Trump carried all three of these 4 years ago. Joe Biden said at the beginning of the campaign there was a great deal of skepticism among younger, more progressive Democrats. He said he was the guy who could turn these states back. It looks like he's on a path to that. Again, the president's going to challenge when we see that happens. And then this would be an additional statement if Joe Biden can hold this. The Sun Belt states, not since Bill Clinton was president of the United States as a Democrat, carried Georgia. So Joe Biden has the potential to get to 306. I just want to do a little other math here. There's a congressional district in Maine, conservative, rural Maine to the north. The president's leading there. It's not done yet, but we should assume, or at least give the president that. President's lead in North Carolina has held up. They're still counting votes there, but it's been a steady, consistent lead in a Republican-leaning state. And Alaska is counting slowly, but we expect that to come in Republican. That would get the president to 232 if Joe Biden, and again, I want to be clear, not called, not done, and not done. But Joe Biden is leading, and any minute now we expect new votes there. So Joe Biden has the opportunity to make a statement to get above 300. Just for a little history, you see 306 to 232. That's one scenario of how this could play out. If you go back in time, take this out. That's exactly how we ended 4 years ago with the president with 306. The president got his 306 because of that, but Joe Biden may flip this. There's a congressional district here he flipped, and he could be on the verge of flipping that. Still counting votes. Fascinating day.
In Pennsylvania, still 163,000 votes out there. All eyes on Pennsylvania right now. We're expecting a new vote count from Philadelphia momentarily that could put Joe Biden closer and closer to the presidency. Our special coverage continues right after this. Welcome back to our special coverage. Take a look at Pennsylvania right now. Very close. Trump still maintains a lead of about 18,000 votes, 49.5% to 49.2%. But any minute now, we're waiting for a big batch of votes to be coming in from Philadelphia. John King, there's what, about 50,000 votes outstanding in Philadelphia, mail-in ballots that could overwhelmingly go to Biden. That could flip the state.
Yes, and so let's get out to the total right now. You see the president with an 18,049 vote lead. Sorry, I was playing a little bit to go back through time just to watch what has changed in the state while we're in the break. And you see right now 18,049. I just want to go back in time to show people. Let's just go back and show. If you went away for a day or two, let me come back to the beginning here in Pennsylvania, and I'll load it up for you. This is where we were, and so this is why Republicans are saying, what's happening in Pennsylvania? Well, what's happening in Pennsylvania is they're counting votes. Election day, you see all this red. Republicans turned out on Election day, and as they counted the votes, look at the president. He pulls up a big lead there, 548,000. Then we come through, gets up to 589,000. This is Wednesday morning at 10. So Election day is Tuesday. They're still counting votes. We wake up Wednesday, and there we go. The president's lead starts to fall Wednesday afternoon. And you see by Wednesday night, it's down to 182,000. And you see here 146,000 as we go into Thursday. Then you come later in Thursday, it's down to 108, down to 73 by last night, 6:30 or so. You see they keep counting votes, 63,000 votes. You're down to 22,000 votes there, and then you come out live, and that's where we are now. There's another way to look at this, Wolf. If we can go back and do it one more time. I just want you to watch. I'm going to do this with a different function here. And you watch the color of these counties. And I'm going to go back to the beginning here, okay? Just watch. Let me explain this first. Deep red means you're winning at solid Republican. These countries, that means it's swinging, right? If it's more light, that means it's more even. This is blue. The Democrats are winning. You see here the swing. Just watch this play out over time. Again, this is how they counted the votes. There's nothing nefarious here. They counted the Election day vote first. The president got well ahead. Then they counted mail-in ballots, disproportionately Democratic, because that's how Democrats decided to vote in this COVID pandemic. Just watch as this plays out, special attention over here at this part of the state. As you see the count come in, you see these counties, you see the red here. That means the president is building votes. And you see statewide a 589,000 lead. And then you come through. You see here again a little bit more red. These are Philadelphia suburbs. This is Philadelphia, just north of it, still some red. Out here, Reading and Allentown. They're red. That means the president is carrying them. You see more red up here, more white here. That means it's pretty even and in dispute. And now we're at Wednesday at 11 o'clock, 182,000 statewide lead for the president of the United States. They keep counting mail-in ballots. This stays pretty steady here. Now watch as we get later into the count. This one goes from red back to in play, switches to blue. This is Thursday night, last night, 6:30 p.m. The lead down to 73,000 and change. And you come in here and you just watch this play out. More votes. They're counting the mail-in votes. They're disproportionately Democratic. So then you start to see the swing, follow it through to the finish line. You get to 10-10, and then we come out where we are now, 18,049 votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just think about that, put it into perspective. Shy of 20,000 votes, 3.2 million, 3.2 million, nearly approaching 3.3 million for each candidate. So what are we waiting for now? Let me turn this function off, come back to the live votes. We are waiting for the votes. Some more in suburban county, suburban Montgomery County, they're up to 95%, but the decisive votes likely to come right here. City of Philadelphia, 12% of the vote statewide. It is the first building block of any Democratic win statewide in Pennsylvania. You have to run it up here. Joe Biden is doing that. 526,000 votes. That's the key number, Wolf. 92%. We expect some 50,000 ballots to come in from Philadelphia. We are told some of them could come any minute. That could be the decisive vote here, but it's not the only vote still out. Again, there's been a methodical decline in the president's lead as they count these mail-in ballots in Philadelphia in the suburbs. I just showed you how Lehigh County changed. This is Allentown, blue-collar territory in eastern Pennsylvania. It was red to start the day yesterday. It is blue now because they're counting the ballots. There are still a few more there. And then southeast Pennsylvania is the anchor of any Democratic win in a competitive race statewide in Pennsylvania. But then the Democrats, you can pad it by doing this. This was red. Late in the evening last night, this went from red to blue as they count the mail-in ballots. Still a few left in Erie County, 50% essentially if you round up to 49%. And then if Joe Biden needs a cushion, we expect him to get more votes here. If he needs a cushion, there are still 36 100,000 ballots or so to be counted in the Pittsburgh area, Allegheny County.
Yeah, 163,000 in the entire state that we're waiting for, and we'll start getting those numbers very soon. At any moment, we're expecting a new vote count from Philadelphia that could change everything for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania and potentially in the race for the White House. Our special coverage continues right after this. We're about to get new numbers from Pennsylvania. Right now, President Trump maintains his 18,000 vote lead over Joe Biden, 49.5% to 49.2%. But that could change fairly quickly. Kate Baldwin is in Philadelphia for us, getting new information. We know there are about, Kate, 50,000 outstanding votes in Philadelphia where you are. What are we anticipating?
Yeah, well, so the outstanding number is 50,000 votes to be counted. We just got an update from a source that in about 10 to 15 minutes, they will be posting their next update, and it will be north of 20,000 votes counted. So that will cut significantly into the number of outstanding mail-in ballots to be counted here in Philadelphia. As we know, that has been a big question of when was Philadelphia going to wrap up? When were they going to get it done? I've been told by sources it has been a full court press to move through these ballots, get them through the process, and get the information uploaded to their website. But the focus all throughout is not to rush, they stress to me over and over. It is to get it right. And by right, I mean, they mean accurate. But that is where they are. They've been working throughout the night. It's been fluid this morning in terms of when the next updates would come, but you can only work as fast as you can get the ballots, and everyone involved in that process is going to move and to do it appropriately, accurately, securely, all throughout. But that is the latest update. We should be learning a significant update, 10 to 15 minutes, something north of 20,000 votes going counted here in Philadelphia.
And I assume we'll get the remaining 30,000 in Philadelphia, Kate, in the hours that follow later today, right?
It would not surprise me. Look, we were 50,000 outstanding when we woke up or just didn't fall asleep overnight. And it would not surprise me at all if they finished it up today.
Yeah, all right, we'll watch it very closely, Kate. Thank you very much. 10 to 15 minutes. Could get John King another 20,000 votes. Right now, Trump is ahead by about 18,000 votes.
We'll come out to statewide so you can see that. He's ahead by 18,049 votes. If you get 20,000 votes, Joe Biden has been winning over 80% of the votes when we get them. So if Donald Trump's if it's 80-20, the president would still be in the lead when you count 20,000 votes, but just barely. And so the question is, how far north? Kate says north of 20,000 votes. Is it 25,000 votes? Is it 30,000 votes? If it's 30,000 votes, somewhere in that ballpark, and they come in as they were yesterday, 80% plus for Joe Biden, then just that vote count alone could change the math. We'll see. Let's count them when they come in. But just to put it, just to remember, 18,000 vote lead right now, 18,000 and change, and you have, as you noted in your conversation with Kate, 50,000 still to come. If we get 20,000 plus, number one, the lead is in peril. Number two, it will tell us, are we continuing the pattern? That's what we're looking for. If you're President Trump, you've been watching in the last 12, 15 hours this snowball coming down a hill of Joe Biden getting 80% when they bring in these votes, 80% when they bring in more votes, sometimes 85% when more of these mail ballots are counted from county to county across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So if you're in the Trump campaign, you need to stop that snowball. And, just simple gravity now. It's coming down faster. So is there any indication Donald Trump's going to get that kind of luck or that kind of change in momentum out of Philadelphia? I'm skeptical. But let's watch the votes when they come in. And so what happens then is, as they count those votes there, is if that flips, 20,000 votes wouldn't be enough to do it, most likely, unless, Joe Biden wins them all. But as you go through the count, more to come from Allegheny, a few more to come from Erie, more to come from the suburbs around here. There is this inevitability to this unless we see some evidence that somehow in the mail ballots being counted, all of a sudden, Republicans start to do better. But again, for anyone who hasn't watched from the beginning, you see all this sea of red. Yes, the president turned out his votes. Those are more votes, 3.2 million, almost 3.3, more votes than the president received in Pennsylvania 4 years ago. But Democrats are coming out too, and that's why Joe Biden is charging. They counted the election day votes first. That's all that red, Republican votes. They're counting the mail-in ballots now. Democrats voted disproportionately by mail. So there's nothing nefarious happening here. They're counting votes in a democracy in the sequence in which this state decided to count them. I want to say this one more time, Wolf, because there's so much being said, by the president himself and by the president's supporters that this is somehow wrong. It is not wrong. The state of Ohio did it the opposite way. They counted the mail-in ballots first. If you were with us on election night, we were here saying, wow, Joe Biden is in play in Ohio, a traditionally Republican state, and this was blue for a long time because they counted the mail-in ballots first, and they were disproportionately Democratic. And then they counted the election day vote. The president ran up and has an impressive win in the state of Ohio. This played out. The Democrats are not screaming fraud. They watched people count the votes. They just counted them in a reverse order. The mail ballots first. Joe Biden pulled ahead. The election day vote second. Donald Trump caught him and passed him and has an impressive win. Good for the president in battleground Ohio. They're just doing it here in reverse order. That was the state's decision. Each state in the United States of America decides how to administer its elections. They thought in this state, and they were right, they would be overwhelmed with high turnout on election day. They wanted to count that vote first. They set the mail ballots aside because of state law and the like. They thought that was the best way to do it. They're counting them now. That's what's happening. We call it math, and Joe Biden inevitably is about to pass that. Will it come from the next installment of votes? We'll see. How north of 20,000 is Philadelphia when we get those votes any minute? And even if it doesn't get you all the way there, the question is, does the Biden momentum continue, or is there any evidence the president is stopping it? Mark me down as skeptical that evidence would come out of Philadelphia.
You and I spoke to Democratic Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania yesterday. There's still 163,000 votes outstanding in the entire state of Pennsylvania, 50,000 in Philadelphia itself. But he was suggesting that given the fact that these are mail-in ballots and and Biden does really well, maybe 70, 80%, he thought in the end, when all the vote in Pennsylvania was counted, Biden might have a lead maybe as much as 100,000 votes over Trump. I think it's probably more realistic to think maybe 50 or 60,000. But what do you think?
Well, we should know much more by the end of the day. But Senator Casey has that view. I did some math yesterday in a conservative count, again, saying how it was trending for Biden. I got up to 50,000 vote margin. But again, we'll watch the come in. But here, just if you're trying to think at home, what is the probability of Joe Biden not only passing that, but then keeping it? Again, 160,000 votes and change still out. If Joe Biden gets 55, 56%, he would pass. He would have the lead at the end of the day. 55 or 56%, he would have the lead at the end of the day when they're all counted. Well, if you were with us yesterday, you understand this. In these mail-in ballots, he is consistently getting 79%, 80%. In some of these counties, higher than 80%. He only needs 56. So that's the key. Watch the trend line. If Joe Biden continues to get high 60s or 70s, or even in Philadelphia, he's been getting over 80% of the vote as they count these mail-in ballots, then that means the snowball is still rolling and gaining steam.
And the president has himself at least partially to blame the fact that Biden does so well with the mail-in ballots, because he was ridiculing these mail-in ballots throughout the remaining weeks of the campaign, telling his voters, go out there and vote in person, don't trust the mail.
Right. The president said that would be rigged, that would be fraudulent, that would be open to fraud. There's zero evidence of that. Again, the president's comeback in Ohio tells you a Democrat can take a lead with mail-in votes, a Republican can overcome it with election day votes. In the end, you're counting votes. You can count them in different sequences. Some counties do it in different order. In the end, they're all counted, and you do the math, and you see the winner. And again, as the president complains about it here, a Democratic governor who he has complained about throughout the COVID crisis, a Democrat here, the president complains there's something going on in the city of Philadelphia. It's Democrats. I just want to remind people, I'm sorry, not that one, this one here, in Georgia, this is a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State, and the exact same thing happened. The president built a giant lead in the election day vote. Then they start counting the mail-in ballots. Joe Biden now 1,000 votes ahead, a little more than that in the state of Georgia. It's the same exact thing in a Republican state here with a Republican administration doing what they're supposed to do, taking their partisan hat off, setting it aside, and counting votes.
Still about 10,000 votes in Georgia outstanding right now. So that lead that Biden, and those are mail-in ballots as well, potentially that lead could increase for Biden in Georgia.
Yes, because again, it's almost been exactly the same as what we've had in Pennsylvania, in that again, they counted the Republican votes on Election Day. The president turned out a lot of votes. 2020, 2.4 million for the president of the United States. In Georgia, he won with just over 2 million votes. The president turned out his vote. This is not a question of Republicans not turning out to support the president. The president turned out his vote in Georgia. His rallies there in the final days clearly helped intensify Republican turnout on Election Day. Democrats had a clear strategy. Stay safe. COVID. Don't get stuck in a long line. Vote by mail. That's what they did. They're counting those ballots later. And again, we've seen it in just about every state. Joe Biden is getting very high percentages of the mail-in ballots. And again, as the president, give the president a chance. Let him try to document anything he sees. But what he has said so far, he has not attached any evidence to. And if it's happening in Pennsylvania, why hasn't he said it in Georgia? There's a Republican governor here, a Democratic governor there. What they are doing is counting votes. And as they count them overnight, Georgia went from red to blue. Any minute, we're expecting more votes here. And again, just to button it up, the President of the United States cannot win re-election unless he wins that and that.
So we're waiting for Pennsylvania, another batch, maybe 20,000 plus, according to Kate Baldwin, about to come in. In the meantime, let's check back with Jake.
Thanks, Wolf. And as we wait for the votes to come in from Pennsylvania and Georgia and Nevada and Arizona, it does appear as though Joe Biden is on the cusp of some big news today. Let's check in with the Biden campaign. Jeff Zeleny is in Wilmington, Delaware for us. And Jeff, nothing has been called. Nothing is definitive. But Joe Biden has to be able to read the writing on the wall. Is he preparing for the moment that might come soon?
Jake, there's no question the Biden campaign is preparing for this moment. Of course, he will be delivering a speech at some point when the race is called. If that's during the daytime hours, the afternoon hours, or the evening hours, the stage that you've seen behind me all week is set and awaiting. But that is not all the Biden team is doing. They're also moving to make other announcements of this transition team, which has been in place for several months. On Labor Day, they announced a transition team. That's not being presumptuous. That is required by law of all presidential nominees to have a transition team in place. So that is what they will do. And I'm told that they plan to occupy this space fairly quickly of president-elect. They plan to make announcements in some respect of who will be leading this organization in other ways, perhaps some big names on that, but they're going to move forward on this. This, of course, is a serious time for the country with coronavirus, the economic challenges, other threats facing this country. So look for Joe Biden, once this race is called, again, they are not getting ahead of themselves here, but look for them to move quickly with some transition announcements here. That is what is going on behind the scenes. But I can tell you, Jake, the former vice president and his aides have their eyes on Pennsylvania, like the rest of the country and indeed the world, to see what happens in that state first. Jake?
All right, Jeff Zeleny with the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. And I can't help but think about this, Abby, that Joe Biden, his basic pitch to Democratic voters was, I can rebuild that blue wall. I'm a son of Scranton. I can talk to people in the Midwest, in Wisconsin and Michigan. I'm going to be able to bring us the presidency. And while we have not called Pennsylvania, it is trending in that direction. And it does appear that Joe Biden will be able to deliver on that promise to Democratic voters.
Right. Holding the blue wall is a two-pronged task for Democrats. It was recovering some losses that from 4 years ago in some more purple counties in some of these states like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, and it's juicing the turn up in the big cities like in Detroit and like in Philadelphia. And it seems like we've already called Wisconsin and Michigan. Joe Biden was able to do that. The trend in Pennsylvania is that he was also able to do that. He narrowed Trump's margins in some of these counties that Trump even won, but it's really in Philadelphia that will deliver potentially as early as this morning the flip that we've all been waiting for. 50,000 outstanding votes, the lion's share going to Joe Biden would take him over the top, and that is because of black voters in large part. It's because of Democrats who came out in massive numbers, even while President Trump had his supporters come out in very large numbers in some of the more rural parts of the state.
That's right. The reason the blue wall crumbled 4 years ago is what you just described didn't happen, the last part, meaning Democrats didn't come out for Hillary Clinton in the numbers that she needed in the cities, in the suburbs, particularly in Pennsylvania. But it's not as if this time Donald Trump was a slouch. I mean, he did extraordinarily well in the places he did well 4 years ago. And just the total number already, we're still waiting for votes. And already Pennsylvania is about close to 400,000 votes more now in 2020 total than 4 years ago, which tells the story that you were just describing. Democrats who stayed home for Hillary Clinton came out for Joe Biden, and it is because of his pitch. And also, let's be honest, because they wanted to vote against Donald Trump.
Right, and I think, I mean, the Trump presidency 4 years ago was theoretical, and there was also this perception that the election was in the bag for Hillary Clinton. So I don't know if it was a lack of enthusiasm for Hillary Clinton, or sexism, or misogyny, or what?
All of the above.
Or all of the above. But it all meant that they didn't turn out in these numbers. Now the Trump presidency is not theoretical. it is a reality, and people did turn out for the Democrat. A potentially game-changing new vote count is expected any minute from the great city of Philadelphia. Will this put Joe Biden in the lead in Pennsylvania, the all-important Keystone State? Stay with us. Our special coverage continues next. Welcome back to day 4 of CNN's Election Night in America. You're looking right now at live pictures from the Philadelphia Convention Center where votes are being tabulated. We expect some new votes to come in from the great city of Philadelphia any minute now. The margin is razor thin in Pennsylvania, the Keystone State. Whoever wins Pennsylvania, if it's Joe Biden, that could mean he is well on his way to the presidency, but nothing has been called yet. We are waiting to see. Of course, the writing is on the wall. It has been trending in Biden's direction for several days now in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, and in Nevada. Let's check in with Caitlin Collins, who is covering the Trump White House for us. And Caitlin, at a time like this, any normal president would be preparing 2 speeches, a victory speech and a concession speech. That's a normal president, of course. President Trump likes to do things his own way. Is there any preparation going on for President Trump to get bad news?
No, and I'm actually being told by sources that in recent days, the president has said he has no plans to concede this election to Joe Biden, even if his path to victory is effectively blocked, which it could be by a Biden win in Pennsylvania or in somewhere like Georgia. But despite that, the president has said that he has no plans to concede this election as he has continued to push this baseless claim that the election is being stolen from him. And Jake, the question that immediately follows that, I think, is who around the president is being frank and honest with him about his chances of getting a second term in the White House? And I'm told that one person who is not is the Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, who has effectively been feeding the president's claims about voter fraud, about this being stolen from him, about this conspiracy that he touted in the briefing room yesterday, that they are stealing this election from him, but of course not from Republicans down the ballot. And Mark Meadows is not someone who has been frank with the president about his claims and about whether or not there is evidence to back up what the president is saying. So that creates this conversation about who is going to be the person that's going to reckon with the president and tell him that his time in office could be coming to an end. And that's a conversation that I'm told the president's allies are still having. They're not sure who that person is going to be. They've talked about Jared Kushner, figured out who it is that's going to bring the president to terms with reality, to realize that there is a real chance here that he could lose this election, and he could lose it sooner than he thinks. And instead, the president has been operating on this idea that he is going to continue to push these claims, and somehow that's going to buy him time. And Jake, that just doesn't appear to be the case right now. And so the question is, if the president is refusing to concede this election, even if it's clear he has no path to victory, what is the next step for the White House? And are they going to have some kind of what amounts to basically an intervention with the president to get him to come to terms with what's actually going on and what the map is showing?
It's just hard to believe that that is where we are as a country. Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. Let's bring in Ben Ginsburg. He's a Republican election official. Is he there with us? Are we going to him right now? There he is. Ben, let me ask you, first of all, I have seen no credible evidence of voter fraud in any way. What is the president's legal strategy here, if there is one? And what is the possible path he could take, a credible path?
Well, the credible path is to actually be able to produce evidence in the individual states to show fraud, to throw the results in doubt. So far, we've seen absolutely nothing that would rise to that level. Bombastic statements do not work in the recount and contest proceedings in states. You have to show about individual ballots. What's also true, and I know this from experience, if you haven't developed the evidence on Election Day in real time, you're not going to be able to mount it and collect it afterwards. And you're at the stage where staffers are sleep deprived and not wanting to face reality. So there will be all sorts of legal conspiracy theories. But the president doesn't have many options absent real evidence.
And Ben, I guess one of the questions I have, you're a longtime Republican, respected Republican attorney in Washington, D.C. Is there anyone in this city, any Republican elected official or leader, who has the ability to put the United States of America as its top priority, as his or her top priority, and go to President Trump and deliver to him the reality that it looks as though he's going to lose and he needs to prepare to concede and move on? Is there anyone capable of that?
Well, the people who would have to do it are the people who hold his electoral fate in their hands. And at that point, it becomes the Republicans in the House and Senate. I think that his speech last night tells you that there's nobody within the White House who can tell him that. I mean, honestly, the staffers, the White House staffers I've worked with, would have not allowed their principal to go out and give remarks like he gave last night. But the direct answer to your question is his strategy has to be a play in the Congress when the electoral college slates are given to Congress. And those folks, the members of the House and Senate, who have to vote on that, going to him and saying, we're not going to be with you, you're on your own here, would be the message that would get him to stop. In other words, it's not an appeal to patriotism, it's the sheer raw political power of votes in Congress.
Hey, Ben, it's Dana Bash. Can you just drill down on that a little bit more? How would that work, what you just described?
Well, the way it works is that on December the 14th, in each state capital in the country, you look at the certified results of that state, and whoever wins it gets his slate of electors. Those slates of electors get taken to Congress. Congress opens them, receives them on December 26th. The House of Representatives opens them on January 6th, new House. And members at that point can object to a slate of electors. At that point, both the House and the Senate go in their separate chambers, debate it, have to agree on an objection to a slate. Obviously, with a Republican Senate and a Democratic House, that's not going to happen. And so the slates get accepted.
Yeah. So
and then you move on.
So that is a scenario that the Constitution obviously put in place for one of the worst case scenarios. But before we even get to that potential space, one of the questions is Pennsylvania, because we've already heard Republicans like Lindsey Graham put into question whether or not the electors could be seated in Pennsylvania. Is that part of the Trump legal strategy, if there is one that you see, to try to delay that?
Yeah. I think you have to put legal strategy in quotes there. Right. So at this point, it's the fevered pipe dreams of, gee, what can we do now? We're not going to give up. And the direct answer to that is that you would try and go in an individual state like Pennsylvania, claim that there were so many votes in dispute, so much fraud, so much irregularities, that in point of fact, the Secretary of State can't certify the final results. And so at that point, there is no official declared winner in a state. That throws the ball back to the state about it. You're going to not have electors go into the Electoral College. That's the scenario where a state legislature.
Ben, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. Ben, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. Thank you so much for your expertise there. I'm going to go to Wolf Blitzer right now.
Joe Biden takes the lead in Pennsylvania, a major development right now. Take a look at this. Biden, 49.4%. Trump, 49.3%. Biden takes the lead. He is ahead by 5,587 votes. With the votes that have just come in, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Biden takes the lead. Let's go over to John King and see what's going on. John, this is a dramatic development. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania.
Dramatic and potentially decisive. The president cannot win re-election without Pennsylvania and without Georgia. Overnight, Georgia flipped blue. Seconds ago, Pennsylvania flipped to the blue. You cannot understate this moment. It's not over. Still counting votes. But Joe Biden now in the lead in Pennsylvania, in the lead in Georgia, in the lead in Nevada, in the lead in Arizona. More than enough to win the presidency right now. So let's see what just happened in Pennsylvania. It is blue right now. Remember, it was red in 2016. Donald Trump won the presidency in part because of this state. He was ahead, Donald Trump was, just moments ago by a little more than 18,000 votes. Joe Biden now, 5,587 votes ahead. The votes came in from right here in Philadelphia just moments ago. Joe Biden now at 313,000 votes. You see 95% of the vote in. Important to note, Wolf, there are still more votes to get. That's Montgomery County. I'm sorry, I touched the wrong line. 95% of the votes in Philadelphia, 80% from Philadelphia right here. As you watch the president, important to note, there are still more votes to come from Philadelphia, but they just updated their vote count. And as they did, again, the president of the United States moments ago had an 18,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden now, 5,587 vote lead, and that math has been
All right, let's go through the numbers. We just got the numbers, the exact numbers from Philadelphia that just came in. We'll share them with our viewers right now. Biden, let's start off with Biden. He got 27,396 votes. Trump got 3,760 votes. Biden got 87% of the votes. There were 31,412 votes that were just tallied, that just came in. You can see what's going on. 87% of that vote came in for Biden. As a result, he has now taken the lead in Pennsylvania by 5,587 votes.
And this is a very important number. That is overwhelming math. You can do that. Your eyes tell you that. That's overwhelming math. But this is the important number because we have seen it consistently out of these Democratic strongholds. As we came in this morning, Joe Biden needed to win 55, 56% of the outstanding vote in Pennsylvania to overtake the president's lead. 55, 56%. We keep seeing this as the votes come in, upwards, north of 80%, 87% in the latest installment. When you talked to Kate Baldwin just a short time ago, she said they would report north of 20,000 votes. They did. They came in north of 30,000 votes here, and that was the question. How many votes, and what would the percentage be? There was an 18,000 vote lead for the president of the United States. You could just do this math at home. That 27,000 overtook. That not nearly enough to offset it. 87% out of this count in Philadelphia. I just want to move this up again because this is now the potentially decisive moment in the race. Joe Biden pulls ahead. Again, that's close. The president, we're going to count the rest of the votes. The president is making allegations of all sorts of bad things. Please jump in.
There's another potentially 20,000 votes outstanding in Philadelphia alone. We're waiting for those numbers.
Right, 20,000 more votes here in Philadelphia. A small number of votes, too, in the suburban collar counties around Philadelphia, which are voting overwhelmingly for Joe Biden. Overwhelmingly for Joe Biden anyway, even more so in these mail-in ballots. Plus, you have votes to come from Allentown in the Lehigh Valley. You have more votes to come from Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh. And again, if you've been with us over the last 24 hours, when these mail-in ballots come in, they are coming in overwhelmingly 70% or higher. And as we note, let me pull this back down. I mean, this has been a trend continuing, especially Philadelphia, obviously the Democratic city in southeastern Pennsylvania, but 87% of the ballots. Joe Biden needed 55, 56 to overtake the president. He's getting 86, 87%. If that continues, not only do you have a lead, but you build a lead. And again, to come back out, just look at this map right now. If you look here and here and here, this is what we're still waiting on today. Joe Biden leads, leads, and leads. I circle those states because if you go back to 2016, Trump state, Trump state, Trump state, and more significantly, remember this. This was the whole reason Donald Trump is president. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, that's 2016. Here is where we stand on this decisive day of the 2020 election. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, back in the Democratic fold for now. Still some votes to count. Joe Biden now, though, more than enough, if this holds, more than enough to get across the finish line.
And let's not forget, as we've been pointing out all along, Pennsylvania, with its 20 electoral votes, more than enough, more than enough. Even if he loses everything else, if Biden wins just Pennsylvania, he's got 253 right now. If he gets those 20, that's 273. You need 270. He's the president-elect.
And there it is. That's why the president was so mad in the briefing room yesterday. 253 right now, 20. That's the largest prize still on the board. That alone would get Joe Biden to 273. And just a reminder, Joe Biden leads here, Joe Biden leads here, Joe Biden leads here. So Joe Biden has the potential to get to 306 electoral college votes. That's exactly the total President Trump won 4 years ago. And again, to be careful, we're going to continue to count the votes and respect the process. But what you see right now, the trajectory in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden narrowed it. Now he has overtaken the president, and we expect that lead to grow in the hours ahead. Same thing happened overnight here in Georgia. Joe Biden's lead, they count the mail-in ballots. He eclipsed the president. We have some counting to do. The president has narrowed the lead in Arizona. Joe Biden still leads, but it's the president who has narrowed the lead in recent hours there. We'll continue to count votes throughout the day. But, Wolf, do not understate this moment. That one blue, this one blue. The president cannot win re-election without both of those states. They have now flipped to Joe Biden. They are blue. The trajectory of this race has turned in a decisive way.
I want to check in with David Chelian, our political director. David, as you know, Biden has taken the lead in Pennsylvania right now, 20 electoral votes, but CNN is not yet ready to make a projection. Tell our viewers why.
Well, what's happening now is that we got this new vote installment. You see that 5,587 vote lead. So what our decision desk is now doing, Wolf, is calculating what do we know about the outstanding vote in Pennsylvania. What do we know about the rate it's been coming in? As John is explaining, we keep seeing, I think you said it was 87% of this vote installment in Philadelphia went to Joe Biden. That kind of rate in how Trump and Biden are splitting these remaining votes are going to the calculations. And we need to see a level of confidence when we're looking for these calculations that the candidate in second place, now Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, is not at all likely to overtake the candidate in first place, now Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. When we get to that level of confidence that that cannot happen, then a projection gets made. So now with this small lead that Joe Biden has taken here, 5,000 votes, we will be looking at those calculations, seeing if we can get to a level of confidence that Donald Trump is not going to overtake Joe Biden with all that we understand about the vote outstanding, where it's from, the fact that it's very pro-Biden mail vote that is mostly outstanding. We will feed that into the analysis. And when we get to that level of confidence, we'll be able to make a projection. As John said, that may take additional votes to come in. We'll see as we continue to crunch the numbers.
You know, it's interesting, David, because there were 163,000 outstanding votes in Pennsylvania. 31,000 came in Philadelphia right now. Biden got the overwhelming majority, 87% of those votes. So there are still about another 130,000, rough numbers, 130,000 votes outstanding, David, in Pennsylvania right now. So we're waiting to see how those unfold. We do anticipate that Biden will win decisively because those are mail-in ballots.
Right. And we know we have been seeing Joe Biden winning these mail ballots, not just sort of 75-25, 80-20. I mean, look at what just happened in Philadelphia. He got 87% of them. And we know, by the way, there's still a bunch of vote in Philadelphia to count. So when that kind of Biden advantage vote gets put into the vote totals, it just boosts that level of confidence that this will be potentially out of reach for Donald Trump. This current lead at the moment, we're taking a look to see if it gives us that necessary level of confidence. But in the meantime, we will await more vote to come into Pennsylvania as we continue to make those calculations.
Let's go back to John. So about 130,000 votes still outstanding in the state of Pennsylvania right now. Do we know roughly where those votes are?
Yes, and let me say this at the top. The president now, because Joe Biden is in the lead, would have to win 52% of the remaining votes to catch up and to have a narrow lead. He would have to win 52%. And as David just noted, it's very important. Consistently in the last 24 hours, when we're counting these mail-in ballots, even in Republican counties, even in the red counties you see here, I'll just give you one. We got some votes here yesterday in Mercer County. You see the president's winning by a lopsided margin. The votes that came in Mercer County yesterday were 80% plus for Joe Biden because Democrats are voting by mail. It might not be a lot of votes, but that has been a trend we have seen consistently. So you pull this out now, where are the votes still out? As David just noted, we know there's several still, many still, thousands here in Philadelphia. Joe Biden, in the last installment from Philadelphia, had 87% of the vote. So your expectation is, you see, he's winning 81% right now in the total vote. That's Election Day vote, in-line early voting, and Election Day vote, and mail-in votes, excuse me. The mail-in votes are even lopsided more disproportionately. So there are some there, and you just click around. Montgomery County here is up to 95%, so there's a few ballots that could come in during the day. You look here, you come around to Chester County at 95%. Want to check down here in Delaware County, 95%. So they're largely done, right? They're largely done, but there are still some more votes to come in. If they come in from there, they're disproportionately Democratic. You come up to Lehigh County, now up to 95% as well. So they are progressing in this count. But we do know this. We do know this. There are more than 36,000 votes, some of which we expect this morning. Later, 5 o'clock in the evening is when we're told we'll get the bulk of them. Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and the surrounding area. And look, Joe Biden in the total vote, including Election Day, is getting nearly 60%. And again, every time we see just the mail-in subset, Joe Biden is 70% or higher, mostly 80% or higher. So the trajectory in the math tells you. I just want to come back out and check on Erie County. Again, they look for the population centers first, and they're up to 95% here. So we have these ballots out. That tells you you'll have a smattering. You'll have some counties. Philadelphia, we know there's a bunch. In the suburbs, we know there are some. And Lehigh, as I just said, they're up here to 95%. I just want to check up in Lackawanna County, which is Scranton, up here, 95%. So you're going to have a couple hundred here, a couple hundred here. Where we know there are thousands is in the city of Philadelphia. And what we know from the last 24 hours is they are trending Joe Biden's way, and quite convincingly.
There are 20,000 outstanding in Philadelphia right now, and if Biden continues to get 80, he got 87% of the first 30,000 that just came in. He continues to get 85, let's say, percent of that remaining 20,000. That lead that he has right now, 5,500 or whatever it is going to go up dramatically.
Right, and again, even Philadelphia now up to 95%. So we're marching closer and closer to a full and complete count. And as David noted, our excellent people out on the decision desk who are running the math, they're checking in with these counties, checking in with statewide officials, what's out, and you look at the probability. I mean, statistically, we have watched what has happened over the last 24 hours as these mail-in votes have been counted. Again, we came in this morning, and that was an 18,000 vote lead for the president. It was a little bigger than that, actually, and then they started to come in from Philadelphia beginning and other places. 18,000, now 5,500. So the challenge, if you're the president, you need to win 52% of the remaining outstanding ballots, is for votes to come in and for us to see, bam, he stopped it. But we have not seen that in the last 24 hours. Every single place, again, even in these ruby red counties, when votes are coming in, they're at 95% here. We are seeing, because of the way people voted, Election Day, that's all that red, vote by mail, disproportionately, overwhelmingly so Democratic. We just saw 87% in Philadelphia. We've seen 82, 83% as we go through these other counties. So everything we have seen and everything that has been counted in the last 24 hours tells us that lead is going to grow. But our people, very smart people, are out there crunching the numbers. They want to see a few more votes to make sure that the trajectory continues.
Even in the red counties, Biden does so much better with these mail-in ballots than he did with the day of ballots.
Right. So you come out here to Westmoreland County in western Pennsylvania. This is a big part of the Trump base. Very popular, right? And it's the 10th largest. 67 counties in Pennsylvania. It's the 10th. The president runs it up in the tiny counties. This is a modest county, right? You see the vote totals there, 127 to 69,000. But even here, this is the uniqueness of this election because of the coronavirus and because of the different ways of voting. The uniqueness of this election is on Election Day, the president runs it up. He gets 64% in Westmoreland County. And again, I just want to make this point. We go back in time here, 64% 4 years ago when the president carried Pennsylvania. Not a lot changed in terms of the counties swinging back and forth. What changed is more people voted, and the Democrats at the moment are winning the turnout war in Pennsylvania. But even when this happens, the president gets 64%. When they count just the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is getting 70% or 80% or higher because that's how Democrats voted. There's nothing wrong with that. They're just counting votes. They counted the Election Day first. The president posted a big lead, not only in Westmoreland County, but statewide. Again, the lead here was up above 600,000 votes because they counted the Election Day balloting first as they count the other ballots you see, 55, 87, and counting.
The Democrats, a lot of Democrats wanted to vote by mail because of the coronavirus pandemic. They didn't necessarily want to wait at long lines at polling stations on Election Day. Republicans, on the other hand, were told by the president, don't use the mail-in, go vote personally.
And you had two very different strategies, and the challenge today is to see if Joe Biden crosses the finish line. It looks very likely that that could happen. Now, there will be challenges. There will be, they will go back and recheck the ballots and everything. There might be recounts in some of these states, but we are potentially within minutes even, if not hours, of Joe Biden crossing the threshold. That's the challenge. That's the immediate challenge. But to your point, one of the lessons of this pandemic election will be if you make it easier for people to vote, meaning expanding the options, mail-in, or expanded early voting where you can vote in person, drop boxes, although that's a controversy in some states, and Election Day turnout, what happens? Both candidates get more votes. Both political parties get significantly more votes than they did. More people participate in a democracy no matter who wins. That's a win right there. And you see Joe Biden, 73.8 million votes. Joe Biden's going to hit 74 million votes today as we count these votes. The President of the United States could well reach 70 million votes. Let's just go back in time to the last election, 65-62. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton wins the popular vote, but loses because of the Electoral College, and again, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Won the popular vote, right? You see there, 65-62. Fast forward, 73-70, if you round the president up there, with votes still coming in. Joe Biden could well reach 75 million votes. So in this pandemic election, the challenges of voting, the safety issues and the like, expand the opportunities, expand the ways you can vote, plus the intensity. Let's make no mistake about that. There's intensity on both sides in this election because of our polarized politics. You get more voters. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Now we count them. And again, the decisive moment we are at is because that has gone from red to blue. That has gone from red to blue overnight. Joe Biden now, beyond knocking at the door, he is on the verge of getting 270 electoral votes. If that trend line continues in Pennsylvania, let's just take a look. We haven't seen this in some time. Still 1,097 there. So these are very narrow leads for Joe Biden. But again, the trajectory has been methodically chipping away at the president's leads in both of those states, now starting to methodically build leads of his own as we count more votes in Georgia and in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Biden is now ahead of Trump in Pennsylvania by 5,587 votes. That's significant, Jake, because that number almost certainly is going to go up in the next hour or two or three. Biden is going to build his lead in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
That's right, Wolf. We are witnessing democracy in action. We are witnessing history in the making. Joe Biden on the verge of becoming the next 46th president of the United States. We have not declared Pennsylvania or Georgia or Arizona or Nevada yet, but he leads in all 4 states as they count the legally cast votes by the American people in those 4 states. Let's check in with Jeff Zeleny, who covers the Biden campaign for us. He's in Wilmington, Delaware. Jeff, we are on the edge of a historic moment right now.
We are indeed, Jake, and there are many signs happening here in Wilmington and around Delaware that are pointing to this moment almost happening. Yes, Joe Biden, if he were to be elected, would be the oldest president in the U.S. There's much history being happening here. We will get to that when it comes, but there are also some urgent things happening right now. There's a national defense airspace, I'm told, that has been placed over the Biden's home. This is coming from our aviation correspondent, Pete Montine, who says there will be a national defense airspace that is put over the Biden home, which is protocol here when something like this is on the verge of happening. We have also seen with our own eyes in recent days, and certainly in the last several hours, there are more Secret Service agents present, and they are beefing up their force, which comes with every president-elect. So when that happens, they will be in place with the former vice president. They will become part of Joe Biden's detail, should that happen. So, Jake, there are a variety of things happening here in Wilmington that, of course, are amplifying what is happening on the ground in Pennsylvania and indeed those other battleground states across the country. We are still not aware of when there would be a speech today here in Wilmington, but again, that stage is still set up behind us. So many things happening behind the scenes, but security is changing here, Jake, and that is because of what's happening in Pennsylvania. Jake.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. And Dan Abash, one of the things that you have to give Joe Biden credit for, although, again, we have not declared anything, is it is incredibly difficult to defeat an incumbent president.
Yes.
It has only happened, I believe, 4 other times in American history. And Joe Biden is on the verge of making it happen a 5th time.
That's right. Most one-term presidents are one-term for other reasons, not because they tried and failed. And Joe Biden has tried and failed before to be president, and it looks like the 3rd time might be a charm if we look at the vote totals on the right of the screen there. And there's going to be a lot to discuss about how he got to this place. The unlikely, absolutely, the path that he took, which is unlike most Democratic nominees that we have seen, or nominees of both parties, even though he is about as traditional a politician as we can imagine.
Yeah, I mean, this is a study in contrasts where you have a Joe Biden who has been in politics and in American life for decades, going up against a president who is unlike any president we've ever had. And I do think that it's, as you pointed out, Jake, not just because it's so difficult to unseat an incumbent, but this particular incumbent is someone who is, frankly, if we're being honest, a political force. Look at what he did to bring out voters that even Republicans didn't think were out there. This was a tough fight. There were some Democrats, perhaps, who thought it was going to be easy, but it was tough, and this race is tight. And Joe Biden, I think, understands that, yes, it was hard to get there, but if he goes over the top and this race is called in his favor, the real battle is going to begin tomorrow, the day after that. One thing I'll say about where we are tonight, I think we should be clear with people. We have not called this race. All the votes have not been counted, but 2 things are happening. The president if he thinks he has a good shot at winning, should be the one clamoring for as many votes to be counted as possible. He is not doing that. Right now, the other thing that is happening is that on the board right now, Joe Biden is leading in almost all of the states that are uncounted. For President Trump to turn that around is going to be a Herculean effort. It's going to take a significant effort, and it's going to take a lot of votes. And so I think we should be clear that this is an uncalled race, but the task at hand for President Trump to turn this around, the bar is very high.
It is uncalled, but we all know, because we have covered campaigns and these moments when a candidate is on the cusp of winning, which means the opponent is on the cusp of losing, a phone call generally happens.
Yes.
It happened 4 years ago. I remember getting from a source who was with Donald Trump, the phone rang and it was Hillary Clinton conceding. And none of us should expect that to happen anytime soon. It is one of a million reasons why this is completely unconventional, but it doesn't mean that if those votes come in Pennsylvania and are really showing a substantial lead in a way that Donald Trump can't overcome, it doesn't make that any less real.
Well, and let's be honest, because a concession is not necessary under the U.S. Constitution.
That's what I mean. It doesn't make it any less real.
It's not necessary. Whether or not Donald Trump acts like an adult, if Joe Biden becomes the next president, Joe Biden will become the next president, and Donald Trump will be, if it comes down to it, physically escorted from the building, if it comes down to it, if he just refuses to acknowledge reality. But the fact that, as we just heard from Jeff Zeleny in Wilmington, Secret Service, our agents are increasing their presence around the former Vice President Joe Biden, that there is now air protection above him, underlines the seriousness of this moment, the seriousness with which officials, whether in the military or the U.S. Secret Service, take potential threats against Joe Biden. That's why the Secret Service agents are there. That's why they're clearing the airspace over his house in Delaware. And this is why I say, again, it is time for Republican leaders, Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, and others, people in the White House who should know better. It is time for them to start preparing President Trump for the bad news, because it looks like that is where we are headed. And there are a number of Republican elected officials, including those who have been putting out mealy-mouthed statements this morning about election integrity, acting as if this is like some sort of both sides story, which when it isn't.
It is not.
People have to decide which they love more, the United States of America and the American people, or one singular politician.
So the question is, it's a really, really good point. And the question is, what is the MO of the Republican leadership going to be? Is it going to be a Howard Baker-like march down Pennsylvania Avenue to talk to the president and say, game over, you're done? Or is it going to be a strategy to just ignore the noise that's going on and move on with the business of transitioning to a new presidency? And I could see both happening. And frankly, the latter, given the way that these Republicans have been so, frankly, afraid to confront President Trump.
It's so weak.
And their base is still the same, if not more galvanized right now. I can't see that changing. Can you?
They are more afraid now. They are more afraid now. There's no question about it. That what happened on Tuesday was that many Republicans lived to see another day because of the turnout that Donald Trump was able to bring out in their districts and in certain states. But it may not be enough for Donald Trump, but it was enough for them. They are beholden to this president. So that's why you're seeing, these really weak, they're weak statements, even from Mitt Romney, who has been a strong critic of the president. His statement was very milquetoast. And I think you're going to see more of that. We've been asking for months, will the president have a peaceful transfer of power? Will he agree to that? It's been a theoretical question. Well, it may not be theoretical in just a few hours, potentially. This is where the rubber meets the road. When we talk about a peaceful transfer of power, a concession is not required, but it is the right thing to do. It is the thing that causes a peaceful transfer of power to happen.
And just to underline what we're talking about, this is not just a matter of good manners. This is not just a matter of grace. This is a matter of life and death. There have been arrests made. Somebody was arrested driving up to the Philadelphia Convention Center because of the nonsense, I assume, repeated by Republicans on Fox. And we should actually take, I don't normally talk about any competing network, but the Murdochs and the people at Fox have an obligation to put their country above their profits. It is very important that people make it very clear that this election, there is no credible evidence that we have seen of widespread fraud. By all accounts, Joe Biden is on the precipice of becoming the next president, fair and square, and people who have the privilege of sitting in seats like we're sitting in right now have the obligation to convey that to their viewers so that there is a peaceful transfer of power and so that there isn't violence.
And can we just talk about one of the things you just mentioned there, which is we are on the cusp of Joe Biden very likely becoming the 46th president of the United States. We are literally just waiting for a wave of votes to come in as Pennsylvania counts the votes. This is not something that we are supposing. This is something that Democrats inside the Biden campaign, Republicans inside the Trump campaign are expecting and waiting for. It's a matter of time right now. And this is a moment in history. It really is. And it's not just a run-of-the-mill presidential election. This is a Democrat who decided to run, came out of retirement to defeat a president, potentially, as we expect it to happen, who he thought was an existential threat to democracy.
And I think we should also talk about what John King was talking about not too long ago. We are about to, in Pennsylvania, we're waiting for some votes, but if Joe Biden performs the way he's been performing, he could end up with a margin in Pennsylvania that is about what Donald Trump won by in that state 4 years ago. Same is true of Michigan, where Joe Biden right now is well ahead of where Donald Trump won that state 4 years ago. Wisconsin, the same thing. At the end of the day, if this map stays the way that it is, yes, this is a deeply divided country, but it is possible that Joe Biden could end up with upwards of 300 electoral votes at the end of the day, which would be, look, it would be notable and extraordinary, and as extraordinary as what we saw 4 years ago. Donald Trump came out of that election with a mandate. You're going to see the Biden campaign trying to negotiate what this means for him. There is some kind of mandate coming out with a large electoral college lead, but they also understand that the division in this country, he can't lead like a Donald Trump led. He has to take it a different direction because if he wins this election, it would be because he is not the Donald Trump of this election.
Yeah, and it is possible that he will have the exact same electoral count that Donald Trump had. I think it's 306 electoral votes. But something else is that he will have a popular vote margin of victory that Donald Trump did not have. Donald Trump lost the popular vote by almost 3 million votes. And it looks like Joe Biden will have a popular vote victory. Right now, it's in excess of 4 million votes. It could be even higher.
And more votes than any presidential candidate in history because of the turnout that we've seen in this election.
And, you know, we could wait for the moment to happen, or we could talk about it now. We're going to see a major moment in history. The first female vice president, it looks like, is going to happen.
Of color.
For the first time, and a female of color in America. You know, women have been waiting a long time to see representation at the highest levels of government. It may not be the president, but it's right below that, and there is going to be it's going to be pretty remarkable to watch that. You know, I think that even women who are not supportive of this ticket would, you know, take the hat off to the notion of a woman being there.
And can I just say, for Black women, this has been really a proving moment for their political strength in carrying Joe Biden to the Democratic nomination through the primary. Black women did that. And I think seeing a Black woman on the ticket with Joe Biden on the cusp of this moment, I think is something that will go down in history because this has never happened before. And not only would Black women put Joe Biden in the White House, but they would also put a Black woman in the White House as well. And that is the sort of historical poetry that I think we will live with for a long time, in addition to the fact that Donald Trump's political career began with the racist birther lie. It may very well end with a Black woman in the White House.
It's a lovely, lovely
said.
thought. And one of the things that I'm really hoping for is I'm hoping that that space for that moment for the United States and for the American people, should the election continue to go in the direction we believe it is, I hope that space is allowed to happen, where people are allowed to come together and celebrate this achievement for the United States. I remember when Nancy Pelosi became the first female Speaker of the House of Representatives, there was a Republican congressman from Florida named Adam Putnam, who had 4 daughters and a very conservative Republican. And he took the moment to acknowledge what a wonderful achievement it was that Nancy Pelosi became the Speaker of the House, the first female, even though he disagreed with her on everything. I hope Republicans have the same dignity and decency to allow the nation to come together to celebrate this achievement. But that, of course, depends quite a bit on what President Trump does and what those around him do, and whether or not Republican leaders in Congress are willing to stand up and make the president smell the coffee. Joe Biden is now on the verge of winning the White House, just moments ago taking the lead in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We are expecting more votes soon from the Keystone State, a state that has never earned that title more than this year. Our special coverage continues.
Very dramatic development just occurred. Pennsylvania, Biden is now ahead by 5,587 votes, 49.4% to 49.3%. I'm here with John King. Pamela Brown is taking a closer look at where the outstanding votes in Pennsylvania are right now. What are you learning, Pamela?
That's right. We're learning that we should be expecting more results throughout the morning and the day. When you look at Pennsylvania overall, taking a step back, there are 163,000 mail-in ballots left to count. So let's look a little bit closer and where those remaining ballots are. We know Philadelphia, we just got a big dump there, around 30,000 ballots. We're waiting for 25,000 ballots that are left to count. I'm told by a source that this batch could take a while. These ballots are going to take longer to process. 10,000 damaged ballots need to be rescanned. That's part of what's going on there in Philadelphia. But we have Allegheny County, which had to pause counting yesterday because of a legal issue. They're restarting today. They have 35,000 ballots left to count. Of course, Allegheny County is the home of Pittsburgh, Democratic-leaning area of Pennsylvania. 7,000 damaged ballots need evaluation there. So that, again, that lengthens the process. Then you look a little bit closer at Bucks County. That is a collar county right outside of Philadelphia suburb. 7,000 ballots left to count there. 2,000 effective ballots need evaluation. So all of that, of course, plays into the count. But we are expecting these results soon. And we should mention there are other counties that we are expecting results from, particularly right outside of Philadelphia. There are some of the biggest counties. I'm talking about Montgomery and other counties there. We've reached out. We're trying to find out. But overall, what's outstanding beyond what I just laid out there from these counties is a few hundred to a few thousand ballots we are waiting on.
Very interesting indeed. You know, John King, we take a look at Pennsylvania. We can't overemphasize how important the 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania are.
It's the biggest state prize on the board as we come to this decisive moment, potentially decisive moment. 20 electoral votes. Joe Biden does not need them, but this state alone would get him across the finish line to 273. President Trump cannot be reelected, cannot get to 270 without this. And there you see Joe Biden, 5,587 votes ahead. And what Pamela Brown just told you is critical to understanding. Yes, there are 130, 150,000 votes still out there. Where are they going to come from? Well, we know some of them are right here in Philadelphia, right? So votes are going to come in Philadelphia. We're at 95%. You see how deep blue this is, 81%. The President of the United States is trailing now. He needs about 53% of the remaining votes to catch Joe Biden. and to retake the lead in Pennsylvania. So the president needs 53% of the votes. The votes are coming from places where Joe Biden is getting 80% or more of the votes. So the probability meter tells you that's not likely to happen. We'll continue to count the votes. Pam said as well, Montgomery County, a small number of votes left, but look, blue, 62, 63% if you round up for Joe Biden. In the mail-in ballots, his total consistently in the last 24 hours has been higher. Bucks County, suburban county around Philadelphia. This one is more competitive. This is the more conservative suburban county just outside of Philadelphia. It is more competitive when you look at the total vote. But again, as we've seen consistently, even in Republican counties, Joe Biden, when they count the mail-in votes, that portion of the votes, he is going up. So as these votes are counted, already cast, legally cast, in there by the deadline, Joe Biden continues to go up. So Pam also noted, we're waiting for more votes. Allegheny County. What do your eyes tell you about Allegheny County? Blue, voting Democratic by a lopsided margin in the total vote, even more so in the mail-in vote. So 35,000 or so to be counted here. Look, the president has some support. Out here, you see Allegheny County surrounded by red. The president will get some votes. But we've been looking for days now, for the last 24 hours now, as they count these mail-in ballots, and again, consistently from county to county, even in these red counties, the president is winning. When they count the mail-in ballots, the last piece of the ballots being counted, Joe Biden is getting 60, 70, in many of these counties, 80% of the vote, even in Republican counties, because Democrats chose to vote by mail. Just going around the map, Erie County, northwestern Pennsylvania, blue-collar battleground. You can see it's very competitive. But again, when Erie County votes came in last night, this county was red yesterday. The president had a lead. When they counted the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden again getting upwards of 70%, closer to 80% or more. That's what we have seen consistently. Now, there are still ballots to count, and sometimes you get a change in the trajectory. But as you look right now, as you come through, we just got a little stuck there. There we go. We're back. 5,587 votes. The president at one point had a lead of more than 600,000 votes in this state because they counted the election day totals first, people who voted on election day. Now they're counting the mail-in ballots. They're getting closer to the finish line, Wolf. And again, the trajectory here is clear and convincing. And when you pull it out and put it into context, Pennsylvania moments ago, Georgia just as the sun came up, two states the president was leading in yesterday as they count the mail-in ballots. They have flipped. Donald Trump cannot win re-election without both Pennsylvania and Georgia. They are both blue. And just to button it up, Joe Biden also still leads. They're counting in Arizona still. They're counting in Nevada still. So Joe Biden, that would get him to 273. If he wins here, there, and there, that would get him to 306. 270 is all you need to win. The rest is gravy.
306 is what the president won 4 years ago. That put him over the top, 306 electoral votes. And it was so fascinating when we got that $31,412 batch of votes from Philadelphia a little while ago. 87%. 27,396 went to Biden.
Let me bring it out. Let's do it. Let's just do it again.
I mean, it was so amazing.
So people can see. Run through the numbers, just so people can see as these counties come in.
Yeah, Biden got 27,396. Trump got 3,760. Biden got 87% of the 31,412 vote count that came in from Philadelphia. And that's not extraordinary. We've been seeing that in other counties as well.
Over and over and over again, because Democrats chose to vote by mail disproportionately. That's the way it worked. The president deserves all the credit in the world. I'm going to move this up a little bit for his voter turnout. Sorry about that. Turn this off, move this up. Oh, it doesn't want to go. Let me see. We're a little stuck right there. All right, we'll leave it right there for you. The president deserves all the credit in the world for his turnout in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. He exceeded his vote total from 4 years ago. But Joe Biden, time and time again, the president needs 53% of the vote to come back in Pennsylvania. We are seeing this not just in Philadelphia, not just in Democratic strongholds. Democrats voted by mail in this election. That was their choice because of COVID safety precautions and the like. That's what is being counted. The rest of the election day vote was counted on election day and into the wee hours of Wednesday morning. They've counted the early vote. Everything left in Pennsylvania are mail-in ballots. That was a disproportionately Democratic vote. Again, this is Philadelphia. You expect it to be Democratic, but we're seeing this number there. Wolf, that's not the only place we're seeing it. We are seeing it across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Even in red counties, that is what is happening. I just want to come over here just to emphasize this point. You know, this in the end is about math, right? This in the end is about math. Joe Biden is at 253. We had no changes yesterday because these states were counting their mail-in ballots, right? So this is how we started the day yesterday. We were waiting. These states are taking their time. Frustrating to people who have a stake in the game. Democrats want this over with. Republicans believe the president was leading yesterday. Why won't this happen? Well, we want to count votes. That's what you do. You count every last vote. As we count them, 1, 2, that happened overnight, those changes. That alone would get Joe Biden to 289. The president has narrowed the lead some here in Arizona, but Joe Biden still leads, and Joe Biden still leads. But that is the possibility for Joe Biden right now. As we go through this, the president is leading. It's not a done deal here either, but the president is leading, let's be fair to him, in Maine's 2nd congressional district. That's 1 because Maine allocates electoral college votes by congressional district. The president is leading here. The president is expected to win here in Alaska as they count the votes. So if you look at this right now, that is the mirror image, if you will, of 4 years ago when Donald Trump had 306. Hillary Clinton had 232. That's the potential. We're not done yet. But the key point, Wolf, president cannot win. He needs these 2 to win. And in the recent hours, first in Georgia, now in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden has passed the president, and every indication we have is that those leads in both Georgia and Pennsylvania will grow as they count more ballots.
That's absolutely true. We're standing by for more vote counts from Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden is now leading and on the verge of victory in this truly historic election. Our special coverage continues right after this.
Extraordinary moment in American history. Right now, Joe Biden is in the lead in Pennsylvania. There are still more than 100,000 votes to be counted, but Biden has the lead there with some 5,000, more than 5,000 votes at this point. And as I said, more than 100,000 votes still to be counted. Let's take a look across the country. In Pennsylvania, 5,587. In Georgia, 1,097 vote lead. Biden in the lead there. We have been watching both Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, of course, now for the last 24 hours. Nevada, Biden is in the lead with 11,438. It's a remarkable moment, really, for the Biden campaign, for Kamala Harris, for Joe Biden. This has been long sought. He's run for president numerous times to come this far at this stage of his life.
Incredible in so many ways. You know, when I was a kid reporter just starting out covering politics, Joe Biden was newly elected to the Senate. He was the youngest member of the Senate, and he was already being heralded as a future president. That was 47 years ago.
Wow.
He tried twice. He didn't make it. But this was his time because, you know, the moment means everything. Joe Biden was the right candidate at this moment because he is the antithesis of Donald Trump. And generally, Americans look for the remedy to what they have. Even if they like the president, when they make a change, they look for the remedy. And when you think about Biden and the way he ran and the qualities that he has, he ran as a uniter. He ran as someone who could work across party lines. You know, he touted his experience at a time when people are feeling the need for that. He's an institutionalist. I can tell you, having served with him in the White House, he has great reverence for these institutions of the democracy. And of course, he has this palpable sense of empathy that's born of his own tragedy and struggle and loss. And at a time when the country is feeling that, and when we have a president who frankly does not display those qualities, that worked very well for Joe Biden here in this race. So yeah, it's remarkable. I don't think that he probably thought when he walked out of the White House in 2017 for the last time that he would walk back in as president of the United States in 2021. But it appears that's what's going to happen.
We anticipate that he will be speaking at some point today.
Well, anyway, and you think of Joe Biden, as David is saying, you know, he first, in 1988, as you were saying, everybody thought he should be president, except maybe Joe Biden now acknowledges maybe he wasn't ready to be president. And in 2008, he ran into someone named Barack Obama, didn't do so well. And now, at the age of 77, November 20th is his birthday. He's going to turn 78.
Wow.
His son and soulmate, Beau Biden, spoke with him before he died and said, you know, you have to find a purpose, make sure. He was worried about his father. He told that to Ted Kaufman, Biden's friend. I'm worried what my father's going to do if I die or when I die. And I think that's part of the thing that's driving Joe Biden this time, that he found his purpose. And he said to me and others that it happened after Charlottesville, that he had no intention of running whatsoever for the presidency again. But he saw President Trump's reaction to Charlottesville, find people on both sides, and decided that he had to get back into the arena. And that's what drove him. And it turned out that, as David is saying, the temperament that Joe Biden has that is the opposite of Donald Trump. I asked him, are you the polar opposite of Donald Trump? And he crossed himself and said, I sure hope so.
That's great.
And that is it.
You know, heroes are hard to come by. Heroes are hard to come by. And he's stepping up to I think, to play a heroic role as a leader, as a healer. It's not his policy agenda that I think is most present in people's minds. It's just his person. It's who he is. You know, we lost John Lewis. Again, heroes are hard to come by. And there's just some beauty in the fact that it was, you know, in John Lewis's district that they got those last votes, I believe, to get across the finish line. I heard people talking about that earlier today. You know, people across the country, I think, are still wary. This has not been called. But there's a little bit of joy starting to come in. You know, a little bit of joy, a little bit of relief. And I think, you know, people inspired by people like John Lewis, whether you're talking about Black Voters Matter, all these different groups have been doing all this great work. I think I feel good today. Also, Jim Clyburn. Let's not forget. I was one of the people. I said, you know, I don't see Biden getting there. I was making jokes about him. He went from a joke to a juggernaut. And part of how that happened was because Jim Clyburn stood up and said, this is the guy America needs. And African Americans rallied behind Jim Clyburn and rallied behind that cause. And African Americans, I think, have a great deal of pride to have the wisdom and the judgment to pick someone like him and put him in position to do what he's doing.
It's also very easy, given all the drama that is escalating, to overlook and not kind of just remark on this moment about Kamala Harris as the first woman, the first person of color to be
who
vice
I've
president
known
of the United States.
forever. I remember, look, Kamala Harris, if we can just do a little bit of memory lane. When I was a young activist in the Bay Area, Kamala Harris took on a local legend as a district attorney, a guy named Terrence Hallinan. Terrence Hallinan was a local institution, but he had come out the wrong way on some police brutality issues. And it opened the door for Kamala Harris to come in. And people said, who is this kid? She's young. She knocked his, he lost. And she was a force. And she was young enough to relate to the young people. You had, you know, some of the local activists who had never had a relationship with the DA's office at all except negative. She brought them in, Latifah Simon and others, and empowered them and began to come up with programs and creativity. Then she goes on, runs for statewide office in California as a woman of color. I remember sitting, and the right wing came after her like nobody's business. I remember sitting talking to her, and she was a little bit frustrated. I said, Kamala, they've got to bury you here in California, or you're going to be in the White House. She goes, no, that's not it. I said, Kamala, they've got to bury you here, or you're going to be in the White House. And she's about to be in the White House. Kamala Harris has been a force of nature in California politics since she started.
It only took 243 years for a woman to become vice president. Never mind a woman of color, as Abby so eloquently was talking about just a few moments ago.
Wow.
It's quite a moment.
And not just any vice president. She is she's in a unique position, not just because she's the first woman, not just because she's the first South Asian and Black American to be the vice president, but because she is. She's serving a president who, as you pointed out, is going to be 78 years old, and she may be the candidate for president. Joe Biden may run again. He hasn't said he isn't, but people are going to be looking at her as not just as the vice president, but as a potential president, as a putative, perhaps the putative front runner. Certainly, if Biden is president, decides not to run. So. This has never happened before, where a vice president takes office and is right in the middle of the next election picture.
Also, how much do you think it matters that Joe Biden has been vice president and an active vice president with President Obama, and how that might inform how he looks to Kamala Harris.
Listen, first of all, I've said this many, many times. He was, in my view, one of the great vice presidents of all time because he was impeccably loyal in public and he was unstintingly honest in private. And he gave the president his best advice. He spoke out. He made his views known. He helped inform decisions. And I would think he'd want that same kind of partnership. He'd want her input and he'd want her involvement. I don't think he asked her to join him as a partner just in the campaign.
Except the difference this time, of course, is that Biden has so much more experience and longevity in government, whereas with Barack Obama was sort of the new kid in town. But I think he'll probably do what Obama did for him, which is give big assignments. Maybe it's justice reform. Maybe it's be my partner in COVID. But, you know, Obama put Biden right away, economic recovery, Iraq, Afghanistan, boom, right out of the gate.
I worked for Biden on that middle class task force, and the thing about Biden, he was loquacious. I mean, he would talk a lot, but why was he talking so much? He really was trying to put in each of us the passion he had for regular people. I mean, because listen, he didn't want us to do the job. He wanted to do the job for the right reason. And you would, you say, geez, I want to go, but it would get in you, and you would have that passion, and you would.
Yeah, when we were, we got to run.
No, listen.
When we were in the discussions of the early part of the financial crisis, there's a lot of concern. Wall Street was going to collapse, and he always took the role. What about the guys who are losing their homes and gals who are losing their homes, and what about the people who are losing their jobs?
True enough.
What are we going to do for them?
Let's take a quick break. Joe Biden now leading in Pennsylvania, moving closer to winning the White House. More votes from the Keystone State are coming in. Our special coverage continues next.
Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden is on the cusp of possibly being declared the next president of the United States. Part of the Trump era has been marked by the president's relationship with right-wing MAGA media, especially his favorite cable channel, Fox. And we bring in our media reporter, Brian Stelp, right now with some breaking news about the decisions being made at Fox about the fact that there is no credible evidence of widespread fraud and that it looks as though Joe Biden is about to become the president-elect. Brian, what are you learning?
That's right. 2 memos obtained by CNN from 3 different sources all around Fox News say that when Joe Biden reaches that point where he crosses the threshold of 270, Fox will not identify him as the president-elect. Now, Jake, other newsrooms are working through this right now, all preparing for this possibility, and president-elect is the common language that would be used in any situation like this. However, these memos at Fox News say they will stay away from that description. These memos direct Fox stars, anchors, pundits, talk show hosts to avoid language like president-elect because of the president's legal challenges. Of course, these are long-shot legal challenges. You've been talking about this on the air. But Fox is taking these challenges very seriously, showing shocking deference to the president. After 25,000 false and misleading claims from this president, Fox still assumes he's telling the truth. They're promoting voter fraud innuendo, they are denigrating cities like Philadelphia, and they're treating these long-shot lawsuits, these toothless suits, like they are serious pursuits. It is troubling because Fox's coverage influences tens of millions of people who ultimately are misled, including, Jake, the most important viewer of all, the President of the United States.
And Brian, just to clarify, though, they do anticipate that they will call one of these states that we're watching, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and they will project 270 electoral votes, at least for Joe Biden. They just won't call him president-elect because of these rather frivolous lawsuits?
Because of these frivolous lawsuits, that's right. This is the guidance that's been given out to the leaders of the channel, the top anchors, the top people at the channel. It is striking guidance, and it gets to this broader issue about how Fox is informing or misinforming the public. The Fox Decision Desk is widely well regarded in this industry, having the same standards that CNN and all the broadcast networks have. But these opinion hosts and these news anchors at Fox are showing shocking deference to these toothless lawsuit threats. And by the way, Jake, you mentioned earlier, the Murdochs are ultimately responsible. Rupert and Lachlan Murdoch are responsible for what's on this network in the coming hours. And one member of the Murdoch family weighed in a few minutes ago, agreeing with what you said here on CNN. Catherine Murdoch, a wife of James, one of Rupert's sons, said she agrees with you that the Murdochs have to show responsibility in this key moment.
All right, Brian Stelter with that breaking news. It's so odd because there is no credible evidence of widespread fraud.
Yeah.
None. So if you are a Fox reporter or anchor, somebody not on the opinion side, and you're going to abide by this crazy instruction, you might as well hand in your press credential at the same time, because you can't be taken seriously as a journalist.
Yeah, I mean, look, Fox is acting as an arm of the Trump campaign, and the Trump campaign is treating Fox like an arm of their own campaign. They've been on the phone all week haranguing senior people over at Fox about that Arizona call that, as Jim Acosta has said, they are furious about. The Trump campaign wants Fox to get in line, and it sounds like, based on Brian's reporting, that they are getting in line.
I think you're exactly right, Abby. I wonder if this would have gone out, this memo, had the president and all of his family members and aides not completely freaked out on Fox for calling Arizona. Because from everything I'm hearing, and we're seeing it on the air, there is despite what some commentators have said on the air, the reporters have galvanized behind that call, saying that they feel confident in it. And sounds like they're bowing to pressure from the president. There's no other way to put it.
Meanwhile, the counting continues in those 4 outstanding battleground states. Let's go to Wolf Blitzer for more on that.
And let's get another dramatic key race alert right now. Take a look at this. In Pennsylvania, with its 20 electoral votes, Biden's lead over Trump is increasing. It is now up to 6,737 votes, ahead of Trump 49.4% to 49.3%. 95 of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania is in, but Biden's lead is increasing. Let's walk over to John King at the Magic Wall. We also just got, and you want to write this down, John, some numbers from Bucks County
Let me bring it up
in Pennsylvania.
Let me bring it up for you as we do. I'll bring this out, and we'll do this as well.
And these are the specific numbers, why the increase in Biden's lead over Trump right now. We're talking about Bucks County in Pennsylvania. 2,949 votes. Don't write this down yet. Just came in. Of that nearly 3,000 vote that just came in from Bucks County, Biden got 2,016. Trump got 897. In other words, Biden got 68% of that vote that just came in, and that's why his lead has increased over Trump in Pennsylvania.
And so I'll get you to the statewide lead at the moment. When you see it, it's modest, so you think the president can still come back, and yes, he can, except the math here is beginning to look inevitable because, again, look what's happening in this county. This is all of the vote, right? Joe Biden's getting 51%. Donald Trump is getting 48% if you round that up. This is the most conservative of the Democratic-leaning suburban collar counties around Philadelphia. It's a Democratic county, but Republicans, as you can see, are competitive. And yet, in the mail-in votes, okay, when you add them all up, Donald Trump's getting just shy of 48%. But in the mail-in votes, disproportionately Democrat, look at that. Donald Trump has to start winning. He has to start getting more votes. As we get 2,000 votes here, 3,000 votes here, like this, the president has to start winning. He has to start winning at like 52, 53% to come back in this race. So you're watching these votes right now. And again, in a place where the president is much more competitive than in other places in Pennsylvania, he's getting walloped. 68% of the votes coming in. So it's just, at this point, the math becomes, you just run that out of here. The math, you have a theory of inevitability here. Now, again, 3.2 million of nearly 7 million votes count while we're done, 6.5 million votes anyway. Joe Biden has a lead of only 6,737 votes. We say only, but there are more votes to be counted from down here. What do you notice about this map? From out here, what do you notice about that? And up here. They're all blue. Now, there are some small pockets of votes still to come in from the red as well, but most of the outstanding votes are in these counties that Joe Biden is already winning. And just as we just showed you in Bucks County, even in competitive places, the mail-in votes are coming in lopsided, 60%, close to 70% in Philadelphia city itself, 80-something, 80+%, 87% last time we did that. So if you're looking at the math, there's an inevitability to this as it grows. Now, at one point I do want to make, look, right now, if you look at this map, nothing changes on this map. Joe Biden is the next president of the United States. All right? That's just a simple fact, and that is where we are headed today as this plays out. We'll keep counting votes. Just want to come back into the conversation right now. This is the challenge for the candidates and, frankly, for the country in the moments ahead. If this were flipped and that were President Trump with a 6,700 vote lead in Pennsylvania, what would Democrats be saying at this moment? Everybody calm down. There's a process called a recanvassing. Happens in every state anyway. But when election is this close, they're going to go back and check the machines. They're going to go back and check all the notes that people took. That's part of the process, just like counting votes. We've counted the votes. The president's mad about that. He shouldn't be. We've counted the votes. Joe Biden is now ahead, and the math appears inevitable. But there's a process here, Wolf. There'll be a process in Pennsylvania. There'll be a process here in Georgia where the vote is 1,098. And again, more votes to come in here from Democratic places. The likelihood is that lead will grow. And the likelihood is in the hours ahead, it will be more and more clear that Joe Biden has on the table more than 270 electoral votes and is most likely the next president of the United States. By the end of this day, he will likely be the president-elect of the United States because things will start to project. But there is a process here, and that's the interesting political moment for the country. They will recanvass here. They will recanvass here. The president has the right to ask for recounts. And again, what he said yesterday at the White House was reckless. He says there's cheating. There's no evidence of that on the table. But there are courts if he wants to try to prove it. So I think this inevitability of the math is quite clear. The challenge now is how do both candidates, how does each candidate handle this moment? What do they say at this moment? Because by the end of the day, if this math continues, Joe Biden will have every right to come out and speak to the American people as the next president.
Yeah, his lead now, 6,737 votes. There's still, another 125, maybe 130,000 votes outstanding in Pennsylvania right now. We're going to be getting a lot more of those numbers coming in the hours ahead, some of them fairly soon, we're told. And that lead that Biden has, 6,737 right now, that could grow dramatically.
Yeah, it continues to grow. And so I don't want to at all rain on the former vice president's moments. As I said, the math has been methodical and steady, and just that's why you have a lead for the president has disappeared, and Joe Biden now leads here. The very same thing happened in Georgia. The president still leads in Nevada and still leads in Arizona. We're still counting votes out there. The president has narrowed Biden's lead a little bit in Arizona, so we'll watch this play out. But the president cannot be reelected without these two. They have flipped to Biden in recent hours. All of the evidence before us tells us the lead in both states, Georgia and Pennsylvania, is likely to grow because the ballots they're still counting, legally cast ballots, they've been in secure wrap. They're just counting the mail-in ballots last, and we expect it to grow here and grow there. That does not mean that they won't go back and check the machines. You have a process when you have close elections. And just like counting the votes happens every time, going back and checking the machines, making sure nobody had writing down the numbers, had an error. But I've been at this for a long time. When they do that, sometimes 12 votes change here, 18 votes here. Very rarely do you see a swing, even in a close election like that, right? But the process is going to play out, and we're at a very contentious moment now because the lead is narrow, even though it's likely to grow. Some people think it could get as high as 50,000 or more as we get through the day. But the challenge now is, what does the president say? What does the Biden say? And after what the president said yesterday, what is his team telling him? If you thought it was just one state, I want to come over here for a second. If you thought it was just one state, you think, as in Florida, 2000, one state on the board, we fight over that. What happens if Joe Biden is winning here, winning here, winning here, and winning there? It's both a very different legal calculation and an incredibly different political calculation if Joe Biden gets not only to 270, but north of 300.
And right now he's leading in all four of those states.
Yes.
Right now, go back to Pennsylvania, because I think the increase, we just got a little more increase for Biden in Pennsylvania. Take a look. It's now 6,817. It was 6,700 plus just a few minutes ago. So the numbers keep going up slowly, but almost certainly it's going to continue to grow.
Right, and that is what has happened consistently. Again, you have counties that are reporting, some of them are reporting a couple hundred votes, some of them are reporting in Philadelphia thousands of votes, and it has just been an inevitable march, and it just has not changed. And every one of them has come in. Joe Biden has more at a time when Joe Biden's ahead. It's the president who has to start outpacing him as they count these new mail ballots. It's just simply not happening.
What did Trump win 4 years ago in Pennsylvania when he beat Hillary Clinton? What was the margin there?
So you come back, and again, it was 44,000 votes, 49 to 48 if you round up there, 2.9 million votes for each candidate, 2.97. When it's this close, you have, that's where you are. You're coming over and going through the decimal points, 2.97 to 2.92, 44,000 votes, and you come back here to where we are now. It's 6,800 votes right now, but Joe Biden is at 49 to 49. Again, one thing in this campaign, turnout is up. Another thing in this campaign, the third-party candidates are not having the influence they had 4 years ago. Joe Biden is on top there. And again, 44,000 for the president 4 years ago, based on everything we know about where the votes are out, 36,000 here, still 20,000 or so in Philadelphia, others in these blue columns. That lead is going to grow. That lead is going to grow. Does it get to 40,000? Does it get to 50,000? Does it get higher? That's what today is about. And that's very important because to the point I was making, recount provisions in state law, recanvassing, the likelihood that, 10 votes change here, 20 votes change there, just because somebody wrote something down wrong. No ill intent. It just happens, human error. If you get to 40, 50,000, then the likelihood of anything being reversed, even if they find a transcription error or two, it just never happens.
It's so important. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. If Biden doesn't win anything else, if he just wins Pennsylvania, 273, he's the president-elect of the United States. That's why it's so important. David Chalian, you're getting some new information. What are you picking up?
Well, as John just was walking through this sort of march of the math, now that we're at that 6,817 vote lead for Joe Biden over Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, we continue to see crunch the numbers inside of that to look for where are we expecting the next batch of votes to come from in Pennsylvania. When the next batch of votes come in, how big of a batch will that be? And are they performing exactly like John just walked you through? Are they performing as these mail ballots have been performing in this huge advantage for Joe Biden? If indeed a large number of returns come in, and it is matching up with that kind of performance, it will increase our decision desk's level of confidence about whether or not Donald Trump will be in a position as the #2 candidate to actually be able to take the lead again in Pennsylvania. Once our decision team can get to that high level of confidence that that won't be possible with what is outstanding, then a projection can be made. We are not at that point at this particular moment, but we are looking at the math, looking where the outstanding vote is, and trying to see what else is needed to get to that confidence level that the #1 candidate right now, Joe Biden leading, will remain so with what is outstanding.
And it's smart, John King, for us, CNN at the decision desk. Take it easy. There's no rush. Let's see what happens. The votes are beginning to come in Pennsylvania, and Biden's lead almost certainly is going to increase.
Right. Caution is the great watchword here. There's no need to rush this count, but there's also no need to deny the math and no need to deny the momentum and no need to deny what we're seeing. Again, let's be conservative, right? Let's be conservative. The presidency of the United States is at stake here. President Trump cannot be reelected if he loses this state. That is simple math. It is simple math. You see, but to David's point, you see the lead going up. And again, what have we done in the last hour or so? We came into Philadelphia. We got some votes. The president received 87% of those votes. Then we went up to Bucks County, one of the suburban colleges where it's much more competitive. Joe Biden received 60+% of those votes. President Trump has to start winning when we get these vote installments. The president has to start winning because he's behind, right? So Bucks County, it's above 60%. In Philadelphia, it's above 80%, almost to 90%. Some more votes just came in recently here. Harrisburg, Dauphin County here. This is the state capital. And look, again, it's more competitive, right? This is not Philadelphia where Joe Biden, is getting 80% of the vote. This is a place where the president is competitive. But even here, when the mail-in ballots come in, they're lopsided in favor of Joe Biden because Democrats overwhelmingly disproportionately, voted by mail. So if you're the president of the United States and you're looking, they're coming from here, here, and here. They're blue. Most of the votes that are outstanding are coming from places that Joe Biden is already winning, and he's winning the mail-in ballots by even more.
The drama continues in Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes at stake. We're going to see how quickly the numbers keep coming. And Jake, back to you.
Thanks, Wolf. Well, Joe Biden is on the verge of being declared the president-elect, but we are told by Caitlin Collins at the White House that President Trump has no intention of conceding. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny now, who covers the Biden campaign for us. He's in Wilmington, Delaware. It's not unexpected that President Trump would refuse to go graciously, Jeff, but is the Biden campaign contemplating how they're going to react to this news?
Well, Jake, this is something that has been telegraphed for so many weeks, if not months, that the president would question the legitimacy of this election. In fact, the Biden campaign, in responding to the reports just a short time ago that President Trump may refuse to concede should he lose this presidential race should Joe Biden be declared the winner. They're actually referring back to a July statement that they made. They are making the point that they have been waiting for this for a long time. Let me just read this statement to you from a campaign spokesman. It said, as we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. That's from a campaign spokesman, Andrew Bate. So the point here, Jake, is the Biden campaign is proceeding along at course here, not getting ahead of matters. They are waiting for these votes to come in Pennsylvania, in other states as well, but they are clearly also not ignoring what is going on. They are preparing on a variety of fronts here. The transition team is moving forward with its work. They are preparing for a speech for Joe Biden to give here in Wilmington, likely late this afternoon or perhaps this evening, and they are pushing back on the president. They are also responding in legal lawsuits and other fronts. So they are keeping an eye on all these balls. But interestingly, that how the Biden campaign decided to respond is by going to an old statement from a few months ago, making the point that this is not a new argument from the president. Jake?
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. And that is true. The U.S. Constitution does not require a U.S. president who has been defeated, should that happen to President Trump, to be mature or patriotic. It doesn't really matter if he concedes or not, other than for his supporters and the tenor of what happens in this country. Let's bring in Ben Ginsberg now. He's a Republican lawyer, longtime, widely respected Republican lawyer here in Washington, D.C., also now a CNN consultant. And Ben, with the one exception of this case having to do with ballots that arrive in polling places after Election Day in Pennsylvania, with that one exception, I have not seen any lawsuits or legal actions taken by the Trump campaign that I would view as having any merit whatsoever. They all seem frivolous to me. I'm not a lawyer. What do you think of what you've seen? Are there any credible cases for any legal action by the Trump campaign?
So far, no. I mean, to contest an election, what you need to do is to challenge enough individual ballots to throw the results of the election in that state into doubt. And that's a standard they have not come close to meeting yet. It does have to be filings in court or in a state contest or recount proceedings, so they have some time. But in my experience in trying to piece together election contests, you have to have the evidence on Election Day. Trying to get affidavits and sworn statements about fraud and irregularities after the fact just doesn't work. And so there may be a lot of noise and a lot of statements about how there are illegalities, but so far the really difficult job of amassing proof that'll stand up in court, they have not made public or evident, and so far does not exist.
And Ben, it's Dana Bash again. Given your experience over so many presidential campaigns working on behalf of Republican candidates, do you believe the notion that there could be widespread fraud, given the fact that other Republicans on the same ballot as the president seem to do quite well? Would that make sense?
Yes, I mean, it does make sense. And the other factor to remember there is the 50,000 poll worker army that the Trump campaign talked about. That means they had representatives in every polling place in the country that they wanted to. And so if there was that fraud, it should have been raised. And the fact that Republicans control the Senate still, picked up gains in the House, did just fine in state legislative races, would suggest that the fraud's just not going to be there if they try and present it in court.
And Ben, this is Abby Phillip. You said earlier that the Trump campaign strategy should be put in quotes for strategy, but we know what they're going to do, and they've said publicly they want to take this whole thing to the Supreme Court. What do you think is the likelihood that they would be able to do that in the places where they are down right now? Several states, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia. Is that a realistic strategy?
Well, so far, based on what we've seen, Abby, it's not a realistic strategy. Again, It's the very difficult job of coming up with specific instances in particular precincts. The Supreme Court is not going to note original jurisdiction on any of this. There has to be the disputes that move their way through the state system. So that actually does suggest another possible strategy, which is to stir up so much dust about the way the election was conducted, albeit in the absence of proof so far, that states are not able to certify their results in time to choose the slate that goes to the Electoral College. So that's a strategy to keep our eyes on as this unfolds.
I just want to make sure that our viewers who are watching understand who you are, Ben, because obviously I know who you are. Abby and Dana do. You are a widely respected Republican attorney who has an expertise in election law. You have been waging these fights on behalf of Republicans literally for decades. You are not here to be a mouthpiece for the Biden campaign, for the Democratic Party.
No.
You're just here to call balls and strikes.
That is absolutely what I see my role as. Look, I spent 38 years being in polling places on Election Day or running the nationwide voter operations for them. In every one of those elections, we had people in the polls whose job was to look for fraud and irregularities. It's an important part of the validation of our results that both parties, under the laws of the states, have people in the polls to look for those things. That's the Trump 50,000 person poll watcher army that they talked about. Is not there to claim our elections are rigged, that the results are fraudulent, that there's cheating going on. That evidence has simply never been amassed. It's not been amassed this time, and so my real disappointment with the Republican Party has been that its standard bearer, the president, has said that our basic institution of elections is fraudulent without the proof to back that up. That's harmful to the country.
All right, Ben Ginsberg, proud Republican, also a proud son of Philadelphia, if I might also
Yes,
add,
indeed.
add that.
Yes, indeed.
Pennsylvania is emerging as a key stepping stone in what appears to be Joe Biden's path to victory. New numbers continue to come in, and we're following it all. Our special coverage continues next.
And you are looking at the state of the race in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Vice President Biden is up by 6,819 votes. More votes still to be counted. Some 100,000 or so, we believe, left to go in the state. As we said, the Biden campaign has put out a statement. They say, quote, "As we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House." That just a short time ago. The president earlier today was tweeting statements from some Fox anchors, for Stuart Varney, saying Philadelphia has got a rotten history. It seems odd that, I mean, one of the things, kind of, if the president had a ton of evidence, you would think that is what would be tweeted out. That is what would be shown the American people. If what he's doing is basically just quoting anchors on another network, that's not necessarily bolstering his case.
No, but it sort of reflects what we've seen for 4 years. Just look at his Twitter feed, is just a bunch of conspiracy theories that are recycled that he throws out into the arena. I will say on the quote from the Biden campaign, not sure I would have gone there. It may be that people are feeling uneasy about the situation because of what the president is saying, but I don't think you need to go. I don't think they need to be that aggressive at this point. They're going to win this race. It seems pretty clear they're going to win this race. And there is no question that Donald Trump, whether he likes it or not, is going to leave the White House. The fact that the security has been amped up around Vice President Biden in anticipation of this tells you that the government is now, the agencies that are responsible are doing their job.
We should point out that's a standard procedure.
That is standard procedure. It is not about. It is not in response to any. I'm sure every presidential candidate, every president has threats, but that is standard operating procedure. I remember when Barack Obama was elected, and immediately there was a much larger phalanx of security. When I went to see him the night of the election, we had to get off the elevator 2 floors below him and walk up the stairs past a lot of guys with weapons, and it was a whole new thing. And it was like, wow, things have changed in the last few hours.
Right.
So no, this is that's typical. And all I'm saying is, I have some faith in the institutions of our government to do their job.
Just Rick, how do you see this sort of? I mean, beyond arguments, just playing out today, tomorrow. I mean,
well, okay, a couple of things. Yeah. First off, we're going to look at those numbers, and if those numbers get to be big numbers in blue, then I think some of the air will go out of the balloon. I don't know whether they're going to be big numbers. We don't know that, but like in Michigan, I mean, the numbers are 150, 160 some thousand. It's hard to figure against unless you can point out some real specific case of fraud, 160,000 votes.
And the argument on that is that if there are isolated incidents of somebody doing something, you're not talking about massive.
Yeah, I think
fraud.
what they're going to do, what they need to do, and I think what they're going to do is they're going to track down all of these accusations that are coming. There are accusations in Nevada about dead people voting, and and so put it out there, have the media track it down, which they will, and you have other types of these types of accusations. Let's track them out. Let's see how substantial they are. The president has, and I think one of the areas that I think he has a legitimate case is on the issue of transparency, the fact that they were putting up pizza boxes in Detroit so people couldn't see it.
Which is explainable. I'm happy to explain if you want me to. But
it's explainable because people are afraid. People are,
and also because people were starting to videotape people opening up the things, and that's not allowed. So all that can be litigated in court.
I understand that, but it's one of those things where we'd all do a lot better if we had really good laws that everybody enforced to the letter on these things, so people didn't go
right.
So you don't have these types of accusations. So let's walk through them all. Let's see. But if he loses Pennsylvania by, if there are 100,000 votes out, I don't know. That's what you said.
80,000.
Let's say 100,000 votes, and he's getting 80% of the votes. Then then Joe Biden's going to win Pennsylvania by 70,000 votes.
I hear exactly what you're saying. The litigating those arguments, finding out what is real, what is not, stuff floating around on the internet. Some
That's
of
what
that
they're
is
doing.
just stuff, right?
Yeah.
But that's a process that takes place ultimately in court if it gets there. If it's valid enough to get there, the lawyers will. Yep. Trump lawyers will look at it and say, okay, well, I can't even bring that to a courtroom, but here, I can bring to a courtroom.
Yep.
Does the president then? I mean, he's not going to wait. Does he wait for the legal process?
See, I don't think so. And that's the scary part.
There's a public relations battle at the same time.
There are two different things that are happening here. One, you have reasonable people like Rick Santorum and others who are pointing out reasonable claims and calling for a reasonable process. That, I think, everybody has to respect. There's something else that's happening, which is that the president is throwing raw meat to his base, and his base is starting to react, and there are other Republicans who seem to be going in that direction. And so the concern that I have is that no matter what these numbers look like, if you get enough people whipped up, they're going to say it's all fake. Now you got a legitimacy crisis. The thing you don't want in a democracy is a legitimacy crisis where you have millions of people who do not believe that they are being governed legitimately.
And if Ben Ginsburg is coming out and saying it's harder to make the case when Republicans did so well in these states and the president did not do well, it gets harder and harder. And I think what's going on is that in the White House, you have a president, remember, who said that Joe Biden was the worst candidate in history. And he probably feels humiliation to a degree. And he cannot, get around this notion that he could lose to that guy. Losing is hard enough for this president, but losing to that guy
I'm sure there's a couple of
is
Republicans who
harder.
have had that same thought about the current president.
Right. Well, and Hillary Clinton
I've lost
may have
a
had
few
that
times.
thought about Donald Trump. But
I
this
stood
is
on a
what's
stage
going
with, I
on.
remember, with like 15 Republicans, and they all,
Yeah,
I'm
we
sure
all
that
lost.
one time or another, they were
Trump,
like,
by the way.
this guy?
Trying to figure out how to go to him
I mean,
and to talk to him about it and to say, wait a minute, this you
Gloria,
got to face reality.
and this is one of the things I'm just give people time.
Yes.
I mean, he's just found out that he's, probably not going to be the president of the United States here. And I mean, you could say what was in the cards, but you don't know until the votes are counted. I mean, listen to John King. You don't know.
Schedule. It's it's democracy's
but
schedule. It's not Donald
give
Trump's.
his supporters and everybody time to figure this out.
With Hillary Clinton, that's what.
Which is why, David, thank you for the comment that saying we'll take trespassers out of the White House. It's not time to
I
that
agree
kind
with
of
that.
rhetoric
I
is not
agree
going to be
it was
helpful.
not good.
This is a very emotional time. Had either side under this election, it would have. I mean, that's why they were. No offense, Anderson. That's why they're boarding up places in across the country because they were afraid of if Joe Biden was going to win by 10 points and he loses, fraud. I mean, this would be the cry of the other side too. Let the process work.
I remember
give
when Hillary.
people space to work through this. And
I remember when Hillary. I'm just agreeing with you. I remember people wanted Hillary Clinton to come out that night. And she needed a minute, and her supporters needed a minute, and she came out the next day. I don't think they were looking at that same situation with Donald Trump. The fear that people have, which maybe you can speak to, is that this isn't about him kind of getting himself together to come out and make a responsible speech, that he just is going to be a bitter ender.
Well,
and then there are things, and I just want to finish this. There are things that can be done. There are extra innings in our Constitution which we don't talk about. You can go and try to fight this out in the state legislatures, in Congress, at the Electoral College level. It's never been done before. And so there's a concern that if you have a bitter ender in the White House who's going to continue fighting in the extra innings that have never been used before, you have a growing crisis.
Beyond that,
a
growing crisis.
Sorry, you didn't finish your thought, though.
Yeah, the extra inning, I don't think is going to go there unless they have a clear record of substantial fraud that they've been able to prove.
Well, they've been hiding it if they have.
No, but I'm saying give them time. Let them give them the time
I
to
hear
sort
you,
of
and I
play
agree
this
with
out.
you. Here's the concern. We have a president who does not have particular regard for rules, laws, norms. I mean, and institutions. We've seen that for 4 years. So why now would he find a sense of decorum about this process? That is the concern. I hope that he does. Here's what I remember. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton lost Michigan by 11,000 votes. She lost Wisconsin by 27,000 votes. She lost Pennsylvania by 40,000 votes. There was no talk about, how do we overturn this, because she had some regard, even as inconceivable. You talk about humiliation.
Right.
How about waking up and learning that you lost to Donald Trump?
Well, yeah, I think what's going on in the White House now is they're trying to figure out ways to convince the president that he's lost. If all these challenges don't prove to be what they hope they are, but lots of people believe they're not going to amount to much, including Ben Ginsburg, who has more experience than anyone we know. And so it seems to me to be that this president, as you're talking about, David, is not much interested in what the people voted for. He's interested in the fact that he feels bad, that he's humiliated, losing to this guy, and he wants to keep punching when, in fact, people voted against
It's also,
him.
what did his father tell him? His father said, there are two kinds of people in the world. There are killers and there are losers.
Right.
And the message was clear.
Well,
here's what I would
say. If I can, this is what I would say.
Then we got to go.
Here's what I would say to Donald Trump. Yes, he didn't get enough votes. But there is no way Republicans are looking at this election as a loser. I mean, we flipped
exactly.
Seats in the Congress. We held on to no one thought we would hold on to the United States Senate. We picked up state houses. We picked up one additional governor's seat. I mean, this was a great election for and we were outspent 4-3 and 4-1.
But Donald Trump doesn't care.
So the bottom line is, we had a good election, and we wouldn't have without Donald Trump. Donald Trump was responsible for all of these wins. Now, I know you'd say, well, Donald Trump, the selfless leader of the country, but in the end, he may not see it that way, but I think a lot of Republicans are going to be very grateful for Donald Trump for what he does. And one final point. If Philadelphia was cheating, then they did a bad job of it because Donald Trump got a higher percentage of the votes in Philadelphia than he did 4 years ago. So understand, he actually did do better in the African American community than he did 4 years ago. So because he did worse in the white community. So Donald Trump has done a lot of good things here. There's a lot of people very grateful. Personally, I am. I'm very grateful for the course he charted from the policy for our party. And I think maybe more talk about that, about the success of Donald Trump, would be a little bit of a salve on the wound.
We are watching history in the making as Joe Biden's lead in Pennsylvania grows. The former vice president moves closer to the presidency. We're standing by for new vote counts expected to come in soon. Our special coverage continues next.
Welcome back to Election Day in America. Continued or watching the race for 270 electoral votes, 253 right now for Biden, 213 for Trump, 270. That's the number you need to be elected president of the United States. And Biden is getting closer and closer and closer. Let's get a key race alert right now. Take a look at these numbers coming in from these key battleground states, 4 of them. In Pennsylvania right now, that's the most important with 20 electoral votes. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's done. He's the president-elect of the United States. Right now, his lead has increased in Pennsylvania. His lead is now 6,826 over Trump. 95% of the vote is in. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. In Georgia right now, Biden's lead is 1,579, 49.4% to 49.4%. 99% of the vote in Georgia is in. That's 16 electoral votes. In Arizona, Biden's lead is 47,052, 50.1% to 48.5% for Trump. 90% of the vote is in. Still a lot of votes outstanding in Arizona, 11 electoral votes. And finally, in Nevada, 89% of the estimated vote is in. Biden's lead, 11,438, 6 electoral votes in Nevada right now. We're watching what's going on in all those states. Let's check in with our battleground reporters right now. Let's start with Kyung La in Phoenix, Arizona for us. So Kyung, what are you learning? Are we expecting more votes anytime soon?
We are, and I'm just getting this update from the Maricopa County Elections Department. So I want to make clear, we do not have the results yet. We are anticipating them in 15 minutes. The latest ballot update from Maricopa County, the largest county here in Arizona, which includes Phoenix, we are expecting those results in 15 minutes. But what I can tell you is that we will learn those results of 60,000 ballots. So we will know 60,000 ballots here in Maricopa in about 15 minutes. That means, as we look at how many votes are still left outstanding, in this county, there are 140,000 left to count still. That's the latest that we're getting from Maricopa County. If you look at it statewide, you add 80,000 to that, and we are looking at about 220 votes left to count in the state of Arizona. So that's, again, we don't know exactly what's going to happen in 15 minutes. At the current Arizona Biden lead at 47,000, that number is going to change. We don't know which way yet, but the picture here in Arizona, what's going to happen with the 11 electoral votes, the picture, again, coming sharper into focus in about 15 minutes.
All right, we'll get back to you in 15 minutes. We'll find out those numbers. Thanks very much. Kyung, Gary Tuchman is in Atlanta for us. Gary, what's going on? I see something going on behind you.
Well, I'm in the state capitol building, Wolf, in Atlanta. I'm going to talk softly like I'm an announcer at the Masters Golf Tournament, which, by the way, is next week here down the road in Augusta, Georgia. Secretary of State's office having a news conference right now, but I can give you the main information from this news conference. There's still 4,169 absentee ballots to count in 4 counties. Almost all of those votes are from Democratic counties. Gwinnett, which has 3,500 votes still to count. Cobb, which has 75 votes. Those are the Democratic counties. 2 Republican counties, Floyd, 444 votes, and Cherokee, 150 votes. Those are the votes that still need to be counted. But that's not all the votes that will be counted. There are still provisional ballots to look at, hundreds of provisional ballots, perhaps in the low thousands, that have to be looked at throughout the state of Georgia. And then there's up to 9,000 overseas expat and military ballots that could still come by the end of the business day today. There may not be any that come. There may be thousands that come. They just don't know. But either way, Joe Biden leads here by about 1,600 votes right now. What's important to mention is the Secretary of State said every legal vote should be counted. One of the questions we were wondering, is that an inference that there are allegations that there are illegal votes? And the Secretary of State's office says there is no allegations of any illegality at this time. I also wanted to mention that the final tally, they say, has huge implications, obviously, for the nation, so they're going to be very careful. They expect that there will be a recount by whoever loses this election. Under Georgia law, if the deficit is less than 0.5%, half of a percent, then that candidate can ask for a recount. And one final interesting thing, Wolf, the Secretary of State's office just said a short time ago that the margin, and this isn't a surprise, but it's an interesting way to put it, but that the margin of this may be less than a large high school. Wolf?
Very interesting indeed. And the Secretary of State of Georgia is a Republican. The governor is a Republican as well. Let's not forget that. Let's go to Nevada right now. Erica Hill is on the scene for us in Clark County. That's the largest county, obviously. What are you hearing over there, Erica?
So we are waiting on new numbers, which we'll get in just about 90 minutes, 9 a.m. local time, 12 p.m. Eastern. The Secretary of State has said that they know of about 190,000 ballots that still need to be processed in this state. Of those, about 90% are right here in Clark County. We learned from the registrar in Clark County yesterday that we should get the results for about 51,000 ballots today. So we're looking for those numbers this morning in Clark County. And then over the weekend, they expect to have processed the remaining 63,000 or so additional mail-in ballots that they received in drop boxes on Election Day and that were delivered on Election Day and the day after. One important note, Wolf, even as we're getting the rest of these results in, and as the Secretary of State says they know of about 190,000 ballots that need to be processed statewide, ballots, mail-in ballots in this state can arrive up until the 10th, until next Tuesday. If they were postmarked by November 3rd, they will then be processed, and they will have a couple of days to make sure that any issues can be dealt with if signatures need to be cured before they need to have that final tally in here in Clark County on November 12th.
Erica Hill in Nevada for us. We'll stay in close touch with you as well, John. These four states, very important. It's close in all four of these states. Biden is ahead in all four, at least right now, but the most important clearly is Pennsylvania.
Most important is Pennsylvania because if Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, it gets him over the top, 273, and the flip side of that is there's no way. Joe Biden can win without Pennsylvania. Donald Trump cannot. So that is why it is the most important right now. As you look at it, you see 6,826 votes ahead. That is a narrow lead, especially when you look. 3.2 million votes, 3.2 million votes for each candidate here. It's a narrow lead, Wolf, but the trajectory here has been steady and consistent and methodical and irrefutable. And that is, as more of these ballots come in, they're almost all from Democratic counties. Joe Biden is winning 70%, 80%. Sometimes in Philadelphia, we've seen 87, 88% in the count coming in. So they'll continue to count the ballots. That lead is growing. The question is, how big is it at the end? As the president raises allegations, completely unsubstantiated at the moment, of some sort of nefarious activity, fraud, cheating, and the like, what's that number at the end of the day? Republicans in the state are not alleging any such thing. Trump campaign people are saying that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But right now, this is the decisive state right here. That lead has been growing consistently. It was red when we came into work this morning. It flipped to blue this morning, and the lead has grown a couple hundred at a time as it moves up. That is by far the most important. No offense to the other states, but this one is 20. And again, the president cannot win if he does not carry the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Where Gary is, you noted, down here in Georgia, 1,579. This has consistently grown. I just want to show you another example of what we've been seeing in all of these states. I just want to bring this up. A small number of votes came in a short time ago. Clayton County, Democratic County, it's where the Atlanta airport is, just south of Atlanta. And so these votes come in, and here's what happens. We've seen this consistently. More votes come in, 527 for Biden. It's 46 for the President of the United States, which means this is 91%. Right? And we've seen this consistently in a county. Let me move this up and pull up Clayton County so you can see it. I just want you to see what is happening because it's happening repeatedly. We bring up Clayton County, Joe Biden getting 85% in the county. That's overwhelming, right? Wow, 85% in the county. But then they're counting just the mail-in ballots, and in just about every county, Joe Biden is exceeding what he's winning when all of the votes are counted. By all of the votes, I mean those votes for the president, the bulk of them, there's 46 here, but the bulk of them were cast on Election Day. So they counted those votes already. Now, in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, that's what's happening. They're counting mail-in ballots, and Joe Biden continues to exceed his overall percentages. So he's winning every time we see new votes. That puts you on the path to protect your lead. It's a narrow lead. So as Gary just said, they know that there are potentially 8,800 or so overseas ballots, military Georgians who live or work overseas for some reason. They don't know how many of those are going to come back. The deadline is tonight. So you see the trajectory here is crystal clear. If Joe Biden continues to build his lead, we expect that number to go up because, as Gary noted, some of the ballots remaining are here in Gwinnett County. Some of the others are in the Atlanta suburbs, and it has just been unmistakable what is happening there. Joe Biden's numbers come in big. The question is, by the end of the day, how big is that lead with the mail ballots counted? And then you wait. The Secretary of State will tell us, presumably late tonight, how many more came in from overseas. It'll be close enough. They'll be counting for a while.
Let's check in with Pamela Brown at the CNN voting desk. Pamela, let's talk about Georgia and a potential recount that may be necessary there.
Yeah, let's dig a little bit deeper on that, Wolf. The superintendent in Georgia may recount or recant Kansas if it appears there's an error. We just heard from Gary Tuchman in his report that at this point, state officials have not seen any errors, irregularities that would lead to that. So then that raises the question, will the Trump campaign ask for a recount? They can if the margin of victory is less than 0.5%. And a source familiar, a source close to the Trump campaign tells me that, yes, if it stays this close, that they will ask for a recount in Georgia. So that's important to keep in mind. Now, it still may take a while for that to happen. It has to happen 2 business days after election results are certified. So that could be as late as November 24th. So this is all to keep in mind with a recount if it's going to happen. Ballot scanners are going to use ballot scanners and less effective. They're conducted by superintendents. That's the process for the recount. It's also important to keep in mind here, though, we don't have the exact number of provisional ballots in Georgia, and we know there's up to 9,000 outstanding overseas ballots, including from the military. So all of that could factor in with how the numbers there in Georgia shake out.
Well, we'll watch it together with you. The numbers are coming in. More votes are coming in Pennsylvania and Arizona right now. We're about to get a new batch of votes. We'll share them with you. Election Day in America continues right after this. The nail-biter presidential election is on the verge of a dramatic finish. I'm Wolf Blitzer. This hour, former Vice President Joe Biden is inching closer and closer to locking up a victory over President Trump as his lead in crucial Pennsylvania is now growing. We're awaiting more votes from that battleground state where counting continues in Philadelphia and other locations. We're also expecting new results in Arizona at any moment now. New results from the most populous county in that state. And we're closely watching Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Nevada for important undecided battlegrounds where Biden is leading. But Pennsylvania certainly is key because its 20 electoral votes will have the power to decide the presidential race. Biden currently has 253 electoral votes. Pennsylvania alone would push him above the 270 he needs to win. Trump significantly trailing with 213. He may soon be handed a crushing defeat if Biden wins Pennsylvania or 2 of those other states. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start with Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes. Oh, so important. Right now, Biden is ahead by 6,826 votes, 49.4% to 49.3%. It's close, but Biden's lead in Pennsylvania is growing. In Georgia right now, Biden's lead is at 1,586. It's close in Georgia, 49.4% for both of these candidates. We're watching the vote counting in Georgia. In Arizona right now, 90% of the vote is in. Still lots of votes outstanding. 47,052. That's the Biden lead over Trump in Arizona. But we're about to get thousands and thousands more votes. Actually, 60,000 more votes in Arizona any minute now. 11 electoral votes once again in Arizona. And in Nevada, 89% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead, maintains his lead, 11,438. 49.4% to 48.5%. 6 electoral votes over there as well. Let's take a look, first of all, what's going on. We're expecting in Arizona a whole bunch of votes. 60,000 votes are about to come in. That could be a huge development.
It could be, because we have seen, again, this is the flip side of what we've seen in Pennsylvania and Georgia. In those 2 battleground states, as they count the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has caught up to, now passed the president. Joe Biden leads in Pennsylvania and Georgia. Here in Arizona, we've seen a different trend. Republicans traditionally are used to voting with mail-in ballots and the like. And so as they've counted votes in the last 24 hours, President Trump has actually narrowed Joe Biden's lead. And you see it 47,052 at 50.1 to 48.5. So a very
hold on for a moment. I'm told Kyung La is joining us. She's got the new numbers. We're taking notes, Kyung. Tell us what you got.
Okay, these are numbers, and before I read them, I want to make really clear to our viewers, this is Maricopa County, the largest county in the state of Arizona. These are not state numbers. So here are the numbers. Joe Biden at 972,570. I'm going to repeat that. 972,570. The president at 912,115. Here in this county, that is a 3-point difference. It is a smaller gain in this county than what we saw last night at that ballot release. Just an ever slight shrinking as far as that jump every time we've seen these ballot numbers coming out. So, again, Joe Biden at 972,570, Donald Trump, 912,115. So that's the very latest that we have here out of Maricopa County, the county that includes Phoenix, the very important county. Wolf, you have to win it here if you want to win the state of Arizona.
Thanks very much, Kyung. So let's take some notes right now, because we've just been told, John, how many votes Biden gained in Maricopa County, how many votes Trump gained in Maricopa County. Let's start with Biden right now. He gained 28,285 votes. 28,285 votes. Trump gained more. He gained 31,716 votes.
So this is what we've seen consistently in Maricopa County. And again, I'm going to move this up a little bit on the screen so I can move around the map. But these are the new votes, right? Kyung just gave you the totals in the county. So let's get Maricopa County. The context for Maricopa County is it is 60%, probably a little bit higher, of the statewide total in Arizona. So the battleground here, 6 in 10 votes are cast right here. And look how close it is, right? 51 to 48 if you round that up. And this is where we have seen in the last 24 hours or so, when we get new votes, the president is consistently coming out on top. Now, you see it as blue. It's the flip of what we've seen across Pennsylvania and across Georgia. Even in Republican counties, Joe Biden is winning the mail-in votes. This is just a different situation out in Arizona. And I want to just go back in time just to show why this is different. The president carried Maricopa County 4 years ago. There's no question the suburban shift in America is helping Joe Biden in this election. But this is not Philadelphia. This is not a blowout Democratic county. Joe Biden is winning it, but just barely right now. And as these later votes come in, again, just as we have seen the opportunity for Joe Biden and now the reality for Joe Biden, catching up in Georgia, catching up in Pennsylvania, passing the president, first in Georgia, then in Pennsylvania. This is the opportunity for the president, the possibility. He still has a long way to go, but we have seen this consistently when we get these batches of votes, that the president, not by a ton, but he's chipping into the lead. So this is just in Maricopa County. Then you bring it back out to statewide, and here what you have, 50 to 49 if you round up. So a 1-point race, 43,000 votes. That lead is smaller than it was 24 and 30 hours ago.
So it's gone down a little bit. It's now 43,569 votes. Biden is still ahead of Trump, but it's been narrowed just a little bit.
Yes, it goes down. It goes down as we go through it. And again, there's a strategic importance to this. If I could come over here just for a second as we go through this right now, because we know right now. Let's just go through where we believe the president has a chance. In Maine's 2nd congressional district, the president is leading.
One congressional.
Right. Joe Biden is on the door of becoming the president-elect of the United States, which is why I'm going through this exercise right here. Joe Biden is knocking at the door. The president is leading in North Carolina right now. The president, we expect fully to win the state of Alaska when that comes in. And so here you're looking right now, if Joe Biden holds Pennsylvania, right? If Joe Biden can hold Pennsylvania, so the president of the United States is in trouble. That gets Joe Biden over the top. He has to keep this. There's no way. There's no way, right? So I'm going to put this back in toss-up just to say Donald Trump has to come back here. The key here is, Wolf, if we move on in this election, and the calculation is, do you sue, right? How do you keep suing? If the president can come back here, and the president can come back here, then you're in a place where you have a close election. The issue at the White House calculations about a legal challenge is if Joe Biden holds this lead, and Joe Biden wins here and wins here, Joe Biden is already president of the United States here. So one state is not going to make a difference. That's as you're thinking about how to mount a legal challenge, you can't sue because you lost. It doesn't work that way in a democracy. I'm mad. The other guy got more votes. I'm going to court. That's not the way it works. You have to have a case of fraud. But even if you think you might have a case, they counted late ballots here, we don't like the way they handled the mail-in votes. If it's in one place, but Joe Biden is at or near or above 300, it's not going to matter. I think that's the key calculation for the rest of today. As we get more votes in Arizona, more votes in Nevada, we get closer to the finish line in these two states. Is Joe Biden at 270 or is Joe Biden at 280 or 300? Because if he's at 300, maybe we're waiting for a recount here because it's so close. Maybe there's a court challenge somewhere else. But there's an inevitability to the math as long as Joe Biden protects that lead and that lead, which is why as we get these new vote counts from the West states, Arizona and Nevada later today, critical in the margins. Again, if Joe Biden protects these two leads, he's the president of the United States, pending whatever court battles we get.
It's a close race in Georgia, so even if there's a recount, the Republican Secretary of State, the Republican governor, the recount is a normal thing. It's not that unusual in close race statewide to have a recount. Let's go back to Arizona for a second right now.
So
there are still, we're told, 220,000 statewide ballots outstanding right now, and 140,000 of those are in Maricopa County, the largest county where Phoenix is.
Right, and so since you have the bulk of them here, and we have seen, again, recently, when we get more votes, the president, the question is, that's, you're 3,000 votes right there, right? It's a little, I'm rounding up a little bit, doing it on the fly. But what does the president need? The president we knew coming into the day needs to get like 61, 62% of the remaining votes in Arizona. The question is he meeting that test as more of these votes come in? If you're in the Trump campaign, again, every time we get new votes, but at least if you're in the Trump campaign, the overall count is trending in your direction. The question is, does it start to pick up steam and trend fast enough as we get the rest of the votes in the state? Again, will Arizona matter in the end in the calculation of 270? Not if Joe Biden holds Pennsylvania, not if Joe Biden protects that lead in Georgia, but as we go through this potentially decisive day, hours ahead, the counts here and here. If the president loses both of these, no matter what happens in Pennsylvania and Georgia, Joe Biden is the president-elect. And so it just affects your legal strategy, your recount strategy, and, look, the political mood of the country, without a doubt.
Arizona is an important state, and let's not forget, Biden still has that lead, 43,569. It's gone down a bit, but it's still a lead. It's still a 43,000 vote lead.
Right, and now, again, remember, just for the context, we have watched, though, if you're in the Trump campaign, if you're a Trump supporter, and you're thinking, is that feasible? Well, we'll keep counting votes, because remember, Donald Trump was ahead there when we woke up this morning, and at one point he was ahead by 650,000 votes. He was ahead there when we woke up this morning, or just as the sun was rising anyway, and Joe Biden in the count passed him and is now building a lead. So it is entirely possible that that happens out there for the president. We're counting every vote, and we'll see where they go. We count them, and if it changes to red, it'll flip to red. If you're in the Biden campaign, you want to protect that lead. They believe that it will narrow and they will ultimately win, but we'll count the votes. We'll know more in the hours ahead as they count them. Again, the question becomes, does it matter? And I don't mean it obviously matters to the people of Arizona. It matters to the final count. But if Joe Biden protects those, and even just that, if Joe Biden stretches that lead in Pennsylvania to the point where it is irrefutable, he's the president-elect of the United States. And again, then the rest of the counting is to find out by what margin.
And the president yesterday made it clear he likes the vote counting in Arizona, doesn't necessarily like the vote counting in Georgia and Pennsylvania.
That's an excellent point as we go through this day and people hear about all the contention, right? Democratic governor here, they're crying foul. Well, what are they going to do about that? That's a Republican governor there and a Trump supporter, Brian Kemp. They're counting the votes. Joe Biden has pulled ahead. It's a Republican governor out there, and the president has been narrowing the lead, but Joe Biden leads right now. So there's what I'll call an intellectual inconsistency to what we're hearing out of the White House. We'll let the people make their political arguments. We'll count votes.
Intellectual inconsistency. It's a very nice phrase. You got very, very diplomatic.
Trying to be polite.
Let's check in with David Chalian once again. What are you seeing? What are you picking up at the battleground desk?
Well, we're looking inside that latest update from Arizona. You noted the state of play. Joe Biden still has a lead, though a slightly diminished lead, 43,779 votes. There are 220,000 outstanding votes in Arizona. That's the universe of ballots left to count, we think, rough estimate. Joe Biden would only need 39 to 41% of them to hang on to his lead and win Arizona. Donald Trump's number is the one to look at. He would need about 58 to 60%, somewhere in that range, of those uncounted ballots in Arizona in order to overtake Joe Biden and win the state. And here is the slight downside for Donald Trump. That latest update that we just got, Donald Trump won 51% of those votes. Joe Biden got 46%. That number, 51% for Donald Trump, that is below what he needs to be doing if he's actually going to overtake Joe Biden and win Arizona. So he has to actually, even though he's making some ground, Wolf, Donald Trump actually has to significantly improve his performance in the rest of the vote than what we just saw in that latest update.
Very important point. Let's pick that up, John, because Arizona is, we still got plenty of votes outstanding. I think David Shellion just said 220,000 votes still waiting to be counted.
Right, and so it's been a slower count in the western states, Arizona and Nevada, and we'll wait to count them. But to David's point, you show those numbers, and if you're a Trump supporter, you should be happy. The president came in ahead in that latest batch of vote. The question is, we have seen Joe Biden in Pennsylvania and Georgia, overwhelming when we get the new votes, overwhelming majorities, even in Republican counties. The president won there, as David noted, not by enough. So the challenge is when these new votes come out in Maricopa, but also in the rest of the state, is the president overperforming that metric? Is he well over 50% and getting close to 60%? That's what he needs as we count the rest of those votes. And we'll just see. And it's been a slow process, which, given where we are, with Joe Biden on the cusp of 270 electoral votes, if you're a Trump supporter, you're looking anywhere for some hope. Arizona is a source of it, but remember, it's not as big in the Electoral College count as Pennsylvania or as Georgia. So it's a sign of potential hope for a Trump voter, but if you look at the overall dynamics of the map right now, again, just the cold fact right now, no matter who you support, is that Joe Biden is on the verge of being the president-elect of the United States if the trend lines continue, the most important one of them right here, 6,800 votes. It's a very small, modest lead, but we know what is out is largely in blue places, blue counties like Allegheny, where Pittsburgh is, still more votes in Philadelphia. So the vote count here is inevitably trending up for Joe Biden. And the question is, by the end of the day, how big of a margin is that, which gets you into the whole, do you have a recount? Is there a recanvassing? Is there any prayer of mounting a challenge anywhere? So the final number there is critical. But the fact that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is blue, if it stays that way, if it stays that way right there, Joe Biden is the next president of the United States. And again, you come down here, this is such a hotly contested election. And look how close this is, right? 1,500 votes right now. But we do know the votes that are out, it's a very modest number now in Georgia. They are, of the modest number out, they are overwhelmingly in Democratic counties. So we expect that to grow a little bit too. And then the challenge becomes, as you're trying to do the final math, we're still waiting on Alaska. The president's leading there. We expect it will stay that way. North Carolina is not final. The president is leading. We expect it to stay that way. And so these two states, as we go through the day, and I suspect it'll be into the evening hour in Nevada, they said it could perhaps even be tomorrow. But if Joe Biden protects those leads, those two alone are enough to get him to the presidency. But if he holds Pennsylvania and builds those, again, it gets you above 270, which changes both the political conversation in this town and out in the country and the president's legal strategy. If you have to flip more than one state, well, then, that's a pipe dream.
Yeah, because if the president, if the president-elect, let's assume it's Biden, if he wins Pennsylvania, let's assume he wins Georgia and wins these two states, Arizona and Nevada, what's that, 306 electoral votes, and it's going to be very difficult for the president to start raising questions about legal challenges, Supreme Court decisions, if 4 states are at play as opposed to 1.
If 4 states, look, the Supreme Court or any court, a state court in Pennsylvania is where it would have to start, a state court in Georgia, unless you're alleging some federal rights violation, you could start at a U.S. district court somewhere in Pennsylvania, somewhere in Georgia, or somewhere else if you're going to make that case. You have to make your case, sure. But again, the question is, if it's 306, even if you think you have some challenge here, it's not enough if you take one state away. So that's sort of there's a legal dynamic to the politics. And there's another factor in this, and again, a court would tell you this is not how we make decisions, right? But as this goes forward, 73 million and counting, right? A huge 4 million vote margin in the popular vote. Courts make decisions, at least they're supposed to make decisions based on the letter of the law. As the country would watch that play out, though, that is a strong moral argument for Joe Biden, especially, again, if you get at or close or above 300, even if there's one state being contested, the overall result will be crystal clear. Those 20 are the most important. Let's just watch those numbers as they play out. That goes in. We're in the 6,000 plus now, I think, is the last time. That one grows to 10, 20, 30, 40. Then we can have a contentious argument over this, that, and the other thing. Joe Biden will be the next president.
And you and I remember Donald Trump has a history of making accusations of election fraud. When he lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, he claimed the only reason he lost the popular vote is because there was election fraud. He organized a commission of inquiry to look into it. They lasted for a few months. It disbanded. They found no evidence.
They found no evidence, and that was one of the early, I was going to call it the original lie of the Trump presidency. There have been others, so I don't know which one came first, but it was one of the early lies of the Trump presidency that 6 million of those votes for Secretary Clinton, 6 million of those the president said and the president's allies said, and they were amplified by the president's friends, 6 million of those allegedly cast by illegal voters, undocumented immigrants voting illegally in the United States. Simply, flatly, irrefutably not true. Hillary Clinton won those votes fair and square. The president won those votes fair and square. The interesting thing about this election is, you just look, the turnout in this election, again, give people more ways to vote. Turns out they want to vote. This is a very high turnout election. The president got more votes than he did last time. One of the interesting conversations will be, if Joe Biden is the next president of the United States, what does Donald Trump decide to do once he gets over his wounds and moves on? He can still tell the Republican Party, look at that. That is the second highest vote total in a presidential election in American history.
Let's see if he does that. All right, we're waiting for more results coming in from Pennsylvania right now. Much more of our special coverage when we come back. We got a key race alert. Take a look at this. Joe Biden's lead in Pennsylvania is increasing right now. It's now 9,027. It's gone up. Biden leads Trump by 9,027 votes, 49.4% to 49.3%. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. 95% of the estimated vote is in. Let's go back to John King over at the Magic Wall. So it was 1,000, 5,000, 7,000, 9,000. It keeps going up and up. I suspect it's going to be going up even more dramatically. But tell us where this increase just occurred.
So we keep seeing this, and it's the same pattern. This increase happened right here, Delaware County, just to the southwest, one of the suburban collars right around Philadelphia, a place where overall Joe Biden is getting 63% of the vote to 36% for the president. But Wolf, as we have seen throughout this pattern, I just want to bring this up, and we'll move it up here. And this is Delaware County. We have new batch of votes from here, and we've seen this consistently. Here's what happened here. Joe Biden gets 3,523, and Donald Trump gets 1,289. And so that is 72%, right? 72% for Joe Biden, running almost 10 points higher than what he's doing in the overall vote when you add up Election Day voting, early voting, and these mail-in ballots, and we've seen this consistently. And so we're let's pull out to the overall numbers. This is the new numbers in Delaware County. Increased Joe Biden's lead to 9,027 votes. The president right now needs to get 53% of all the incoming votes. It will be higher now because of this, but before these numbers, the president needed 53%. Joe Biden's getting 72%. So just a very simple math lesson here. The president needs to overperform dramatically. Instead, what we're seeing in every single one of these counties, when they send in the new batches of these mail-in ballots that they are counting, this is what we're seeing everywhere we go. Joe Biden getting 72% of the mail-in ballots in a place where, when you look at it, he's been getting only 62, 63%. That's impressive, don't get me wrong. But Joe Biden is overperforming the totality of the vote just in the subset of these mail-in ballots, and it has been consistent, which is why that's a small number. You might say it's a modest number in a giant state like Pennsylvania, but it has been a methodical build for Joe Biden. First catching up to the president, now as he pulls away. And again, the smart people in Pennsylvania say this pattern continues. Within a couple hours, that lead will go past 10. They expect it to go past 20, and they expect it to grow. That's not inevitable. We'll keep counting them. But there's a science to this, and there's been a consistency to it every time they count the mail-in ballots. And again, there are 35,000 out there. If in Allegheny County, if Joe Biden is pulling 70% or more of those, you just do the math at home. That lead is going to grow. The big challenge is, again, in the big picture, that alone is enough. It is blue now. That alone is enough to make Joe Biden the next president of the United States. The question is, as we get later in the day, as the president talks about challenging this and suing about that, how big is that lead? How big is that lead? Because the bigger it gets, already that, you find me a recount in a 10,000 vote race that has returned the results. You're going to spend a long time looking for it. So if that grows to 20 or 30 or 40, it deeply impacts the president's both political and legal strategy as we go forward. And that is the trajectory that is on. It's unmistakable.
And the trajectory that
Right.
we're seeing unfolding, easy for you to say, it could easily become, that 9,000 could easily become 50,000 when all the votes are counted.
Right. There are people in the state who think it will go as high as 100,000. We'll see. I did some, back of the envelope math last night and had it in the 45, 55 range if it continued at that pace. And to be fair to those who think it could go higher, Joe Biden's percentage has actually come in higher than I gave him when I was doing some back of the envelope math. Now, again, that's not inevitable, but we have just seen it. I can't remember the time when any of these mail-in votes have come in where the president gets more. We're seeing that to a degree in Arizona. That's why we're going to continue to watch it. But the simple math and the simple history here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has been every single time, even in the Republican counties, we get a new batch of these mail-in votes as they're counted. And they're not new votes. There are people out there saying, oh, where are these votes coming from? These are legally cast mail-in ballots that they decided to count last. The election day vote was tallied first. That's why the president ran up his big lead. They're just counting votes that have been legally cast. And every time again, even in these ruby red Republican counties, Joe Biden's coming in ahead, and not just ahead, Wolf, in the ballpark of 60%, and in many of these counties, 70%, 80% or more. And just to button it up again, you're trying to be fair, and you're saying, where are these votes? Well, a lot of the outstanding votes are in Philadelphia. Joe Biden's getting 81%. So the president is not going to make up ground with votes coming from Philadelphia. A lot of the votes, 36,000 or so, out here in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh. The president is more competitive here than he is in Philadelphia, but the president is not going to make up those votes in Allegheny County. It's math and fact.
Yeah, and those numbers are increasing. Let's go back to David Chalian right now. David, give us a sense at what point will we be able to project a winner in Pennsylvania?
Right. I know a lot of people watching see these vote totals from Pennsylvania get added, see Joe Biden's lead continue to grow over the president, hear John walk through the pattern of these ballots and are sitting there wondering, like, well, why is this not projected yet? Here is why. Because what our decision desk is doing behind the scenes right now, they look at that 9,027 vote lead that you see there for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania right now, and then they look at everything that's outstanding. And what do we know about that outstanding vote? And where is it coming from? And if it is indeed all mail as we expect, and we know that's a big Joe Biden category, that gets factored in. But is there enough vote out there that we can definitively say who the winner of the state is going to be, that we are certain that the number 2 candidate, right now Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, has no chance of becoming the number 1 candidate when all of that vote comes in? When we reach that level of confidence, that threshold that we know the number 2 candidate cannot overtake the person currently in the lead, and right now that is Joe Biden, then we make a projection. Until then, we continue to look for more information about this outstanding vote as it comes in to get to that confidence level.
History clearly unfolding right now, and we're getting more and more votes, especially in Pennsylvania right now. Our special coverage will continue right after a quick break. Let's get a key race alert right now. Take a look at Nevada. A large number of votes just came in, and Biden's lead is there. You see at 22,076. He's got 49.8% to Trump's 48.1%. We hadn't received a lot of votes from Nevada lately, but all of a sudden a whole bunch just came in, and Biden's lead has grown to 22,076. 6 electoral votes in Nevada right now. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. Nevada, it's an important state. We're watching it very, very closely. 6 electoral votes, but all of a sudden the lead increased a bit for Biden.
All of a sudden, we have more votes. We think we're up to 91% now. You see that 22,000 vote. And look, that's a modest lead, right? So just as in the other states, when we get these new votes, what do? We look at the trajectory of the race. So let me show you what just happened in Clark County. Joe Biden, 19,995. President Trump, 9,357. So 65%. 65% for Joe Biden. So this tells you all you need to know. In the new votes, Joe Biden gets 65%. Statewide, he's just shy of 50%. He is 50% if you round that up. So new votes come in. Joe Biden is doing better. He builds the lead, right? Donald Trump right now knowing that he's behind in Pennsylvania, behind in Georgia, behind in Arizona. If the dynamics of this race are going to change, Donald Trump cannot keep coming in underneath Joe Biden, and he certainly can't keep coming in with Joe Biden getting 65% when we get a batch of new votes. So this is just more evidence. Again, move this up. Sorry, let me just bring this up a little bit and move it out of the way. This is Clark. These came from Clark County down here. It's the overwhelming chunk of the vote. 70% or more of the vote in Nevada comes out of Las Vegas and the growing suburbs around it. The president made a strong argument here on the economy, saying in the coronavirus economy, Joe Biden is for lockdowns, I'm for reopening, distorting Joe Biden's position a little bit. But this was a key test, really, of one of the coronavirus arguments in the campaign. In Clark County, Joe Biden getting 54% to 45%. If you round up, let me slide this over a little bit so we can go back in time. Just want to show you Secretary Clinton. It's pretty close if you factor out the third-party candidates, 52 then to 42. And so you come forward here now. The president doing a little bit better, right? The president doing a little bit better. You take the third-party candidates out, maybe selling that coronavirus lockdown argument a little bit, but still the trajectory here is as more votes come in, let's come back out to statewide. It was a pretty narrow lead, a pretty modest lead. If you're in the Trump campaign, things are going against you right now, so you're looking for hope somewhere. There's been a little narrowing in Arizona. This is Joe Biden stretching the lead. Still a modest lead. We still have votes to count in Nevada, but when you see this, and we've seen it in Pennsylvania, we've seen it in Georgia, Arizona has been the only state where when we're getting new votes, it's the president getting more in Maricopa County. So the dynamic right here overall in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, and now in Nevada, trending in Biden's favor, perhaps a little bit of growth for the president in Arizona. Factor all that in, and what does it mean? Again, the trend line of this race right now is that's all Joe Biden needs. He's the president of the United States if he wins it. He's leading there, and he's leading in both of these, and he's growing his lead right there at the moment. So the dynamics of the race overall continue to be favorable to Biden, continue actually to grow in the favorability to Biden.
An impressive batch of new votes coming in favor of Biden. I want to check in with Dana Bash. She's got an update. You're getting some new information on the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, Dana.
That's right, Wolf. A Democratic pickup in the state of Arizona. CNN can project that Mark Kelly, former astronaut, gun control advocate, and husband of former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, will be the next senator from Arizona. This is John McCain's old seat. He's defeating Martha McSally, who was appointed when John McCain passed away, but it is now going to go into Democratic hands. So what does this mean right now for the balance of power? 48 Democrats, 47 Republicans. There are 5 seats yet to be called for this 2020 election in the U.S. Senate. Well,
important pickup for the Democrats, John, in the U.S. Senate. An impressive win for Mark Kelly.
Right, an impressive win for Mark Kelly. Again, this was, John McCain's Arizona, right? She was appointed senator. Mark Kelly, a Democratic win. The Democrats have not had a lot of good news to cheer when it comes to the battle for control of the Senate, but this is good news for the Democrats to cheer here in a state where Martha McSally, the Republican leadership thought was the best candidate in that state, 52 to 48, where we are right now. I just want to make a distinction here. Just remember this number right here, right? The last time the president was out there, he sort of mocked Martha McSally. He was having a rally in Arizona, and he was like, Martha, Martha, come up here. Nobody wants to hear you, but come up here. I'll give you a minute. 1,149,7,199, right? That is in the Senate race. So often, Republican statewide candidates track the president in a presidential election year. Well, let's shift this over, turn this off, shift this over to the presidential race. The president is getting more votes in Arizona right now than the incumbent Republican senator in Arizona. 1,517,368. 1-4. It's not a huge difference there, but Martha McSally, the Republican incumbent senator in Arizona, is underperforming the Republican president of the United States. He's losing Arizona as well at the moment. This is an impressive win for Mark Kelly, obviously, as Dana just noted, husband of Gabby Giffords, who was tragically shot, the Democratic Congresswoman, tragically shot her district down here by Tucson. And so this is good news for the Democrats in the battle for control of the Senate after a couple of days where they have been discouraged.
Yeah, it was really humiliating when the president was out in Arizona and he sort of treated her with such disrespect.
Look, this is the Trump party more than it's the Republican Party. That's just a fact. Most of the Republicans, there are a lot of Republicans who privately, Wolf, we've been through this for 4 years, even today, as the president makes these allegations from the White House briefing room about cheating and fraud and people trying to steal an election from him. Republicans talk so negatively about this president in private. The question is going to be in the hours ahead. Look, there is a conversation in this town happening right now. We are not at the finish line in the presidential race yet, but there is an inevitability to the math right now. It certainly appears. And there's a conversation in this town about the quote-unquote post-Trump Republican Party, the way he treats people in his own party who are loyal to him. She is incredibly loyal to him. He does not return that loyalty. He demands it, loyalty to him. He does not return it. He simply doesn't, and he didn't in that case on the ballot in a competitive race in the final days, and he spoke so critically, mockingly of her. There's a conversation in town right now, but remember, again, as we have that conversation, I just want to come back to this number really quick and pull it out. As Republicans say, well, maybe finally, the Republicans who don't like the president, maybe finally he's gone. He may not be in office in 3 months. He's not gone. He's going to get close to 70 million votes in this election. There's no indication he's going to go anywhere, even if he loses.
Biden is increasing his vote in Nevada right now. We're about to get more votes in Pennsylvania, that key battleground. We're going to continue our special coverage right after this.
And latest numbers from Pennsylvania. Joe Biden ahead, 8,867 votes at this point in Pennsylvania. Still, though, tens of thousands of votes to come in. You see the other leads in Georgia. He's ahead 1,585. Nevada, 22,076. And Arizona, 43,779. And again, more votes still are being counted, votes that have yet to be counted. We're getting some further responses from a couple of senators. Lindsey Graham on a Zoom call, according to Armando Raju, said that it's incumbent on Trump's team to detail specific instances of voter irregularities. He said that he had spoken to the Trump team today and expects more of these, of whatever cases they have, to be detailed in the next 48 hours. Also, Senator Roy Blunt of Missouri said you can't stop the count in one state and decide you want the count to continue in another state. That might be how you'd like to see the system work. That's not how the system works. Asked if he had seen widespread voter fraud in different states, Blunt said there is, quote, always some fraud, and, quote, I think you have to look at the margin in the various states and see if it could possibly be any correlation between that and the gap between the candidates.
It's pretty much what I've been saying here. And I think that, as I said last night, I think that's what most Republicans are going to end up, we're going to come down. I mean, there is, concern and widespread belief out there that there were a lot of, sketchy things going on. And we pointed out to one of them, which I can tell you in the state of Pennsylvania, the state party and the state legislature, they're very, very concerned about how the secretary went out and violated the Pennsylvania Supreme Court's order, violated the Pennsylvania law, and instructed counties to cure ballots that came in that were mail-in ballots that came in that were defective. Under Pennsylvania law, you can't do that. Many other states you can, but in Pennsylvania you can't. And there's no procedure in the statute to do so. And so for her to go out and say to Montgomery County, which is a suburban Philadelphia county, yeah, you go ahead and contact these people. You just can't say, go ahead and do whatever you want. I mean, that's just not how you run elections. And so people, I can tell you, people in Pennsylvania are hot. If this race is 100,000 votes, well, they're not 100,000 cured ballots that you'd worry about. But if this race stays at this level, I don't think it will, but if it does, then you've got real concern where you can say, could fraud have had an impact? The answer is, the actions of the Secretary of State could have an impact to prejudice the election. Yes.
And John King was saying it could be in the neighborhood of 40 or 50,000 a lead. Again, the votes have.
That's why Roy Blunt's comment is a comment I made yesterday. It all depends on how big the margin is and what the allegation of fraud is.
Let's read between the lines here and see what's going on. Lindsey Graham was a little more hot-headed last night. This morning he's saying, put up or shut up. You've got to show us the fraud within the next 48 hours. You have Roy Blunt, whom, as you all know, speaks for the leadership in this case because Mitch McConnell isn't going to speak. And one other thing he said that was really interesting to me was he said, part of the obligation of leadership is you should always have in your mind, how do I leave? Win or lose, both candidates should have been thinking about transition now for some time, and we will have a transition. And I think this will all be settled within the next 10 days or so. So let me finish. So they are trying to sort of take the temperature down, talk to the American public. This is going to get settled. And in a way, as you were saying before, Rick, eventually they will say to the president, take credit for all that you've achieved in other Republican races. You've done a great job, Mr. President. And that's how I think they're going to move him across that
And,
line.
and that's
just explain
time. That's the only point I want to make. It's just give people
they're
time
starting it.
to do what. Don't say, I know people say, well, why aren't Republicans going out there and do it? Give people time to work this process.
I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to give the president
You said Roy Blunt speaks for
Mitch McConnell. He's
explain what.
Okay, so Roy Blunt is in the leadership, and he is as
very close to Senator McConnell.
Rick Santorum knows, also an institutionalist who cares about the institution. Mitch McConnell is not being as forward, I think, at all as Roy Blunt, who was more blunt.
Yes.
You're saying Blunt is speaking.
He's as blunt as McConnell.
I didn't want to make the dad joke.
So you're saying Blunt is sort of speaking on behalf of
He
Mitch
is,
McConnell.
I think. I don't think he would go out and say this stuff on his own.
And it's constructive that he's doing it.
But I also think they're sending messages to the president and saying, you've done a great job. Everybody needs to think about transition in life, in politics, in whatever. And so I think it's a clear message.
Just to be clear, I've talked to a lot of elected. They're very grateful for what the president did. I mean, they feel very bad for the president. They do. Because this guy went out there and laid it all on the line. I mean, he campaigned like a maniac.
But not for them.
Well, but he did. But the point is, he did, and they benefited from that. And so there's a genuine feeling of affection to what the president did.
David, one of the problems is that the president's kids are going out on television. Rudy Giuliani is going out, and so for every Roy Blunt sort of.
Well, there's also Donald Trump, who tweeted 11 minutes ago, with the attack by the radical left Dems on the Republican Senate, the presidency becomes even more important. That's his message back to them.
Yeah.
So, we'll see how it goes. I appreciate exactly where you're coming from, and I hope that he responds. But again, I've said this before. I don't think he is not someone who cares that much about institutions, including, and you can disagree with me, but I think including the Republican Party, I think he puts himself first. And right now, his priority is Donald Trump. And the question is, you said the other day, he loves this country and he'll put the country first, and we'll see. And I sincerely hope that is the case.
I do too, and I just think part of the reason that this is an important conversation is that democracies are fragile. Democracies can fail. We have people here from all around the world, and they'll tell you what happens when these institutions start getting bumped around and people start having massive distrust in the process or whatever. You don't want to be in that country. It is hard to put this toothpaste back in the tube once you have tens of millions of people on both sides who just no longer respect the system. We are very lucky here that we've had 200 years of this stuff to get it right. And as sick as it is at the top, at the bottom, people are acting right on the whole. But it's starting to get hot. You're starting to see these bubbles coming up on both sides as people are seeing this tug of war happen. And what you're describing is a tug of war at the top of the Republican Party. You've got some bitter enders who seem to be willing to burn the house down, and other Republicans saying, hey, can we calm down and get ready for a transition? How that thing plays out at the top is having an impact at the street level. And at the street level, this weekend could get rough if we don't get more signals that we're headed toward a normal transition.
And I think it's all a matter of doing what Rick Santorum says should be done, which is, in some way, they have to convince the president that he was a success and not a failure.
Well, but that's not bad. But hold on a second.
That's okay.
But listen, giving him an honorable way out is not a bad thing. Yeah. Look, everybody gave Hillary Clinton that 24 hours that she needed to get herself together. Again, I think Hillary Clinton legitimately needed that moment. She doesn't have a history of going and doing bad stuff. But I think what we got to do as a country, let's create an off-ramp, give him his roses, and let him move on. And then we still got to clear the deck for Biden to be able to govern. Don't forget, the big game here is we got to put a new team in that building, and they've got every problem in the world. So it's easy right now to kind of let's get it all stirred up. Guys, we got people dying right now across the country, people who don't have jobs, people who are standing in line for food. Can we just get past this moment of crisis and get back together as a country to solve real problems? I think that's what we got to be trying to get.
I think the most important thing, Donald Trump, first of all, it will matter what the margins are here, and it will matter if these 4 states come in and Biden wins all of them. And he, now Georgia, we won't know for some time. I think it's close enough that we're going to have to wait for a runoff. They've already announced that they'll, not a runoff, but a recount. They've already announced that. But, it may well be that he ends up with the same exact margin that Donald Trump had 4 years ago and called a landslide. He's going to win by far more votes than Hillary Clinton did in the popular vote. And hopefully, that will send a message. But the most important thing right now is not, to Van's point, for the President of the United States not to send coded messages to people who believe in him and who believed in all their heart that there was no way that he could lose except if it was rigged, because that's what he told them, and now believe that somehow they have to take action, because that's what we want to avoid.
Yes.
I understand all that, but you're in politics, and there's a winner and there's a loser. That's the way it is in politics. I'm sorry. You get into that arena, and we all know this, Rick knows this, that you win or you lose. And I understand the notion that people are trying to sort of communicate with the president and say, okay, let's give him a graceful exit should he lose. But he ran for president and he lost. If he, let's just say if he loses, he's got to accept that because he's in that arena and there's only one of two outcomes. And so I understand giving him the space and all the rest of it, but come on, he ran for president.
I would also say it's not just him. I mean, Van and I get at it here, and one of the reasons that you see this election be as hot as it was is because both sides have convinced themselves that this is the other is an existential threat. How many times did you hear Democrats say, Joe Biden, this is Donald Trump and what he's authoritarianism and fascism, and then ours, socialism and communism. So to say, okay, we have a really close election, let's move on. That's a hard step for people to sort of go with. It would have been a hard step for the left to go over with, and I don't think it's fair for the winners to say, well, it's an institution, let's just move on.
I think I agree.
It's a time of I can tell you, a lot of people are on edge. Van is right. A lot of people are on edge. They want to fight because they think this is an existential threat, and that we need to fight this battle until we're sure. Margins will matter, and evidence will matter, and that's what we have to wait for. And let's not push it too fast.
I understand that the margin, particularly in Pennsylvania, will matter. The two men at the top need to behave well. That is what I am saying.
Yeah,
I didn't like that tweet we were talking about earlier from the Biden campaign. I did not like that. But Joe Biden, when he has spoken about this, has been very correct, bipartisan. Well,
one's a conventional politician, one is not.
Well, that's the point. But that is exactly the point.
I get it.
That is the point. Hillary Clinton, we talked about this earlier. Hillary Clinton, believe me, she felt as aggrieved 4 years ago as Donald Trump does now, and she had some justification. But she believed in the institution, and she did what was. I know you said 24 hours. I hear you on that. But I hear you talk, and I admire you for the way you're talking about this. But it should not be a hostage drama to get the president to acknowledge what is manifestly clear.
So here would be another message to the president. Do you think Hillary Clinton's grievance that she's carried for the last 4 years has been a good look for her, and that she's held her in high regard in the country? And so holding a grievance or a grudge and feeling like you were cheated and sort of complaining about that, which...
You think that would work with Donald Trump? Holding a grievance is not a good thing?
I'm not saying it to Donald Trump, but I'm saying it to Trump people, that you think if that's a good look, if you think that's been a good look for her or for the country, it's not a good look for us or for Donald Trump, is my point.
Our coverage continues in a moment.